I just want to say good morning to everybody.
Good morning.
Yeah, and I'm sorry about yesterday. I thought we might be done sooner, but the obviously there was a lot of interest in the survey techniques, and I think that went on and on, which is great, and we need to go over that. But I had a client that had an urgent matter, so I had to leave.
No worries, Commissioner Hubbs. I appreciate. I know everyone's busy, and I too thought we'd be finished earlier, and I was hoping to be able to testify on a bill at 3:30, and obviously didn't get to do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So, but I'm free today till the very end. So I know we have a busy day, but I just, I really didn't, and I really didn't think it would go after 3:30.
It was great dialogue yesterday, though. Really good conversations on all of our agenda items. So I appreciate.
Yeah. Well, I think it's really important that they go over that. We've been over that same presentation in the past, and I really enjoyed that there were the questions and enlightening the public who's tuning in as well. So that's wonderful.
Right. Yep. Thank you. Okay. It's 9 o'clock. Good morning. Everybody ready for today? It's going to be a little bit of a long day. We've got some commissioners who haven't been through it before, so we'll go as slowly as we need to or as quickly as we need to. So it is 9:01 on Saturday, May 8th, and I'll call this meeting of the Nevada Board of Wildlife Commission to order. Commissioner Hubbs, would you lead us in the pledge, please?
Sure, I would be happy to. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible. Oops. I had my dog come in and lick my foot. I'm sorry. Let's start again. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible. And I'm losing my words right now.
With liberty and justice.
Liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. The joy of the home distractions.
Oh, I know. I apologize. I had two dogs in here at my feet all of a sudden, so I apologize.
No worries. Thank you. Missy, will you please call the roll of the commission?
Absolutely. Chairwoman East.
Here.
Vice Chair Barnes.
Here.
Commissioner Olmberg.
Here.
Commissioner Cavilla.
Here.
Commissioner Hubbs.
Here.
Commissioner Keel.
Here.
Commissioner McNinch.
Here.
Commissioner Perini.
Here.
Commissioner Rogers.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. And could we have the members of the CABs identify themselves, please? Just pop up. And Mr. Burnside, my apologies. I know you're from Douglas, and I stated yesterday that you're from Carson City, so my sincerest apologies. So we've got Mr. Dixon, Mr. Burnside, Mr. McVickers, Mr. Gildone, Mr. Crawford, Mr. Robinson, Mr. Reese, going too fast, Mr. Green, and Mr. Pitts. Did I miss anybody? Mr. Cooney, Mr. Ray. Okay, fabulous. Thank you all for letting us know you're here. If I missed you, please raise your hand. Mr. Bunch, I see Mr. Bunch. Mr. Krim. Okay, thank you all. Agenda item number 13, approval of the agenda, Chairwoman East, for possible action. The commission will review the agenda and may take action to approve the agenda. The commission may remove items from the agenda, continue items for consideration, or take items out of order. Do we have any questions on the agenda? Okay, Seeing none, I'll take it out for public comment. Any comments on our agenda for today, Saturday, May 8th? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission for a motion to approve. I have okay, Commissioner Rogers.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to approve the agenda for today, Saturday, May 8th, as approved and outlined.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'd second that.
Okay, I have a second by Vice Chair Barnes. So a motion by Commissioner Rogers, a second by Commissioner Vice Chair Barnes to approve today's agenda as presented. All in favor, please raise your hand. And opposed, motion carries 9-0. Thank you very much. Agenda item number 14, member items, announcements, and correspondence. Chairwoman East, informational. Commissioners may present emergent items. No action may be taken by the commission. Any item requiring commission action may be scheduled on a future commission agenda. The commission will review and may discuss correspondence sent or received by the commission since the last regular meeting and may provide copies for the exhibit file. Commissioners may provide hard copies of their correspondence for the written record. Correspondence sent or received by Secretary Wasley may also be discussed. So I have sent any of the correspondence that was received yesterday and last evening to Missy this morning. I believe you were all copied on any of that correspondence. I've also had some phone calls. I talked with Mr. Laughlin this morning up in the Ruby Mountains, and I spoke with Mr. Jellison and Mr. Gerard this week. Any other correspondence that you all want to share? Okay, seeing none. Secretary Wasley, do you have anything?
No, Madam Chair, I do not. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, if that's it for agenda item number 14, we'll move on to 15. Okay, county advisory boards to manage wildlife member items informational. CAB members may present emergent items by raising their hands in the virtual forum. No action may be taken by the commission. Any item requiring commission action will be scheduled on a future commission agenda. Do we have any CAB members who wish to make a comment? Okay, I don't see any, so we'll move on. Before I jump into item number 16, I want to state that we're going to, this is a long meeting, and I want to give you a little bit of information before we start agenda item number 16, the commission regulations. So today, as we're really reviewing these tag quotas, we're going to take CAB comment first. So all CABs will be asked to comment before any general public is asked to present their comments. I would ask the commissioners, when you're making a motion to approve a subsection or a section of our tag quotas, that NRS 501.181, our duties and regulations, does require us to, I'm going to read it actually, the section that's important. It's subsection 4. If in establishing any regulations pursuant to this subsection, the commission rejects the recommendations of a county advisory board to manage wildlife with regard to the length of the seasons for fishing, hunting, and trapping, or the bag or possession limits applicable within the respective county, the commission shall provide to the county advisory board to manage wildlife at the meeting an explanation of the commission's decision to reject the recommendations, and as practicable after the meeting, a written explanation of the commission's decision to reject the recommendations. So when you're making a motion, if you can just state why maybe we're going against a CAB recommendation, or it can be as simple as we feel the department's recommendation is a better way to go, or is more consistent with our view of what the quota should be. And then I'll also be asking, some of the CABs did not respond to the quotas, either in the online section or with an action report from their meetings, and they may not have been able to have a meeting, but I would ask that that CABs please speak up throughout the day. This is like I said, a long meeting, and we can't do this without you. So if you feel strongly about a recommendation, please speak up. We have, like I said, most of your recommendations, but it would be really helpful if you would speak up throughout the day. So with that, any questions? Commissioner McNitch?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't realize I was unmuted, but anyway, I do have, considering that we've got this statutory requirement to, explain ourselves if we go against a CAB recommendation. And I'm not sure whether this is the proper time to do it or doing it later on, but, I'm kind of speaking to the CABs here. So I just wanted to talk about, or just throw something out on the table that's really important for us to make these decisions. For several hours yesterday, we heard how the department gets its data, how they process it, the checks and balances in place, how they calculate quotas, and come up with those quotas for a desired management objective, which those objectives have largely have had a lot of input from the CABs over the years. So there's a lot of tie in there. So to the CABs, I would really like to know what processes the CABs have used to gather their information, how they processed it, and how they calculated their quotas. What are their checks and balances? What are the management objectives? These are the things that this is where I'm going to make my comparisons and my understandings. What were your conversations regarding maximum sustained yield? These are all things I heard from the department yesterday. The reason I ask is twofold. CABs are clearly upset about mule deer numbers. We're all concerned, so it's not a problem. I'm just saying that more so than in the past, their alarms are going off. And so it's important to have that conversation. And the other portion, historically, the CABs have relied heavily on following science and biology from the department. And what's happened, what's changed, and is it a value conflict? Is it, we talked about that a little bit yesterday. Is it a value conflict? Not enough information? What is it? I can certainly relate. Me with the bear issues and stuff, I can certainly relate to those types of concerns that arise. So I want to know what's driving that. If it's not a value conflict or lack of information, then what is it? What's driving their concerns? And maybe we can figure out a way to go down a path of pulling things back together. So I just wanted to throw that out there to the CABs in all fairness, that's where my mind will be working today.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Keel?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I was just looking maybe for the department or the CABs to clarify or reconcile how we manage conflicting CAB agreements. I think for the most part, the antelope were really specific, and the CABs only gave an opinion on their area. But I know in deer, there was a couple of areas, one Humboldt and Pershing, where they share the same unit, and they have different opinions on what the quota should be. And then as we get into elk and sheep as well, all the CABs across the state are recommending different objectives and quotas. And what's the thought about how we should think about and respond to the CABs today on that?
Thank you. Secretary Wasley, are you?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the question, Commissioner Keel. It's a really good question, and I think the answer has been variable through time. I think about Chris Smith's presentation yesterday, and I think about that input and the engagement and the public trust. And I think as a commissioner, I think that it's appropriate, perfectly appropriate to place equal weight on those conflicting CAB. Some CABs historically have only made recommendations relative to the quotas within their county. Other CABs have saw fit to make recommendations elsewhere. I think one of our challenges and maybe a past frustration of the department is that if the overwhelming majority of cabs were silent on a particular recommendation, and then one cab offered a recommendation that countered the department's recommendation, that some past commissions may have been inclined to go with that one cab, but it has oftentimes upset the other cabs who, in their silence or support, felt that their input wasn't adequately, acknowledged. But I think at the end of the day, as Chris Smith said yesterday, we are all here for all the wildlife and all the people, and that we don't necessarily, have a particular recommendation that we give deference to one county over another, place more weight on one county or another. But I would offer certainly anybody else from the department or even Dag Burkett, who has greater familiarity with those specific roles and responsibilities. But I don't believe there's anything that would require the commission to place disproportionate emphasis on one cab over another. I hope that's helpful, but thank you for the question, Commissioner Keel. It's a great question.
Thank you. Commissioner Hubbs?
I think it would be good for us to have potentially have Mr. Burkett cite the statute we're looking to today in terms of what our obligations are to cite the cab requests or why we defer from the cab request, just so everyone's on the same page and so it goes fairly smoothly today.
Okay, thank you. Dag Burkett?
Yeah, so Tiffany, you did a great job of citing that statute for us, and I greatly appreciate that. I sent that on to Madam Chairwoman East earlier in the week, just to make sure that the Wildlife Commission is cognizant of their obligations as it relates to the county advisory boards, and she actually cited it. You know what I could do, Commissioner Hubbs, is send that email to you so you have it as well. And Chairwoman East just cited the actual statute. And for some reason, of course, as I'm going to look for it right now, I don't have it in front of me. What's the number of that statute?
The statute is NRS 501.0. I'm sorry. Let me start over. 501.181, duties and regulations.
Okay, thank
And I'll
you.
send
I
it
think
to
that will be
everybody.
helpful to keep in front of us to revert back to when we're making motions and making sure we're in compliance with it.
You bet.
Does anyone else want a copy of that? Maybe the DAG can send it to Missy and she can send it to everyone. Okay,
Perfect. I'll send it to everyone.
thank you. Any other questions or thoughts? Yes, Commissioner Caviglia.
I guess just kind of my opinion too, but the cabs are important, and I've heard it a lot that I talk to a lot of people, and I hear a lot of people that they don't want to get involved anymore because they're like, oh, whatever we say at the cab, the commission just overrides it. So it's really, I think it is really important that we listen to them. I just wanted to put it out there. I've heard that multiple times. It's not just one individual. I've heard it from a number of individuals, and then it's just kind of the nature of our world now. It's like this, don't trust anything type of deal. You know what I mean? And it's out there. It's definitely out there. So I think it is really important to listen to the cabs and to the public. So I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you. Commissioner Hubbs?
I'm just going to go off on a little tangent just because yesterday we did have a really great dialogue about our public trust doctrine. And this is where it gets difficult, I think, as commissioners. And I just would like to point out, we have our department telling us biologically what they feel is best for the species. And then we have a subsection of our public coming back at us and saying, hey, we don't quite agree with what the department's saying. We want to change this. And then ultimately, we have to state now why we don't agree with the cabs. And it's like, to me, I find that difficult, because we're trying to figure out what is best for the species. We have biologists telling us what they feel is best. We have the public telling us in certain sections of the state what they would like to see. And we have to make this determination. And if we veer from the cab, not the department, we have to state why. Am I interpreting that correctly? So we have to say, even though the department says biologically this is sound, these people out in this community feel like this is a better decision. They live there. This is what they want. But we have to do what's best for the overall public and what's best for wildlife. And am I missing something here? Because I think this is really important to talk about openly. It puts the commission in a really bad position, I believe, this, my opinion, the legislation, because we're going to have to conversely, it's like, who are we answering to? We have biologists coming in telling us one thing and community members telling us they want another. And I can see how we can vary, but who is a controlling factor here? And I think that's something to talk about. It's difficult. And so just when we go over NRS 501.181, which section are we focused on here? Because we have a lot of duties mentioned here.
We do. If you look at section 4A under seasons, A is seasons for hunting, game animals, and game birds. And I just want to remind everyone that this, this was brought up to us at our our March meeting by one of our cabs that felt like, as Commissioner Cavilla mentioned, they weren't being heard. And I too have heard it from a number of cabs. They feel like, why even go through the process? And so we are legislatively bound to provide a reason why we're not listening. I would recommend you, what was recommended to me when I got on this commission, is to weigh all sides, weigh the public side, weigh the cab side, weigh the biology side from the department, and then go with that feeling or that gut that you get, or that, I know it's a balance and there's no real science to it, but that was the recommendation to me. And so that's the recommendation I would make to you. And if someone else has a different way to do it, then by all means do it your way. So
Chairwoman East, the only thing is, when I'm looking at this subsection, we're in 4, it says I'm looking under 4A, it says the regulations must be established after, this is halfway down, first considering the recommendations of the department, comma, the county advisory boards to manage wildlife and others who wish to present their views at any open meeting. So first deference, in my opinion, is given to the department's recommendation. Is that correct?
I'm going to ask Dag Burkett to respond to that. The only thing I'm asking you to do today is to state, if you're going against a cab recommendation, is to state why. If you feel the department's recommendation is more of a fit, that's all I'm asking you to do. So that
but is that required under law? That's what I'm asking you, because when I look at that section, I don't see where it says we have to state why.
It does, in my opinion, it does. But the DAG sent this to me, so I'm going to have him. He's our legal advisor. I'm going to have him.
Yeah. So if you go to subsection 4A, and it's after that first sentence, Commissioner Hubbs, is a long one, but let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 lines down, starting at the very end of that line, if. Do you see that part there?
No, what subsection are you under? Still A?
Subsection, so it's 501.181, section 4A. And
okay, so this, I'm looking online. So this was a recent change in legislation? Because potentially I have old legislation up in front of me. I don't see an if anywhere
Perhaps you
in
do.
here.
You know what? We just sent an email to you. If you could pull that email up, it has the relevant portion excerpted.
Okay. I just want to get this right before we go through all this. I'm sorry.
Absolutely. And I
Okay.
highlighted in bold the portion that has to do with the CAB recommendations. Do you see that there?
Okay, so basically, if you go online, like you hadn't sent me the real statute, what happens is online, like if you go to Justicia or anything like that, they'll sometimes have outmoded statute, right? So to me, I'm wondering, when was this change made? Because I don't see this in the regular statute online. So to me, that indicates quickly that there was a recent change in legislation
I
that
think
required
that
this.
our deputy director has a long history of knowledge about these issues and probably could talk to you about that. I do recall, though, that occurred perhaps in the last decade, because I think prior to my involvement with the board, I watched a lot of commission meetings, and I do recall that there was some angst between the department and the commissions, or the CABs, and that was moved into the statute with the concern that perhaps CAB recommendations were not being followed, or were not being considered, I should say.
Okay, understood. Because to me, it just from practicing law, if something's online and you're sending me different variations of what happens on an online community, obviously is legislation lags. So I'm like wondering, okay, when was this change in? Because the one online doesn't even reflect this verbiage. So
yeah,
this to me seems like a recent addition. I can look at that up. So it says, if in establishing any regulations pursuant to this subsection, the commission rejects the recommendations of the county advisory board to manage wildlife with regard to the length of the seasons, so on and so forth, bag limits, possession, the commission shall provide to the county advisory board to manage wildlife at the meeting an explanation of the commission's decision to reject the recommendations. And as soon as practical after meeting, a written explanation of the commission's decision to reject the recommendation. So the old legislation used to specifically say, first, we would consider the department. That's what I'm seeing the difference. And now it looks like the CABs are directing us. And if we don't do what the CABs say, we have to write, state why, and then write an explanation to the CAB to reject if their recommendations. Am I understanding that correctly?
I think you are, and I do see that. I just looked up the statute myself under the legislature's site, and it had it there. I don't know what site you looked at.
Yeah, the one I looked at, Craig, was just as we were talking, like I, Googled Justicia US law.
Yeah, maybe that's old.
So it's probably an old statute. This is 2014, so that was 7 years ago. So I'm thinking, obviously, within 7 years, we changed that legislation based on the information that you provided me in this new one. And I guess my feeling is this: why do we even have biologists? I'm just going to tell you how I feel. Why do we even have biologists telling us what they believe the quota should be if the CAB members are the ones we have to defer to?
I'm not going to respond to that loaded question, but I will say that it looks like the statute was changed in 2011 and 2015. So I believe that was when this one of those dates was when this particular portion was added. So within either the last 6 or 10 years. But I'll do that research for you, and I'll email you.
Yeah, I mean, I just find that interesting because it's like, who's managing the public trust? Like, what are we doing here? And I mean, I understand we have to follow legislation. We're bound to do that. But I really question that whole concept of who's determining these quotas. Everyone's getting upset about our deer populations, getting mad at our department. And we're deferring to the community out there for what the quota should be. And that's kind of, I don't see how we could ever get mad at the department if we're not going to listen to their biologist. That's just my opinion. And I mean, I don't really get heated into the hunting issues. I mean, I understand quota setting is really important for a lot of people, and I'm usually very quiet at these commission meetings. But to me, I think this is really important that we look at that and think about that. because we have an overriding mantra to us to follow the public trust doctrine as a commission. And we get this legislation in here that's very difficult for us to do. And I understand why it's difficult. I mean, so we're going to hear from a biologist today who says, this is what the quota looks like it should be from the scientific data. We told you all the survey information, so on and so forth. And then we're going to have lay people out in the community living there telling us they think something else. And that if we defer from what they tell us to do, then we have to do X, Y, and Z and tell them why. And I understand that we need to get the public's view, but remember, it's equitable shares of wildlife species. And we need to really value, I feel like this type of hand binding to the commission is unfair. And it's telling us to disregard scientific specialists, people out on the field, doing the surveys, telling us what they think to any person who lives in that county who believes we should do something different, who met at a CAB meeting. And that's difficult. I mean, for me to even put my mind around. And then if I do defer to the department over the CAB, then I have to, we have to put all this extra emphasis into why. And to me, I'm like, we should just be able to say the scientific information provided to us shows that it should be otherwise.
And I think that's all I'm asking you to do today, Commissioner Hubbs, is state the scientific data states this. We're going with the department recommendation on this motion. You don't have to do it every time you make you raise your hand. It's for the person making the motion to state, and we can decide to support that or not. I saw Secretary Wasley's hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Couple things to offer. This was adopted in 2015. The department put forward a bill. I think it was AB 78. And that bill was originally intended to give the commission authority to adjust the elk damage compensation fee that's charged to elk tag applicants in the event that the department saw a potential shortfall in that account. It would provide the commission the authority. Senator Gocochea was able to take that bill and address a concern brought to him by counties who felt much the same as what some of you have expressed that you're hearing now. The history for wildlife management in Nevada is a long history of debate around who ultimately has wildlife management authority. It originally began with the counties and went to the state and went back to the counties. And so this debate has been an ongoing discussion for a great number of years since the inception of wildlife management in Nevada between state, county. And it concerns me greatly that we're starting off this meeting with the portrayal of, such adversarial perspectives between the department and the CABs. And I think that we are aligned, overwhelmingly aligned. We are overwhelmingly in the minority in terms of individuals who choose to recreationally pursue and potentially harvest wild animals. And to find that we're, at odds before we, even begun to discuss recommendations from the counties and the department should probably concern us all a little bit. And I don't think that we have different desires and different objectives. We certainly have different training. We certainly have different data points. And I think that's what this discussion should really be about, as Commissioner McNitch brought up. Yesterday, we saw and heard the department's data points, where the department gets that data, what we do with that data. And Commissioner McNitch has asked that CABs also represent where they get their data. I think another really important part of this discussion is, there will be recommendations of specific management actions as it pertains to quotas. I would ask, each county and each commissioner to ask, why? Why is it that you want this action? What are your desired objectives, your management objectives with this action, and will those actions actually result in the achievement of those objectives? Because as we know, we as humans, our lifespan, our reproductive cycle our comforts of having a thermometer to turn the air conditioning on or the heater on or thermostat. We are not subject to the same pressures, the same fluctuations, the same sources of mortality that wild animals are. And it is, it's kind of ironic that historically some of these concepts have been best understood by commissioners representing farming and ranching because of animal husbandry practices. But it concerns me that we're starting off with kind of this adversarial tone, because I overwhelmingly believe that the department and the cabs want the same thing. Where there happens to be disagreement is with the means by which, or the mechanisms by which we get to that point. We all want healthy populations. We all want abundant opportunity. We all want high quality experiences. The disagreement sometimes comes in the best way to achieve that. And I don't think that should be lost as we talk about who to give deference to. One last point, Commissioner Hubbs, I certainly appreciate your concern over having to go to great lengths to document anywhere that you differ from the CAB recommendation. And I'll share that since this was adopted 6 years ago, that what we've been able to do is capture dissenting thoughts, ideas, opinions in the minutes. And so when a commissioner says, well, I'm going to go with the CAB's recommendation on this, or there's a compromise even, the department recommends this, the CAB recommends that, simply stating on the record why you're recommending what you're doing or going to vote the way you vote allows us to capture it in the minutes. And so for 6 years now, we've been able to meet that expected desire to inform CABs why the commission or specific commissioners went the direction that he or she did. So it hasn't been overly burdensome for the department to meet that aspect of the statute. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Secretary Wozniak. Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think Tony kind of summed up my comments, with respect to the cabs. I talked to cab members prior to this meeting. And I've told the ones that I've talked to that it bothers me that they're upset. And look, we're going to have some quotas that there's going to be disagreement on today, but the vast majority of the quotas, there's not going to be a ton of discussion on. There's a lot of agreement there. It was expressed to me, the relevancy aspect of these cabs. And it's like, look, the cab members sit on our committees. They have meetings. There's budget processes, which, by the way, get your budgets in to Gil. Madam Chair, I'll let you maybe expound on that when you get a chance. But the commission recognizes the importance of the cabs. And when I made my statement, I'm trying to be fair and open and honest and transparent with the cabs. These are the things that I'm going to want to hear. I don't expect them to come in and say, well, we flew our helicopters and we did surveys over here. That's I'm realistic. I get it. I'm not trying to pinch people in a corner, but Tony really wrapped that up very sufficiently for me. What are you basing your thoughts on? Give me something to compare as much apples to apples as possible, so that I have something to understand and compare. I'm easier to convince to increase tags than I am to decrease tags, and the reason for that is just because of how my mind works and my understanding, how I understand things, the biology, and doesn't make it wrong or right. It's just my thought process. So that's why I threw it out. It doesn't represent the full commission. I'm just, that's Commissioner Hubbs. That's why I made the statement. I wanted the cabs to understand where my thought, how I'm going to be processing information today and what I was looking for from them, so that I could give fair weight to their comments and consider their proposals. So I just throw that out, and I'm not uncomfortable with explaining myself. And I appreciate the conversation to make sure that we're doing it properly and correctly, because there was an intent to that statute. And if we don't honor that and do the best we can to meet it, then and we're remiss. And so anyway, that's my thoughts.
Okay, thanks. Let's move on. We've got a long day ahead of us, and I think this is, unless anyone has anything further that is beneficial to add to the conversation. Otherwise, we're going to move on. This was not for public comment, so I was just trying to state some, not necessarily rules, but just a little bit of the schedule, the way I see taking public comment today and making our motions. So with that, we'll start agenda item number 16, commission regulations for possible action adoption, public comment allowed. Commission agenda item number 16A, commission regulation 21-14, big game quotas for 2021-22 seasons. Wildlife staff specialist Mike Cox, Cody Schroeder, Cody McKee, and Pat Jackson for possible action. The commission will establish regulations for the numbers of tags to be issued for mule deer, pronghorn antelope, elk, bighorn sheep, and mountain goats for the 2021-22 seasons. Mr. Scott.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission. For the record, I'm Mike Scott. I'm the administrator for the game division. As you've seen, the department is generally recommending lower quotas this year. Department biologists have seen lower recruitment in several areas and across species, primarily due to excessive drought conditions. We have not seen any meaningful relief in the form of precipitation anywhere in the state to speak of, but despite the dry conditions, we still have good prospects for hunting. My concern as of right now is that some, if not many, of our big game herds may be over carrying capacity with respect to water, and not to mention forage conditions. And if we were to go into next winter with our big game animals in poor body condition, and we have a hard winter, we might see some excessive losses to some of our herds. We have provided you with a list of CAB comments where they disagree with the department recommendations. Most of those comments are advocating for lower quotas in various units, although some of them are asking for some increases. A lot of those changes are really minimal, and they make very little difference to the population biologically, whether those tags were removed or not. The loss of those tags, though, will be felt by the people who would have drawn those tags, but will now be denied that recreational experience. So as you can imagine, if more bucks are left on the landscape after the seasons close, that will lead to a higher desired buck harvest the following year, which Cody went through that yesterday. The desired buck harvest is the number of bucks that we intend to remove from that population to maintain those ratios. And when we end up with additional bucks on the landscape, we find ourselves in this spiraling buck ratio scenario that you see, and it's that buck ratio creep that can be an issue biologically. There's one thing that I also want to mention. There's a thought that a change one way or another will drive the deer population up or down on whether we have 20 more buck tags or 20 less buck tags, that's going to affect the population. And I just want to, all we have to do is look back a few years to what we had to do with our elk populations in order to change the trajectory of those herds. We had to issue so many elk tags to try to bring those populations down that, we had extra seasons and increased quotas and on and on and on. So the thought that just a handful of buck tags is going to add or change the deer population it doesn't hold water. There can be a few extra animals on the landscape, but it's not going to change the actual trajectory of those herds. There's an accusation out there that I heard the other day, and I just want to dispel it, that our game biologists or the game division staff may inflate quotas in anticipation of the cabs recommending lower quotas. And I want to assure you that we will never recommend a higher quota in an effort to predict a lower cab recommendation. To the contrary, many times we select a more conservative quota in areas that we know the cabs will disagree with. And part of that comes from the demand success formula and things that you saw yesterday. Our desire is to allow more people to participate by issuing tags, and that's the one of the main reasons why you see increased quota recommendations. But most importantly, from my perspective, is our commitment to provide you with sound recommendations to maintain a quality hunt. So with that, I think that we are going to start with antelope, and I will pass it along to Cody Schroeder, unless anybody has any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Any questions for Mr. Scott before we get started with antelope? Okay, seeing none. Go ahead, Mr. Schroeder.
All right. You all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Madam Chair, East, members of the commission, good morning. Thanks for the opportunity to speak with you today. I got a brief presentation before we get into antelope. I think the plan is just to go in order since antelope are first. I'll be up. Just wanted to kind of follow up with a little bit of conversation that we had yesterday and tell you all that I really appreciate the questions that we received. They were great questions, great conversation. I have some additional just kind of follow-up slides that are in reference to some of the stuff we went through yesterday. In hindsight, maybe I should have had them in the presentation yesterday, but kind of had tried to focus on the quota development process, but we got into body condition and some of these other things that I'm going to present today. And then following that, I just have just a few brief slides kind of specific to antelope quota recommendations. So I'm going to just start with sharing my screen. And can you all see my presentation? Okay, great. See some nods.
Yes.
All right, so I'm going to just briefly touch on some of the aspects of nutrition and body condition as it pertains to ungulates, and it's really going to apply to all of our ungulate species. So not just antelope, but mule deer, elk, bighorn sheep. Just kind of some general stuff, and I have covered this material before with the commission, but it's been a few years now. But like I said, it kind of pertains to some of our conversations yesterday. So I'm going to start off right here with this sort of classic paper from the Wildlife Society Bulletin from 1978, and this is one of the figures from there. It's kind of cartoonish, but I feel like it really kind of portrays some of the topics well in this graphic. So the title of this paper is Sledding on a Brushy Hillside, the Fat Cycle in Deer. But again, it could apply to not just mule deer, but all ungulates. So, where we're starting on this kind of conversation, these are different planes of nutrition throughout the season. So summer range, summer nutrition is very, very important for ungulates. Okay, that's when one of the times that they have their highest energy demands. They're lactating, they're growing tissues. Later in the year, they're going to be entering breeding activities. So they have a high energetic demand. So that's kind of displayed here in climbing up this hill with their sleds. The goal is to get as high as they can on the hill. Okay, and some of this food, the quality of the food is going to aid in their ascent. The better the quality of food, the higher they can get. Okay. They're also going to be provisioning offspring, the does are during this time, or antlers for males. And so they have this kind of conflicting demand and resource issue. As we get farther on down to at the end of the summer and into fall, those energy demands are still high because we have the breeding season going on. But this is really the point in time where they have the least load. So they're the fattest, they're the best condition because they're preparing themselves at this point for winter. And again, the higher on the hill they get, as you can kind of probably guess going down the slide, the better off they're going to be. But they're also competing with each other, okay, on these. And the more animals you have, obviously, and with a limited amount of food, you know, they have to disperse that nutrition amongst themselves. So there's competition going on. As we progress down, we get to the winter season, and that's where, you know, forage availability is going to be just of super importance. Okay, so that's when the deer in this cartoonish example start sledding down this hill. And what slows their descent is basically how much food they have available. Okay, so that's winter forage conditions. And again, they're competing with each other. At this point in time, males and females are together, oftentimes in big, large groups. They're constrained on winter range, and so they're competing with each other. The higher they were on the hill, the better off they're going to be. But also just the amount of food that's available is going to help them slow their descent down the hill. As we progress towards spring, that is probably the crucial time. Okay, so this is denoted here in these cartoonish deer falling off of this cliff, so to speak, to their death. Okay, and that's the point where they're generally in their lowest body condition coming out of winter. And if they don't have the appropriate resources and they have harsh conditions, they can actually, you know, go off the edge of the cliff, the nutritional cliff, so to speak, and die. And that's where we see starvation, malnutrition. We see, you know, fawns dying and even adult does dying in some years. To further kind of get at this point, I wanted to discuss this study that was conducted because it's going to be the underpinning of some of these graphs that I'm going to show you and talk about carrying capacity. There was quite a few questions yesterday about carrying capacity, how we define it, how we know when we're there. This was a study done on white-tailed deer by Dale McCullough. He published a book on it, and they had an opportunity to, in a sort of an enclosure scenario, manipulate densities of deer. So they reduced populations down to very, very low densities, around 10 individuals, 10 adult females in this small enclosure. Then they progressively allowed the densities to increase. And while they were doing that, they were collecting very high detailed data on reproduction, nutritional condition, body condition, age throughout the study. And then they developed these models called Rickard models after a fisheries biologist, actually, about population growth and harvest. So this is kind of one of the first graphs that I'm going to show you. So this is recruitment number. In this case, it's the number of young, but you could think of this as also as a ratio, such as, you know, you hear us reference the fawn to adult ratio in relation to population size. So think about a population size to start off with. It's very low. Maybe it's an introduced population on an island or something like that. It starts off very small. It's going to experience growth, very productive, but you have a small population size up until a point where we get to this point called maximum MSY, or maximum sustained yield. Okay, and it's reasons called maximum sustained yield. These fisheries biologists that developed a lot of these theoretical models wanted to figure out how they could harvest the maximum amount of fish from ocean stocks, but still have a sustainable population that would, you know, breed and reproduce the next year. They were really trying to just ultimately maximize the harvest as best they could and figure out mathematically how they could do that. As we get down towards the figure, this is K, carrying capacity. That is basically the point where this population is going to max out. Okay, it's not going to grow anymore. And we see characteristics of these populations having low productivity, low reproductive rate. You'll tend to see skinnier animals in poor condition, coats that don't look great, as opposed to the other end of the spectrum where we see in some species twins or triplets indicators of, really high nutritional plain antler growth that's really above average for males. This relates to what we kind of talked about yesterday as well. I believe there was a question from Commissioner Caviglia about, compensatory versus additive mortality. So we can define additive mortality as just simply mortality that's added to other types of mortality. So we have predation, could be road hit mortality, harvest. All these things are additive. Versus compensatory is a form of mortality where one form is compensated for by another. An example of this might be you could have harvest instead of starvation. And another way you might think of compensatory mortality is if you remove one individual from the population, from say harvest, you're giving the chance for another individual to actually make it through the year and survive through the year. As opposed to if you didn't have that harvest, if you just let Mother Nature run its course, you might lose both of those individuals in certain conditions. So this is again the same figure with a little bit added information on here. So again, MSY is the peak of this parabolic graph. So this is recruitment number. Again, think of this as fawns. This is the absolute number of fawns in relation to population, but you could also think of it as a ratio. This dotted line is going to be the number that were attempted recruits. Okay, so now we're adding in doe pregnancy rates. Oftentimes, particularly with mule deer and antelope, they have, they conceive twins, but they may not actually deliver those twins, or if they do deliver them, one might survive and one might not. And so then we go further down the graph here, and this is the actual number that's recruited in the population by the time they're a year old. The reason this is the reason this is important is this kind of maximum sustained yield right here is basically the point in a theoretical mathematical framework where we would see additive mortality on the left-hand side or compensatory mortality on the right-hand side. Okay, so if we're down here and our populations are at low size and high and recruitment rate is population rate is increasing, mortality tends to be additive. Okay, so things like predation and harvest tend to be additive. When we're on this side of the graph, mortality tends to be compensatory. In other words, removing animals from predator work or harvest or road mortality or things like that are essentially just going to be compensatory because a portion of those animals, the same portion of those animals are expected to die of natural causes anyway. And so, there was a question yesterday about how do you account for carrying capacity in models? And the answer that I gave was, we really don't have a good way. There's no model that, at least the ones that we're using now, that really have just a number. There's not a number that we come up with. But there are these characteristics. So I pulled this out of a manuscript from my advisor, Terry Boyer. This has been published many times in different journals, but these are just characteristics of populations in general. When we see things that for populations that are either below maximum sustained yield in red here, or populations that are at or near K. First one being nutritional condition of adult females. They tend to be better in populations that are below carrying capacity, as you would expect, poor in populations near carrying capacity. Pregnancy rates of adult females tend to be higher when they're below maximum sustained yield and lower at populations near K. You can have pauses in annual reproduction by females. This is oftentimes more characteristic in elk than it is deer, but it's very less likely when they're lower. They have, young every year when they're below maximum sustained yield compared to when they're at carrying capacity. They may skip a year or two of reproduction because their bodies just can't simply mount enough effort to get pregnant and maintain that fetus. yearlings pregnant. This came out of the George Reserve deer herd, where when they had very low densities, they saw a very high proportion of yearlings becoming pregnant. And it's very typical below carrying capacity, but it's seldom at K. Age at first reproduction, again, these vary depending on which ungulate species you're talking about. Mountain goats tend to be a lot higher for this one. White-tailed deer and even mule deer can have young at 1 year of age, or even fawns. It's been documented in fawns for white-tailed deer before they reach a year. Much younger at age of first reproduction when populations are below, and older, they might be 2 years old or 3 before they can mount first reproduction when they're at carrying capacity. These last 3 are very important. Weight of neonates tends to be heavier in populations below MSY and lighter when they're at K. So we can measure this thing. We can measure these if we go out and capture animals. And survivorship of young. So that's where our recruitment rates, the data we collect come into play, tends to be additive at below maximum sustained yield and compensatory when we're at populations near K. And then this one is one that's kind of getting more attention lately. It's been known for a long time that age tooth wear can be very important. And it tends to be the age at which we see extensive tooth wear tends to be older in populations that are below carrying capacity and much younger in populations that are near K. And so that's something that we're kind of exploring. Pat Jackson talked about it yesterday, but we kind of want to explore that, where we can in the future. So those are kind of some of the characteristics. I just want to get some kind of more of the theoretical stuff, look at a little bit of some actual examples from the literature. So this is a figure from a publication from David Stoner at Utah State University. He looked at NDVI across the Great Basin. Okay, so NDVI is basically greenness. Okay, it's measuring from satellites in space the greenness in plant material. It's short for normalized difference vegetation index. So this is the mean over a 14-year period. You can see several patterns here. Obviously, the Great Basin, parts of Nevada are very, brown compared to, other parts of the West, the Rocky Mountains, for instance. But within Nevada, you see these higher pockets of higher productivity. These are generally speaking higher elevations where we receive lots more moisture in the form of snow or rain. And the reason this is important is because what Mr. Stoner did was compare. He took data from agencies from Utah and Nevada and Colorado and related this NDVI with productivity. So he looked at deer density and he also compared it with fawn ratio. This is normalized difference vegetation index on the x-axis and mule deer density, square root of mule deer density to flatten out the relationship on the y-axis. And it was a very tight correlation. Okay, and all this is saying is basically what most of you probably already know, that mule deer abundance increases with primary productivity. And one of the ways that we have measured that is through satellite images of normalized difference vegetation index. These panels on the right are just kind of characteristics of high productive brush zones, oak brush zones, I think in this case, with a much more arid, dry, habitat types, such as maybe the Mojave Desert or southern end of the Great Basin, where we see just lower productivity and we see fewer deer in general in those areas. So what he did with this model is he predicted mule deer abundance in these different areas in relation to this satellite imagery. And what a few things that pop out to me are just overall, if you look at, the abundance of Nevada, which is the higher abundance is in red color compared to blue. Comparatively across the West, we are much lower, as you would expect, because of the differences in just productive habitats that you see in the Rockies, for instance, in Utah, Colorado, parts of Arizona. We are in the rain shadow of the Sierra Nevada, but we do have these higher elevation productivity areas. So some of the Sierra Nevada, the Ruby Mountains, Shell Creek Range, for instance, the Jarbidge Mountains, we see these pockets of high elevation, high productivity areas where we expect this high mule deer abundance. And that's what we see in our population estimates. These are directly reflective of our population estimates and our productivity. I want to kind of bring this further home, this point home. So we started catching mule deer back in 2011. This was part of my PhD dissertation. When we first started, we captured deer in 3 different areas to start out with in Nevada. We caught does and fawns. We captured over 700 mule deer. We collected very detailed data on those, similar to what they had in the white-tailed deer study, the George Reserve Deer Herd Study. We calculated, or we measured their weight, their body condition using an ultrasound machine, their body size. We collected metrics, blood and other things, and attached collars to monitor their survival. And one of the things that we saw was that there was a strong effect of body condition on survival. And this was true of both adults and fawns. It was definitely more pronounced in fawns, as you would expect, than it was in the adults in terms of survival, because there's more variation inherently in fawn survival. Adult survival tends to be fairly high, just in general, but we also did see differences between males and females. But the important point here that I want to kind of make is this is a relative body mass index. So animals that were in poor condition, and the farther you were from the mean, the lower your survival was, both for adults and fawns. Animals that tended to be in good condition, again, from this measure of body fat or a body mass index, similar to the human body mass index, tended to have higher survival. And the interesting point there between the males and females is that body condition effect tend to mitigate after a point in time. So male and female survival tended to overlap more. You didn't see as much of a difference in animals that were in very good body condition. And finally, I just kind of want to make this point. So you're going to hear a lot today about alternative recommendations regarding doe quotas, for at least for antelope horn shorter than ears and for mule deer. I pulled these 2 examples from 2 areas that we've had fairly aggressive doe harvest. The top panel here is from area 6, 061, 064. These are the years. This data you can also look at in your quota recommendation form. So I just pulled this right off of our forms, the support material that we provided. This population on the top here, the area 6, we are estimated around 1,400. It's increased a little bit. Here are the tags issued, 160, 170, 170. We've issued 510 doe tags and harvested 341 does just in the last 3 years out of a population that we're estimated around 1,500. Here's our fawn ratio, our observed fawn ratio. You can see this one is on an increasing trend, really high, and our 4-year average is well above the state average. It's one of the only ones that, Mike Scott mentioned that we are experiencing low recruitment in a lot of areas, and that has to do with, or that's affecting some of these lowering of quotas that we were suggesting. But in these 2 examples, we're really high. We're above the statewide average. Below that is area 14 and 15. We manage that, or we model that together, but it's hunt unit groups 141, 143, 151, and 156. It's actually 2 separate units. Here we have a population estimate where we started out around 3,400 in 2018. We've issued 1,430 doe tags, and we've harvested 950 does just in the last 3 years in this population of 4,000 that we're estimating now. That's a very, very aggressive harvest rate. I think we were estimating between 18 and 20% is what our targeted harvest rate was in this population. And again, we see high fawn ratios. We did have this dip, but overall, we're looking at a very strong 3-year average on our fawn ratio. So I just want to point that out as an example of when we're talking about, cutting some doe quotas. And why do we have doe quotas to begin with? That it's going to contribute to, a declining population. We are managing these herds, trying to manage them within the carrying capacity of the landscape. So just a few kind of common trends before we get into the quotas. Here's our statewide population estimate for antelope going back to the early 80s. They've been doing really well in general, partially from, our efforts of, expanding them, introducing them to different areas, but also just them pioneering on their own and doing really well. We have seen a little bit of dip in the last 2 years, again, due to overall on a statewide level, poor fawn recruitment, we think related to drought conditions. We do track buck or horn length as we talked about yesterday. We just use this 15-inch horn length as kind of a general metric to track, age structure. 15-inch roughly corresponds to 80-inch Boone and Crockett score. But overall, we're pretty solid. We're generally between 25 and 35% of the harvest, which is really strong. So some of our objectives that are slightly different for antelope, we only really have standard units, and we're managing at 25 bucks per 100 does, and we're looking at that ratio as the 2-year-old and older. Slightly different than mule deer, and the reason for that is this structure that we have with horns longer than ears and horns shorter than ears. It's possible that you can have yearling bucks in that horn shorter than ears category. So we're really talking about just the mature segment of the buck harvest. Those are our management objectives for bucks for pretty much all of our units. And then we have these doe harvest strategies here below, where we're looking at population size and trends in observed fawn ratios. So this is just kind of the final slide I have, just summarizing everything. This is just basically a total of the recommendations that we have by weapon class. We're looking at 2,490 total tags, dispersed as evenly as we can across between non-residents and residents. We have added these new muzzleloader tags in some areas, and we didn't have non-resident muzzleloader tags previously. So we're looking at just a few 9 tags there with these non-resident muzzleloader tags. And then horn shorter than ears. Again, statewide, we're looking at just shy of 1,000 deer tags, or I'm sorry, doe tags, horn shorter than ears tags statewide. And this is just kind of summarizing that breakdown between resident and non-resident. We try to get this as close to 90-10 as possible. However, it can prove difficult with some of the areas that we have, lower quotas. We just don't have enough tags to go around to kind of disperse them 90-10 across the weapon classes. So I'm going to stop sharing that and pause for any questions. And I can, before we actually get into the quota, I have the CR up. I would just ask that, what's the preference of Chairwoman East if we want to kind of go through the quotas, individually, or talk about them all at once, or if there's any questions about some of the material I just covered, I'd be happy to answer those as well.
Okay, let's do questions first. Any questions for Mr. Schroeder? Commissioner Hubbs?
So basically, that was very informative as to why populations may be growing or in decline. I really enjoyed that. But from the data, I just want to go over this. So I have down for 2 consecutive years of lower than average fawn recruitment results in the declining population trend and a reduction in older age class bucks available for harvest in future years. So at this point in time, the state of Nevada is below the recruitment ratio necessary for herd growth, correct?
Sorry. For the record, Cody Schroeder. Let's see, it says I'm still muted. Can you all hear me?
Oh, we can hear you.
Okay. So yeah, that's again on a statewide level. I think that is true, but on a given hunt unit, that may differ, like the examples I showed.
Okay, so just from a statewide perspective, there's declining population trends, but in certain areas, they are increasing and then decreasing. Should we consider the overall state population or simply stick to the hunt units when making our decisions based on your expertise as a biologist?
I would stick to the hunt unit population estimates. I simply show the statewide trend just to kind of show just something we do every year, I guess, maybe more of a tradition to see where we're at kind of on a grand level. But yeah, the quotas that we develop are based on an individual unit. So we do use the population estimate for a particular unit to base our quotas off. And those, some of them are up, but a lot of them are down. And then for the bucks, the reason that some of these are, because we are looking at fairly significant reductions already that we're recommending is based on, poor recruitment from the last couple of years affecting that two-year-old and older part of the buck segment.
Is there anything else outside of your report that you're concerned about with the antelope populations and their numbers?
Certainly, the effects of this drought and really where we're at right now, we're kind of, I don't know, just in limbo. I definitely have concerns because the projections don't look good going through the summer, especially some of the areas that are a little bit more harder hit, like parts of southern Nevada, southeastern Nevada, as you get down towards Las Vegas and eastern Nevada, those drought impacts have been even more drastic. So we could be looking at, water availability potentially as being a limiting factor for some of those herds, but it's really not something that we can control at this point, nor predict really. We could have summer rains and maybe mitigate some of those. Outside of that, I don't have, overall populations are very, very adapted at these conditions. Pronghorn in particular have a propensity to rapidly increase. They have high twinning rates when conditions are good. So they can rebound fairly quickly in favorable conditions. Hope that answers your question.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Anyone else? I thought I saw somebody else's hand up. Commissioner Keith.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair and Mr. Schroeder. So do I have my math right that the quotas were presented this year about 2,500? I'm looking at the big game status book. It was 4,300 tags issued last year. So it's a reduction in 1,800 tags statewide.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I'm just looking at my kind of summary sheet. So last year there were, that might be a misprint. I'm showing that there were a little over 4,000 approved last year, 4,326 total. And we're recommending about 3,465 this year. So it's about a 20% reduction.
Okay, either way, that was a big number. I thought that slide showed 2,400, but I must have read that wrong.
No, he mentioned 2,490. So is that a particular hunt group, Mr. Schroeder?
I'm not sure where the 2,490 came from. Was that in my slide?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's also in the summary for the species at the beginning of your summary. Yeah.
So that's not including the horn shorter than ears tags. The reason for that is just to kind of show, in order to kind of look at the non-resident resident split, because we don't offer non-resident horns shorter than ears tags, just kind of wanted to show the difference between that is a misleading slide. I apologize for that. The total, I think, if I'm looking at the right number, is we're looking at 3,465 total tags this year, including the horn shorter than ears.
Okay.
Sure, still a pretty good decrease. So maybe just a follow-up
Yes.
to that the parabolic chart demonstrated the compensatory loss is only a factor when at maximum sustained yield. So does the quota, is the objective to grow the herd, and obviously it's different unit by unit, but is the objective in a lot of the quotas to increase that population, which we hear a lot of public comment about, or do we believe that some of these areas are at maximum sustaining yield? And it would just be beneficial, I think, for the entirety of today's discussions to kind of have what that objective is in the quota that you're recommending based on.
Yeah, Commissioner Keel, for the record, Cody Schroeder. So, just in general, I would say that where we have the two examples that I showed are probably where we're really trying to manage on the left-hand side of that curve, really, to try to curb growth, herd growth. A lot of the quotas for does in particular we're well below that. Populations, they may be closer to carrying capacity, and honestly, we probably should be recommending more doe quotas in other areas, in my opinion. But it's not something that we necessarily particularly factor in. We don't, like I said, on a unit by unit level, we're not looking at a certain number for a carrying capacity. It's more we use the percentage of the doe harvest rate and to come up with our doe harvest quotas. They tend to be on the conservative side, and probably more so than they should be.
Yeah, fair enough. It's helpful to me when I think about this is if the quota that's proposed, if you think that, then, but yeah, just understanding the thought.
Okay.
So I just wanted to clarify, if I might, Chairwoman East, in terms of the drought that we're experiencing, I think conceptually it would be good for all of us to really talk about the drought. It sounds like that obviously lack of water leads to lack of resources, lack of vegetation. And as we saw from the slides, that can impact the herd growth because of the health and vigor of all of the animals that are subjected to the environment. So I know we were saying the water levels in southern Nevada and eastern Nevada were bad. How were the water levels, elsewhere across the state?
Yeah, so Commissioner Hubbs, if you read, so I think we kind of covered this in our status book, but in general, just going off of memory, the northern part of the state tended to be, and even the center part of the state tended to be a little better off, particularly the higher elevations in terms of snowpack and even just moisture. So areas like, some of the higher elevations in central Nevada, like the Toyabis, received, I think, close to average. Some in northern Nevada, in areas like parts of Humboldt County, for instance, received fairly close to normal precipitation. The Sierra Nevada was, I think, from memory, ski reports were, 50 to 60% of average snowpack. So we're definitely lower there. But I can tell you just from kind of looking at the drought monitor and the drought predictions that it's more dire in eastern and southern Nevada than it is in the north part of the state.
Okay, any other questions for Cody? Oh, Commissioner Hubbs?
Oh, I was just going to say, I just wanted to keep that in mind when we're looking at all the numbers, right? Like where the hunt units are and why they may vary, over the state, like decreases and increases. So, or putting together the same near or around the same quota numbers from last year. I just think it's important to understand that there are changes in certain portions of the states. And when we're looking at the recommendations from variation from what's been depicted by the department, we should consider the drought. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Secretary Wasley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to go back to Commissioner Keel's question. I think that's a really, really excellent point, where you can talk about managing for populations, maximum populations, or you can talk about managing for quality experience and herd health and having things in balance with the habitat. I think some of the assumptions that drive some of the comments and some of the alternate recommendations are built around the idea that if there are more animals out there, that there are going to be more large bucks, or that if we allow animals to live to an older age, that they're going to have larger antlers as a result of being an older aged animal. But if we go back to that graph that Cody showed, and we talk about those characteristics of populations, below MSY or above MSY, you think about twinning or tripling, those two examples that he showed with antelope in the central part of the state. We have populations that aren't necessarily bursting at the seams, but have incredible high fawn ratios at over 60. One of them was at 67. I think the other was at 60 in the most recent year. So we have incredible high fawn ratios, and those fawn ratios are a byproduct of body condition. And we know that whether it's horn growth or antler growth is also a product of body condition. I know one particular study that showed that a 5% reduction in body weight due to food limitation translated to a 50% reduction in antler volume. So in some ways, if we manage for populations and we're trying to maximize the number on the landscape, what we're going to risk is the quality of the experience, the quality of the animals, the number of fawns produced. And again, it's sometimes counterintuitive. And when we compare historic numbers, it's not a fair or reasonable expectation to compare numbers in the 80s that resulted from 3 back-to-back years in an El Nino event to what we're looking at now with catastrophic drought and extreme drought covering the majority of the state. So I think Commissioner Keel's question is really key to a lot of discussions today. Is it about maximizing the number of animals on the landscape or maximizing production, the relationship between the herd and the habitat and the quality of the animals that are in that population? And it goes back to the one point I made yesterday, that it's counterintuitive that fewer animals can make more fawns, but that's exactly the point. So thanks for asking that question, Commissioner Keel, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Vice Chair Barnes.
Just to tag on a little bit to what Director Wasley had to say, we talk about horn quality, and it's a point I've had discussion with a few other individuals over the last couple of years, that as sportsmen and stuff, we want to be able to go out, and a lot of how we define a high quality hunt is the number of animals we see and the number of high quality animals we see and what we can harvest. But as you look at the quality of the hunter today compared to say 20, 25 years ago, with all the technology we have, the high quality optics we use, the time we spent scouting and whatnot, a lot of these higher quality animals are being found as compared to, say, 20, 25 years ago, when you had your tag and you grabbed your your rifle and the scope you had that maybe wasn't the quality now, and you just went out and started hunting. We didn't do all the scouting, and so a lot of these higher quality animals are probably being taken now more so compared to 20, 25 years ago. So that as we as we look at these quotas and the sports where everybody wants this, the high quality, but we're looking at kind of a different scenario now compared to like say 20, 25 years ago. So I think it's just something that I know that I keep in mind, and because I think, you know, if we have more bucks on the landscape, we're going to have bigger bucks, but with the hunters now, that's not necessarily the case. So that's just something I guess that I keep in mind.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay. So Mr. Schroeder, let's proceed into, I think we'll start with any legal weapon first and go through the any legal weapon horns longer than ears on resident and non-resident, and then we'll take our public comment and come back and do the other weapon classes.
Okay, Chairwoman East, would you like me to, I could share my screen of the CR just so we're looking at, you know, we can kind of follow that way, or would you just like me to discuss them? I'm not quite sure how to proceed here.
I think it would be helpful for you to, we all have this, but maybe for us to see your screen. Does that make sense for everybody? Yeah. No one's agreeing or not agreeing, so. Oh, okay, Mr. Rogers agreed.
Okay, so you should be able to see now, I believe, the CR 21-14.
Yep.
Okay, so yeah, so we can start off here with our resident antelope, horns longer than ears.
Okay.
Any legal weapon. And what you're looking at, basically the black column with 21 quota recommendation is what, you know, that's what we're recommending. And this is what basically was approved last year.
Okay, great. So because I can't see all of you, just go ahead and speak up if you want to suggest changes. So I'll start. I went through the CAB recommendations that were received, and it looks like Washoe County suggested 75 in 015, and Humboldt suggested 55 in 043 to 046. That was it in this category. I did not see, Pershing said they disagreed, but I didn't get any numbers. I didn't see any numbers, so I'm going to ask them when we open this up to public comment to give us some feedback. But those were the suggested changes. Oh wait, mineral. Oh, I'm sorry, hang on. Oh, that's horns longer than ears archery. We're on any legal weapon. Okay, so anybody have any other thoughts, suggestions?
Madam Chair, I just
Yes.
on you had mentioned unit 043 through 046. I'm sorry, what was the CAB recommendation? 50 something? 50?
55.
55. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else have?
I guess, what is the department? I mean, Humboldt's asking for a 50% reduction of proposed. That's not minor by any means. What are the department's thoughts on that?
Thank you, Commissioner Caviglia. For the record, that was Commissioner. If you could just state for the records, just, I know that we can see you, but if you could just state, since I can't see you, Paul. Mr. Schroeder?
Yeah, for the record, Cody Schroeder, staff specialist. So yeah, thanks for the question, Commissioner Caviglia. So, I mean, I'm just going to kind of make this statement in general for all these recommendations, but you know, some of them are minor. As Mike Scott alluded to, they're probably not biologically significant. A 50% reduction really is biologically in my mind, not a sound recommendation, and there's no real basis for it that I can tell. I don't know where the 50% comes from. I don't know if they have a different, population objective or buck to doe ratio that they're shooting for, but those are our best, best recommendations for a responsible quota. So that is a big one. I certainly wouldn't support that. Some of the smaller changes probably aren't biologically going to mean anything, but it could mean, the difference between somebody getting a tag and going hunting or not. So socially, I would say it is any change is a big difference.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, Mr. Scott.
Mike Scott for the record. Yeah, and looking at their justification, Humboldt County recommended that decrease due to a declining population. But if you look, the population actually is an increasing population. So I'm not sure what we have, where the disconnect is there, but that population is actually estimated to be increasing. So if there's somebody from Humboldt County, they're certainly welcome to speak to that, but we're showing an increase in that population.
Okay.
Yeah, Madam Chair, this is Cody McKee, staff specialist for the record. I'd like to kind of just build off of Mr. Schroeder and Mr. Scott's comments, if I may.
Mm-hmm. Please.
So this particular hunt that we're talking about, 043 to 046, we spent a tremendous amount of time yesterday discussing our harvest metrics, how that information is collected, the exceptionally high reporting rate that we get. As you saw in the recommendation, there's no change from 2020 to 2021 in our recommendations. When we go back and look at the metrics that came out of this hunt last year for residents, there was an 88% success rate. So 88% of those 110 hunters harvested, 26% of those hunters harvested bucks that had horns that were 15 inches or longer. And so again, as we talked about, those length metrics are a relative representation of age structure in the population. For reference, the statewide average was 27%. And if we look at this unit group combined with all the other hunts within the unit group for antelope buck with our non-residents and muzzleloader, it was 27% combined. So hunt days are low. Overall effort is consistent with statewide averages, and the hunter satisfaction was 4.6 out of 5. If I'm just looking at harvest statistics without any other information at hand, it's to me, I don't personally see a need to make any changes to our recommended quotas, especially considering we're leaving them the same as they were last year. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McKee. Anybody else have thoughts or questions on an illegal weapon 2151 or 2251? Commissioner Cavilla?
Yeah, Commissioner Cavilla, I would just hope that when it goes out to comment for the calves that Humboldt can give us an explanation of why they want to go down, because that is a drastic difference. So,
Madam Chair, Dave McNinch.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't have, I'm sure I got it, but I sure didn't print it out. Cody, do you have the ELCO recommendations for, I'm sorry, that's just for horns shorter than ears. We'll get to that in a minute. Never mind, I'm a little premature. Thank you.
That's okay. Commissioner Rogers had his hand up as well.
Yeah, Commissioner Rogers, a couple of things. One was just addressed about the cab, addressing that 50% reduction. And then also I noticed there was a big drop in unit 111 through 114, a 70% decrease. I read the recommendation with the fawn recruitment and the drought conditions. I was just curious, and I don't have it in front of me, what the cabs, White Pine County cabs recommendation was for 111 through 114.
I don't believe they had one, but asked them to.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Scott.
Mike Scott for the record. I received their White Pines recommendation form this morning. I submitted it to Missy as support material. And I'm just trying to see, they are in support of all of the resident antelope, non-resident antelope recommendations.
That's what I found too when I went through it. Okay. Unless we have other comments, I'm going to take this out for public comment. We're taking public comment from CABS first. So any other commissioner comments or staff? Okay, seeing none. Mr. Green from Carson. Go ahead, Mr. Green. Can anyone else understand Mr. Green, or is it my connection? No. Okay, Mr. Green, we can't understand you. Maybe why don't we come back to Mr. Green and go to Mr. Gildone? Sorry, Mr. Green. Can we please mute Mr. Green and go to Mr. Gildone? Thank you. Is Mr. Gildone joining us, or are we going to someone next?
He no longer has his hand up.
Okay. Mr. There we go.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
All right, this is Tony Gildon for the record, Humboldt County CAB. First of all, I'd like to say that this motion was, I guess the correct words is heavily contentious conversation on this motion to lower the tag quotas in 043 through 046. It was a split decision, was not passed unanimously by any means in the Humboldt County meeting. I think the logic behind it was some of the CAB members felt that it was a very large unit that could hold more animals, and that they wanted to see less tags in order to grow the population and potentially have a trophy unit in future years in the state. I think maybe part of the problem was that this unit is managed by the Fallon biologist, who was not present in our meeting, so could not answer. We couldn't get kind of carrying capacity questions answered. So that's kind of the background. And I guess all I have to say about that motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we'll go to Mr. Robinson.
Okay, Madam Chair and Commission, this is Steve Robinson. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
I wanted to start by apologizing that we did not get you guys our recommendations in the online form. I wasn't aware of that until last night, that it wasn't submitted. So we'll try to do better in the future. At our CAB meeting, we were fortunate to have Mike Scott, Cody Schroeder, Cooper Munson, and Johnny Vonick present to answer our questions, which we really appreciate them taking their time out and answering all of our questions. And just to let you all know that we did run all of our recommendations by the biologists, and they did not have a problem with any of the recommendations that we had. Our only recommendation for resident antelope, any legal weapon hunt is in area 015 to keep 75 tags as last year. The current recommendation is 70. Our reasoning for that, if you look in the status book, it says for 2021, the tag quotas for this hunt unit should be like the 2020 season due to the continued increasing trend in this population. Increased buck quality should also be observed as the population continues to thrive. So that's our justification for that. And we would just like it to be as last year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. I'm not aware of who Shannon is, but if you're a CAB member, go ahead and speak. If you're not, we're taking CAB comment first. So if Shannon is a CAB member, go ahead and let her in. Or him.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, this is Giovanni Giordano, Madam Chairman, with Humboldt County Board. It's under my wife's email.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Giovanni.
I'd just like to go on record under Humboldt County Advisory Board. 035 populations, I hear that we're on, it shows that we have an increase of numbers, which I strongly disagree with. I can personally go out amongst our farm and the mountain range behind us. We do not have the animals that they are suggesting that we do have. We need to get a better look, a better grasp on this because the numbers are not there to justify these tag increases. And we may have overshot a little.
Mr. Giordano, we're on antelope, and are you speaking to antelope or are you speaking to another species? And we've lost you. Okay, we'll come back to Mr. Giordano. Let's hear from Mr. Krim.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, to answer your first question, Madam Chairman, we had a couple of spots on the survey where we disagreed. Well, when we fill out that survey, you can only agree or disagree. You cannot leave any blanks on that survey. So in the future, that'd be great if we could change that because we normally only talk about the animals in our county and nobody else's.
Okay.
So when you see me where I show it disagreeing, technically that was for the ewe hunts and for the doe hunts and that kind of thing, because I have no other option but to agree. And I can't do that because my cab will blow a gasket at me. So, all right, now on to the antelope.
Do you have changes to or suggested changes to horns longer than ears, any legal weapon?
No, I have no suggested changes. What I'm going to say is our biologist is out of Fallon. Kyle came to our meeting and everything that he told us about that herd on that side was we felt it was justified. So that's why we agreed with the department recommendations on what Kyle had put forward. So that's where we stand on that is we agree with the department recommendations.
Thank you, Mr. Krim.
Thank you.
Okay, can we go back to see if we can speak with Mr. Giordano, please? As he found a better connection to us. Mr. Giordano, can you hear us? Okay. All right, we cannot hear him. So are there any other CAB members that wish to speak to hunt units or hunts 2151 and 2251, antelope horns longer than ears, any legal weapon? Okay, seeing none, is there anyone in the general public that wishes to speak on these two hunts? Please raise your hand. Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission. Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If there's no more discussion, I'm prepared to make a motion, so.
Okay,
Okay, Madam Chair, with that, I'll make a motion that we approve that portion of Commission Regulation 21-14 specific to resident antelope, horns longer than ears, an illegal weapon hunt 2151 as proposed with the following exception: 015 from 70 to 75. Non-resident antelope horns longer than ears, an illegal weapon hunt 2251 as proposed. And the reason for no change under the an illegal weapon hunt 2151 for me would be, number one, there wasn't unanimous vote at the Humboldt cab. There was some disagreement there, and they're hoping to create a trophy unit. I don't see that as a time to move that quota, but we can certainly have that conversation at another time. And if that's what they'd like to do, I think there's another form that we can have that conversation.
thank you. Do I have a second? I have a second by Commissioner Keel. So we have a motion by Commissioner McNinch and a second by Commissioner Keel to approve resident antelope, that portion of CR 21-14, resident antelope, horns longer than ears, any legal weapon hunts, 2151 and 2251 as presented, with the exception of 015, raising it to 75. All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, motion carries 8-0. I don't see Commissioner Hubbs. She's stepped away from her desk. Okay, thank you. Moving on to the muzzleloader hunt, 2171 and 2271. The Humboldt cab also recommended changes to the muzzleloader hunt, 2171. They suggested in units 031 through 051, 1 tag per unit there. And then I think we can probably move along with some of the other ones in this too. I just wanted to start with any legal weapon. And then with the archery hunt, they suggested 40 in 043 through 046. That's the archery hunt. Mineral County cab suggested 10 in hunt units 205 through 208. In archery hunt 2261, Humboldt cab suggested 4 in 043 through 046. And in hunt unit or hunt 2181, the Humboldt cab suggested 5 in 031 through 014. 101 or 041, 042, and then 20 in 043 through 046. Does everybody have those? We'll figure out a rhythm to this. It feels awkward at the moment, but I'm sure we'll figure it out as we move through this. Okay, any commission comments? Okay, seeing none, we'll take it out for cab comment on the remainder of our antelope hunts. Do we have any cab comments on the remainder of our antelope hunts? Muzzleloader, archery, and horns shorter than ears. Mr. Bunch.
Okay, I think I'm live. Yes, it is.
There you are. Yes, good morning.
For the record, Glenn Bunch, Mineral County. In reference to the cab handbook per NRS 501.297, these are Mineral County's recommendations. We believe that we have 5 different mountain ranges in this area of 205 through 208. And we have in the 205 north of Hawthorne, there has been an observation of several antelope in the north end of the lake area. There's at least 50 or more. Then in the south end of the unit 205 toward south of Hawthorne, there's a pretty good sized herd messing around the bottom of Lucky Boy. It's been seen of about 25 or 30. Then you get out to the Whiskey Flats area, and there's over 100 animals out there in that area that works those fields. And then over in 206, it's a satellite herd of 100 or more has been observed out there. And in 207, there's another group that's been counted, and there's probably 100 animals that's moving around out in that area. 208 has a small herd that's working the south end of the valley. And so that's why we've asked in the, at least in the archery, for hunter opportunity to move to 10 from 8. It was increased in area 205 through 208, these same ones before in the general hunt. So, you know, we've thought, well, this is archery. It shouldn't have an impact. However, one might believe that the animals are standing in the middle of the valley waiting for people to be there, and they're not, it's not that way. And so as a reply to one of the things in the opening comments to Mr. Commissioner McNinch, I have no scientific information or data. This is something that I observe myself when I'm out in those areas during the season. So that's where we come up with this. We believe that wouldn't be an impact to that herd to take out this increase. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bunch. Any other cab comment on the remaining antelope hunts? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission. Where is Mr. Schroeder? There you are. Would you have any problem with taking that 205 to 208 up to 10 for Mineral County?
For the record, Cody Schroeder, staff specialist. So if I understand you correctly, you're just asking about the 205 alternate recommendation.
Yeah, the archery hunt.
I think if I followed it correctly, they're recommending just an increase of 5 to be commensurate with the increase in rifle or any legal weapon tags.
Mm-hmm.
So 5. I mean, yeah, so biologically, that's probably very insignificant, especially with an archery hunt where we're probably only talking about maybe 2 animals that would be harvested.
Okay.
So, yeah, I mean, biologically, no. That's probably maybe just the explanation for why it didn't increase is just the stuff I talked about yesterday with the demand success formula. I don't think we necessarily intended to short archery hunters for any particular reason. That's just the formula that we use that's what's given us our projection.
Okay. Okay. Vice Chair Barnes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just have a question. I'm looking at the form we were sent, and on the antelope shorter than the ears, there's a mention that Humboldt County supports Elko's recommendation for horn shorter than the ears, and I don't see Elko's recommendation. Are they good with what was presented, or did they have a change? I didn't hear anything from Mr. Cooney, and I'm not seeing anything. So am I missing something? Or are they good with the recommendation on horn shorter than the ears?
Sorry, my internet's being goofy. I see Mr. Cooney's raised his hand.
Good
Mr.
morning.
Cooney? Yes, good morning.
The Elko cab went along with the department's recommendation on the antelope, so I'm not sure where that other came from. Thank you.
All All right, thank you.
And for the record, Jim Cooney, Elko Cabs. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Vice Chair Barnes, does that answer your question? I don't see that Elko supported.
Yeah, it does. I didn't see anything. I just saw a notation in there, and so I didn't know if they had an alternate recommendation that I didn't see. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing something.
I do see that now. Thank you. Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So any comments from Humboldt County on the on their proposed recommendations under muzzleloader and under 2171 and 2161?
I see Mr.
Okay, good.
Yeah, Mr. Gildone has his hand up now, so we'll go ahead and take his comment, but just so we can move today along, if we're calling for cab comment, please jump in when we're in that section. This is gonna be a long day. Mr. Gildone?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Tony Gildone, Humboldt County Cab for the record. Other than the muzzleloader hunt, the rest of them, the logic was passed on the original motion for any legal weapon, so it just trickled down through all the other hunts. The muzzleloader hunt recommendation is in response to Humboldt County's desire not to have a muzzleloader hunt at all in these units, which we expressed in prior meetings. So probably not the appropriate time to discuss that, but the committee's recommendation was to lower it to the least amount possible, which is 1, because I don't think you can have a 0 quota with a season.
That's correct. Okay. And then what about your, so the antelope horns shorter than ears, the reductions there are based on what you recommended in the longer than ears hunts?
Correct with yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. I don't know if that makes sense on my end, but thank you for.
And Madam Chair, I'm already appreciating the conversation because see that this is we're understanding a little bit of what the issue is already, and you know, these are conversations that we can have somewhere. It's just not right here. It's not the best place for it. So I appreciate the cabs already making the effort to kind of, you know, explain to us what their thoughts are in a little more detailed manner, because I'm already understanding things a lot better than I did coming in. So appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gildone. Anything else?
No, thank you very much.
Okay. All right, what is the pleasure of the commission? Someone like to make a motion? Commissioner Hubbs?
My only question is in regard to the muzzle loader, noticing that we added a lot of, and that was the decision. I'm assuming we wanted to add that type of hunt. Because we have in our muzzle loader section, like from 2020, the quota approved on many of them for like under 2171, there was no approval. And then we have a large swath. So, I mean, we're upping it, you know, about 53 by 53 numbers. And I was just trying to go off memory as to why we didn't have any muzzleloader hunts in some of these other areas.
Okay.
Do we know why? I just was trying to get from a historical perspective, like why. So.
Chairwoman East, if I may, I think I can probably explain that.
Okay.
Go
ahead, Mr. Schroeder.
Yeah, for the record, Staff Specialist Cody Schroeder. So yeah, so a lot of these we added this muzzleloader season just this last year. That's why there wasn't an approved quota, before. And we also added the non-resident areas. By and large, this stemmed from a meeting we had this past summer where we were just looking to find ways to get people out in the field, provide additional opportunities where we could, knowing that these are, we're looking at very, very minimal quotas here. And actually we took the effect of adding these for some of these units is we actually kind of siphoned them off the rifle and archery hunts. So we're just kind of creating a different type of opportunity. They're very minimal quotas. So even though there are 53 more, there's quite a few less of the horns longer than near any legal weapon tags in some of those areas.
I guess that makes sense to me based on the information. And so why would a cab have an aversion to muzzleloader hunt?
Commissioner Hubbs, I honestly cannot answer that question. You would have to ask the cabs.
Okay, maybe if we need to speak with the cabs, maybe we can have the cab that was concerned about the muzzleloader hunt state why they're concerned about it. Is it from a wildlife management perspective, or what is it about the muzzle loading hunt that they don't like? Is that gentleman gone now who was speaking on behalf of the cab?
Tony Gildone for the record, Humboldt County Cab. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm having really serious connection issues. So my apologies. Yes, Mr. Gildone, we can hear you now. And we do have to go back out for public comment. Because of my connection issues, I got flustered. So go ahead, Mr. Gildone, and then we'll go out for public comment.
Yes, ma'am. So Humboldt County feels that there's already long seasons during a sensitive time for these animals, and that adding another season for Humboldt County with a muzzleloader, which is a weapon that can already be legally used during any legal weapon season, is unwarranted. And then just to segue, I don't know if it's the appropriate time, but this is one of the topics that was not discussed, I believe, in a prior meeting, which we felt was, we should have had this conversation prior, and it wasn't discussed by the commission, which was one of the reasons that the letter last month was sent. So.
Okay. Does that answer your question, Commissioner Hubbs?
Yeah, so that does, and obviously always leads to more questions, but I'm just going to leave it there because I'm thinking, okay, if you can use the muzzle loader during any other type of hunt, I can see maybe why they're concerned. If it's infringing on times for other hunts, I'm not 100% certain as to the irritant to that, but it sounds like potentially they feel that this muzzle loader hunt is infringing on the time for other hunts, adding additional time. Is that it? And so for that reason, in and of itself, they don't want to have the quota set on it.
Okay, yeah, and we discussed the seasons back in January, so.
That's right, okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense to me.
Okay, let's move on to public comment. So we'll take public comment on the antelope seasons for muzzleloader, archery, and horns shorter than ears. Do we have any public comment? Mr. Flowers.
Yes, Rex Flowers for the record. I was just curious, and I don't know if this is the appropriate time or the conversation needs to be had later, but on a number of these new hunts, like with the antelope muzzleloader and the archery, when we talk about deer, we always give a minimum of 2 tags for any hunt. And yet on all these antelope hunts,
new ones, and you'll find on spike hunts, a number of them, we only give one hunt. And in my opinion, we're selling blue sky. I would, I would think we would want to give 2 tags in case 2 individuals wanted to try to have the opportunity to draw separately, but hunt together. So maybe that's for another day, but I would ask that question of the department through the chairwoman. Thank you. Now half of them are froze up.
We lose Chairwoman East.
I think we may have lost her. Are we done with the public comment or is it still pending?
Mr. Belding is requesting public comment, it looks like.
Deputy Director Rob and Craig, as I just got a text that says, please take over. I was going to say, as Vice Chairman, would you like me to continue on with the meeting then?
Yes.
Okay, I'm seeing thumbs up, so I guess I guess
Okay.
bear with me here. We're gonna
Okay.
we're gonna proceed onward. So I guess we'll continue with public comment. Missy, you may have to help me along here as well to recognize who's wanting to comment.
I gotcha. No, Belding is next.
Vice Chair Barnes, it looks like Mel Belding is holding his hand.
Yeah, I see that. So Mel, go ahead.
Mel Belding, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I would just like to say I'm in favor and support Humboldt's county recommendation to have no muzzleloader hunt. I realize it's been done there, so I would like to see 1 tag instead of 2, like Rex Flowers said. I'd also like to say that I support their recommendation in area 041042, horns shorter than ears. I would like to see that drop to 5. I would like to see it drop to 1 actually, but and I would also like to say at this time that I would like to see this instead of 15 and 6 being shown on what it does when we harvest does, horns shorter than ears, out of these units. Let's take a look at what it's done to 041, 042, which has been in a nosedive. So all these averages, we got highs and lows, and we got places where doe harvest doesn't work. And 041 and 042 is certainly one of those places. So I'd like to see that. And while I'm at it, I heard a comment about a 15-inch antelope, and we're going to relate that to an 80-inch score. It takes a hell of a 15-inch antelope to get to 80 inches. So, general statements, we got to stay away from those type of things. Thank you. Where doe harvest doesn't work.
Hey, thank you. See any other public comment?
Vice
Okay, I'm
Chair
not
Barnes,
seeing anything. Missy, are you seeing anything?
no, but Mel Belding should put
Commissioner
down his
Hubbs.
hand. Yeah, Mel Belding, I think his hand is still up. Yeah, perfect. He took it down. Thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other public comment. So then I'm going to go ahead and bring it back to the board for more comments or a motion. Commissioner Almberg.
Yeah, I just
I see you with your hand up.
Yes, I did. I just had a couple questions for Cody. Again, when what is there any difference in conducting this muzzleloader hunt in these units in Humboldt County versus any other area within the state? Is there a reason that it would be additionally stressful for the animals versus any other muzzleloader hunt same time of year in the rest of the state?
For the record, Cody Schroeder, Staff Specialist. Commissioner Allenberg, I cannot think of anything that would be particularly different than we've had with some of our existing hunts. There's no, I mean, we've had these hunts for years for some of our other areas, and we've never detected a appreciable difference in, you know, animal productivity or anything like that. So I can't think of anything.
And then the second part of my question was these initial quotas that you're recommending for that muzzleloader hunt, were they based on some historical demand from muzzleloader in other areas?
Yes, Commissioner Allenberg, great question. So yeah, so since they are new, we don't have, you know, a traditional or applications from that unit. So we basically use the statewide average for demand just to get, you know, some amount of demand in there to start with. As you can see, they're all pretty low, you know, ranging from 1 to 5. Those could fluctuate with time if there are, or we could even perhaps think about getting rid of them if there is no demand for them. But yeah, we use the statewide average based on some of the other applications from the other hunts to come up with those.
Okay. Yes, Commissioner Cavilla.
I guess a question for Cody. Looking at Humboldt's, you know, recommended reductions. I mean, really, it's not numbers wise. It's not like on the any legal weapon hunt. We're talking low tag numbers. I mean, biologically, the difference between like 031 going from 10 doe tags to 5, is there really biologically we even see a difference from their proposed 5 to your proposed 10, or from 5 to 15? I mean, these are all really low numbers. And I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but based on previous discussions, these minor adjustments, really, do you see a difference biologically? Would see a difference other than the only thing we're really doing is taking away some tags from hunters?
Yeah, for the record, Cody Schroeder, Staff Specialist. So, you know, most of those are not going to be biologically meaningful, the numbers that you referenced. Obviously, we have to factor in hunt success. So just those tag numbers aren't going to equate necessarily to dead animals. I mean, it's fairly high for antelope in general and horn shorter than ears. But yeah, you're right. Those are my thoughts, that it's just you know, denying people the opportunity to go hunting.
Yes, Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the with respect to the 2181 hunt, the horn shorter than ears, it was my understanding from the Humboldt cab that with the exception of the muzzleloader hunts, that the rest of them were all premised off of the recommendations out of the any legal weapon that we didn't approve or agree with. So in my mind, my inclination would be to keep them as recommended by the department, and you know, provide those opportunities. And again, I'll reiterate, I appreciate the conversations with these, but that's kind of where my mind is falling. I'm a little easier to convince to add more tags than to reduce. So that's just kind of where my brain works.
Commissioner Hubbs.
I'm inclined, so it sounds like we're inclined potentially to change the numbers in Mineral County and potentially just leave the numbers as is in Humboldt County, because we already set quotas for the, as I think Commissioner McMinch was alluding to, any legal weapon. So it's not like we can go back and add any numbers there, but we can certainly observe the muzzleloader hunt in that area. Was there any significant changes by the cabs outside of those two counties?
Just looking, I didn't see any other significant changes.
So it just sounds to me perhaps that we are all in agreement potentially to just move forward with the rest of them pursuant to how NDOW presented it with the minor change in Mineral County. Am I missing anything else?
That's kind of how I'm seeing it, and I think we're probably getting pretty close to somebody making a motion.
So if that's the case,
Commissioner McNinch.
Oh, sorry. Okay, go ahead.
Sorry.
Okay, you're delayed. It's like so we're working with your slight delay. I was watching Commissioner Allenberg raise his hand, and
I just
waiting for the message to get from you to you. So
I had a message come across my screen that says I'm working on a delayed connection, so okay. I may disappear pretty quick too.
Okay. Well, with that, I'll make a motion to approve resident antelope horns longer, that portion of CR 2114 relevant to resident antelope horns longer than ears, muzzleloader hunt 2171 as presented by the department. Non-resident antelope horns longer than ears, muzzleloader hunt 2271 as presented. Resident antelope horns longer than ears, archery hunt 2161 as presented, with the exception that 205, 208 from 5 tags to 10. Non-resident antelope horns longer than ears, archery hunt 2261 as presented, and resident antelope horns shorter than ears, any legal weapon hunt 2181 as presented. And my reasoning is in the muzzleloader hunt, the recommendations from Humboldt Cab were based on them not wanting a muzzleloader hunt. And as noted earlier, I think that that's an opportunity to talk prior to the next hunt season to see if that's the direction that we continue to go down. But I'm not sure that reducing those adds value to what we're trying to accomplish. And the other hunts that Humboldt had made recommendations on were all premised on any legal weapon hunt recommendations that we didn't go along with prior.
I'll second that.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'm going to call for the vote. All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand, please. Thank you. It passed unanimously with Chairwoman East absent of the vote.
Mr. Vice Chair, you may notice that there's a camera now in the view here where it's labeled Tiffany East, and you can see Deputy Director Rob and Kaylee Taylor scrambling. We're setting up a computer station and camera in the director's conference room here at our office, and she's on her way here now. If we could take a break, we can test that and then reconvene upon her arrival.
Thank you, Director Wazley. I was going to suggest at this point we do take a break so we can get Chairwoman East back before we start on the next species. So I guess let's take a break, and then Director Wazley, when we're ready to go, I guess get us all back together.
Yeah, let's tentatively look at 20 minutes and plan on 11:45 at very minimum. we'll provide an update at that point in time, but let's shoot for 11:45.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Missy, this is a test. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. Testing now.
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
It's just like at home.
Okay. No. It'll be.
Well, once it gets bigger,
Chairwoman East, it's really good to see you.
it's,
So I have to
okay.
sit close to that. Oh, yeah, I can see. Okay.
Yeah, they can hear us right now.
Okay. All right, that's fine. I'm not gonna say anything bad.
Tony, can you hear us all right?
Tom, well, Tom.
Yeah, we can hear you loud
This
and
is
clear.
Tom. I can,
Okay,
Okay. very
super.
good.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I can see and hear you. Tiffany, it's really good to see you.
Okay, if we could have everybody come back, we just got a minute. I just want to make sure everybody's here and connected. Oops. Just gotta make sure you're good to go. We got everybody. My apologies, everybody. That was frustrating, but I'm back. So take a breath. And we'll start with our elk. I think it's about time. Yep, it's 11:45, and I think you broke till 11:45. So we'll start now with resident elk. I think we'll do the antlered elk, any legal weapon, and then we'll break it down into those other classes to see. Thank you. So let's get going. Mr. McKee, do you have?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I guess before we jump into the various hunts, I do have a brief presentation I'd like to share to kind of give an overview of our elk populations in the state, if you don't mind.
That would be great. Thank you.
You're welcome. So let me pull this up. All right, can you guys see my title slide?
Looks good.
All right, thank you very much. All right, so as I mentioned, we're going to jump into the 2021. This should actually say 2022 elk status and trend. I was just putting the final touches on this slide a few minutes ago. That little break gave me what I needed to wrap it up. But so it's probably not a great idea to show a slide of dark, ominous clouds across a barren desert landscape. But this is actually a really important photo. I took this from the Oahe Desert in Oregon, looking south into Nevada. This is a pretty substantial winter storm that rolled through the West Coast in about the first week of November. And it's important to point this out because as we've discussed in several of our presentations, the beginning of last season's hunts, especially our primitive weapon classes, archery and muzzleloader, those hunters encountered some pretty just unfavorable conditions for hunting. It was hot, lots of smoke, and those conditions, those hot and dry conditions, persisted throughout the fall. It wasn't until this big storm rolled through when things really changed. And what we actually saw this year, despite those low success rates for muzzleloader and archery hunts, the early season rifle hunts in many cases were above average, and others well above average because of the favorable hunting conditions that this particular storm brought in. Unfortunately, after this, we really haven't gotten much more aside from a few smaller storms here and there. So maybe this is a relic of a past gone by. I hope that we can see more of these in our future, especially for the upcoming fall. So just to provide an overall overview of our elk status. So one of the really important considerations of our populations is where they're at with respect to population objectives outlined in the elk management subplans. So currently over 90% of our elk herds are in compliance with those objectives, with the notable exception of 078, 105 to 107, and 109. Again, I note typo in that unit grouping. 015 should actually say 105. But this herd is above population objective. It does, the unit group in itself provides some management challenges for us because a large chunk of this population resides on private land. Long Canyon Mine and Big Springs. And so there's elk herd that has sought refugia on this property, especially during the elk season. And at this time have really been difficult for our hunters to access and for us to provide pressure. I know in conversations with our biologist in Elko County, Scott Roberts, there's some conversations underway where we're actually working to come up with a solution to that problem. But again, just wanted to point out this one notable exception. You will see in our quota recommendations recommended increases throughout our antlered, spike, and antlerless quotas for this unit group. Our antlerless quota recommendations now are well below historic highs, and they're intended to stabilize. And in other areas, we're hoping to allow a little bit of herd growth so we can inch back up to management objective. Now it's a temporary inconvenience where we might be cutting those quotas, but hopefully if we can manage just at those population objectives, that will give us a little bit more flexibility and potentially a few more tags that we can offer once we get to that point. And just for reference, when I say we're well below historic highs, we are very well below historic highs. Mike Scott mentioned in his introduction that at one point in time, we were able to drive our elk populations down because of our aggressive harvest pressure. In 2015, our estimated population was 18,500 elk. We issued over 1,000 elk tags that year to help manage and regulate the population and ultimately drive numbers down. So over half of the elk on the landscape had, or we offered a tag for over half the elk on the landscape. In comparison, when we look at some of our mule deer herds, it's typically 20% or less. So again, we can drive populations through harvest, but generally we're so conservative in the way that we recommend our quotas that population regulation is not necessarily tied to harvest. So, and then just to briefly cover our harvest metrics for our antlered elk, it's indicating again an exceptional hunt experience. And I do have a couple slides to provide as an overview for some of our harvest metrics there. This is a graph that I tend to show every few years, outlining our population status, our overall estimate. So those gray vertical bars represent the population estimates. The axis on the left are just the total adults in the population. So we reference those gray bars to the axis to your left. You'll see that in 2015, we reached that 18,000 peak. Since then, we've done a very effective job at reducing our population down to those compliance levels. And now we've kind of hit a stabilization level where over the last 2 years, our estimated elk population in 2020 and 2021 was 13,000 individuals. Now, the squiggly dashed line, that is our calf ratios over time. So we reference those ratios to the axis on the right, where we can see what the observed calf ratio was for that year's survey efforts. The dark line represents the 10-year average calf ratio, which is just over 41. You'll see that in 2021, we essentially have just hit those levels, that 10-year average calf ratio. But like many of our ungulate populations, 2019 and 2020 were not as kind to our elk populations. We did not see those higher calf ratios that we've experienced in the past. And I think that bears out a little bit in where our populations are right now, why we're seeing some quota declines. And in other cases, why we believe some of our populations may have been overestimated. And now this year with some of those antler recommendations, we're trying to provide some corrections so that we can sort of get things back on track. All right, so to cover our antlered elk metrics, on the left-hand side of this figure, I just outlined the objectives that we use for our 50-inch main beams, which is a very important metric and benchmark for our management of our elk herds. And this is outlined in our internal harvest management guidelines, something that we've discussed fairly regularly the last several years. Again, this 50-inch main beam correlates very well to age of elk up to about 7 years of age with this kind of curved linear relationship. So in standard areas, we're targeting 25 to 35% of the overall bull harvest is projected to have 50-inch antlers. In alternative areas, that's 35 to 45%. We're shooting for 50-inch main beams in the overall harvest. And then we also have these non-standard areas, and these are typically low density units like the Spring Mountains in Southern Nevada, Unit 262 or 241 and 242 of Lincoln County, where the densities are just so low, they're really hard to survey. So we use our harvest information to make inferences about the population and ultimately quota recommendations. So over here on the right, I want to direct your attention to some of these quality metrics. The top dark line represents 6 point or greater. The bottom dash line is our 50-inch main beams in the harvest. Going back to 2008, and this left axis is just the composition and overall harvest. So first, I'm going to focus on 6 point or greater. You'll see that the 10-year average for 6 point or greater in our elk harvest is about 70%. And we've done a pretty good job over time keeping the 6 point or greater sort of fluctuating above and below 70%. In this last hunting season in 2020, we hit 69%. So right in line with what our 10-year average has been. Below that is going to be our 50-inch main beam. And what you'll see is in 2020, we had 34% of the overall bull harvest had 50-inch main beams or better or greater. That was the second highest level that we've experienced since 2008. And oftentimes I've referenced or I've discussed in some podcasts about this being a banner year for elk hunting. And in my opinion, for those people that were lucky enough to have bull tags, this was probably one of the best years on record across the board in all of our hunting units. One of the other takeaways that I'd like to convey about this graph is I'd like to reference the commission to 2008, 2009, and 2010 for both of these metrics, 6 point and 50-inch or greater. You'll notice that in all three of those years, we were well below, or at least 5 to 10% below current levels for both of those metrics. And I don't think it's a surprise when we look at some of our other ungulate herds. We're seeing this subtle but also increasing trend in harvests or in quality metrics. And personally, that just indicates to me that we're introducing and we're becoming slightly more conservative today than what we may have been 10 or 15 years ago. And I think that there's a subset of our population that would gladly trade a 2021 elk tag for a 2008 elk tag because there is a belief that those were the good old days. And at this time, I would argue that we're currently in the good old days. Now, whether we want to stay at 34% or experience try and shoot for that long-term average of about 31% of 50-inch or greater, that's really the decisions or the commission's decision. I would say that we're being very conservative, and in places where we're offering increases in quotas, I think that it's warranted based on what we know about the populations and our harvest metrics. So I also wanted to provide just an overview of our aging efforts. In 2020, we requested incisor teeth from all 1,900 bull elk hunters. And I do want to give a quick shout out to one of the unsung heroes of the game division. I don't think that we mentioned her enough. Cassandra Grieve is our administrative assistant, and she was the one that helped us compile all of the packets and letters that went out to hunters. She processed all of this information as it came in. She really picked up a lot of my slack as I was still dealing with COVID issues with kids at home and trying to juggle a newborn in the family. So if it weren't for Cassandra, there's no way that I would be at the point where I could provide this summary to you today. So again, I can't thank her enough. And there's several other things that she does for us within the game division and the department overall that she just doesn't get enough recognition for. But just going back to the results of our aging effort, so we requested teeth from over 2,000 or 1,900 hunters. we received 406 teeth back that we were actually able to age and collect antler measurements from. So that's about a compliance rate of 43%. And if you compare that to 2015, which was the last year that we had collected teeth, it was the same compliance rate. So tags were a little bit higher in 2015, but we still had the same number, the same proportion of hunters comply with our request. And at the very bottom of this table on the left, this is just showing the results of that aging analysis where we have a lab in Montana count cementum annuli on those incisor teeth and give us a very highly accurate age for each harvested bull. So in 2020, we had an overall average age of 6.05 coming in from our bull elk hunters. That was actually the highest average age going back to 2001, which was the first year that we collected teeth. So in a span of about 19 years, the average age of harvested bull in Nevada has creeped up by about a year. We also had a average main beam length, again, of just those elk where we received teeth of 45.83. That's slightly higher than the next highest year in 2015 of 45.71. Again, that was a record high, although just given variance and confidence intervals, it's likely no different than 2015. And then our circumference was also larger than any other year that we had collected teeth. So all indications suggest that not only are we running an average age, but we're also seeing better performance in our antler metrics, or at least consistent performance with past years that many would have considered, a great year to have an elk tag. On the right, I just wanted to show some of the commissioners that may not have had a chance to see this figure in the past. This is just a summary of this correlation between main beam length and age. So on the bottom is age, and on the left is main beam length in inches. And as I pointed out, there's this curved linear relationship. And you can see up to about 7 years of age, there's a very strong correlation between age and main beam length until you hit 50 inches or 7 years. Beyond that, the relationship becomes more stable and flat. And really antler growth beyond age 7 has a lot more to do with nutritional condition of that animal, environmental conditions at that time, and competition among other animals, as well as just senescence of those individuals. So just to give you an overview of where our overall recommendations are going to fall this year. So we're offering a 0.4% less than 2020 antlered elk and spike tags. And we're proposing 2,094 tags. Our overall antlered quota is down about 17% to 1,652, but our spike tags are going up about 183% to 297. And I know that number looks exceptionally high. I want to just jump into that really quick. First, discussing our antlered recommendations. Most of the reduction in our antlered elk quotas is primarily coming from unit group 072 to 074, our garbage elk herd. We're reducing quotas from our 2020 level by 240 tags. And if we added those 240 tags back to our antlered quota, our recommended quota for this year, we'd be just below last year's tag levels. So really, if you look at our various harvest metrics for this area, success, main beam length, as well as where we believe this population is below management objective, we felt that these reductions were warranted. And we're really hoping that we're also sort of inching back to this historical hunt experience that a lot of Nevadans have about garbage, and that it's a very traditional style backcountry elk hunt where you have an opportunity to see a lot of bulls as well as those of higher ages. We also reduced our quotas a little bit in 111 to 115. And this is really based on the information that we received from our age data. There's some indications that overall age may be going down slightly. And because this is probably one of the highly regarded hunts in the West, we just want to ensure that we're maintaining that hunt quality for people that get it. And so there's some slight reductions there to try and maintain or even increase average age just a little bit. And then referring back to our spike recommendations, 297 tags is actually not that far off from where we were in 2019 when we offered 220 tags, but they only came from 4 areas of Elko County. Further, statewide success over the last 3 years for spike hunts was 21%. So really a 21% success rate from 297 tags is really going to probably be about 30 to 40 spikes that are harvested. We know that spikes as yearling bulls have slightly reduced survival compared to mature bulls in the population. There's going to be a little bit of compensatory harvest there, but we're also trying to address some high bull ratios and helping reduce some of the potential competition that may occur in areas where there's these exceptionally high bull ratios. Our antlerless quotas are going to be coming down by about 12% compared to 2020 to 2,631 tags. And overall, we're looking at about a 9% quota reduction to 4,725. And really, I think that where we're at right now, especially with our antlerless quotas, I expect that we're kind of getting to a stable point where hopefully going forward, you're not going to see these substantial reductions or increases in quotas, that we're getting to a good place where we're tracking our populations as we continue to manage them at their population objective. So with that, I'd be happy to take any questions if there are any. That's all I have for this morning's presentation.
Thank you, Mr. McKee. Do we have any questions for Mr. McKee? I don't see any. Okay. Okay, so with that, we'll jump into the antlered portions on the first 2 pages of our, I think it's just the first 2 pages. Yeah, of our any legal weapon hunts. So the depredation hunt, we didn't have any changes from cabs. I'll just run through the cab changes that I received. And then you all can add to it if we feel like there were any additionals. Under hunt 4151 in 078, 105 through 107 early, Elko cab suggested 16 in each of the early and late seasons. And then 104, 108, 121, White Pine suggested a drop to 70. They also suggested a drop to 80 in 111 through 115. I'm going too fast, let me know. In 221 to 223, White Pine suggested in the early 60 and the late 60. And then 231, we have a recommendation. I think this is Lincoln County. I just wrote LC, so I'm thinking it's Lincoln County. We have a drop to 35 in the early for 231 and 40 in the late 231. And those are the changes that I noted from our cab recommendations. Does anyone have anything else? So just speak up if you do. I'm scrolling through. Yes, Commissioner McNeach.
So there's definitely some White Pine recommendations that weren't that didn't get weren't on the stuff that the department sent us. I'm kind of going through those, but there's quite a few. So I don't know if it's best to address those later or not. I just wanted to throw out that there's some other proposed some recommendations that I'm kind of processing right now.
For the resident, any legal weapon?
Yeah.
Okay. I may not have seen them.
They came in separately from so.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not a, yeah.
Do you want to share those?
Yeah, I'll try here.
Okay.
So under any legal weapon hunt 4151, White Pine is suggesting, I don't know, did you hit, I don't know if you hit that one, 104, 108, 121. They're proposing from 80 to 70.
Right.
Did you get those already?
I thought I had.
I apologize. I'm just realizing that we never mind. I think we're.
Do you
on the
want to
same
join
page.
me down here, Dave?
No, maybe I just need to join you in the real world that's living and paying attention right now.
Commissioner Alberg.
Yeah, I think the only clarification on the white pine recommendation was the 90 to 80 was for the late hunt.
Yes. Oh, I apologize. Yes, if I didn't state that, it was the late hunt for 111 through 115. Yes. Okay. Any other discussion on these hunts? Okay, I'm not hearing or seeing any other discussion. Commissioner Hubbs.
Yeah, so it sounds like the elk populations in general are doing well outside of some of the conditions and the habitat that we had heard about with the antelope. Obviously we don't have many elk down south and probably not that many in the southeast, but why is it, do we think that the elk were not as impacted and the antelope have been to some extent? I mean, aren't they both kind of in like similar habitat, or like what's going on?
Commissioner Hubbs, if I may, I would like to answer your question.
Okay.
I appreciate that you brought that up. And elk are incredibly plastic. It's not just a phenomenon unique to Nevada. West-wide, in most instances, elk populations are continuing to grow. They're continuing to be problematic, especially on private lands and issues with depredation concerns there. One of the things that sets our elk populations apart from our other big game populations are the inclusion of these, both the statewide elk management plan, as well as our local elk management subplans. Now, within those plans, which were developed by a group of stakeholders representing various industry, from grazing to mining to private landowners, as well as the department and other governmental agencies, essentially a process evaluating what the overall landscape could sustain for elk populations, but then also trying to understand what's the social carrying capacity of those animals, because again, elk have a tendency to get into trouble. So what I think is happening with our elk herds, and I think why we don't tend to see these declines relative to a lot of the changing environmental conditions that are occurring, is those social carrying capacity numbers that have been identified essentially as our population objectives are often well below the actual true carrying capacity of the landscape, just based on resources alone. And so, as Cody Schroeder talked about, this idea of maximum sustained yield, I can't say for sure that this level, this population objective, that's the social carrying capacity, is maximum sustained yield. But I do believe that it's closer to maximum sustained yield than it is to the overall landscape carrying capacity, just based on availability of resources. And I think that is why our populations tend to be very fairly productive with when we compare them to other areas, and we're able to keep them at suitable levels while also still providing this opportunity. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, I guess I also was interested in knowing, like, I know we introduced the elk to our state, correct? Like it wasn't here. I mean, we've been kind of trying to introduce elk. Do you think that this introduction of elk might harm other game species sometimes, like by taking away their resources?
Commissioner Hubbs, Cody McKee, Wildlife Staff Specialist, for the record. That is actually a perspective that's shared by many, that elk were introduced. However, like many of our bighorn sheep populations at the time of European settlement, and a little bit afterwards, there were certain areas that held low density of animals. In fact, there's reports from the Elko area of elk, residing in open areas as settlers came across on the Transcontinental Railroad. So by all accounts, elk are native in certain areas of Nevada, but just like some of our other wildlife species, other big game species, we've moved them around to suitable areas or places where European settlement actually extirpated them from the landscape to try and either bolster or reintroduce or even augment populations at times. And I do think just the actual overall densities and abundance of elk that the state carries, we've done some landscape analysis where we've gone and looked at habitats that are particularly targeted by elk, have yet to find detrimental impacts from our elk populations. I actually think that the state itself is probably capable of supporting a substantially higher number of elk, but again, that would lead to more problems with other user groups as well as private landowners.
Right. Cody, just out of curiosity, when it comes to habitat use and they're like, say, mutually exclusive areas for game species and then areas that they overlap. If we look at just really, in a very layman's perspective, so if we look at elk, antelope, and deer, how much is the overlap of habitat for use in these game species?
So our elk populations tend to occupy most of eastern Nevada down into Lincoln County, parts of Nye County. They're lacking in western Nevada, aside from a few incidental observations occurring in northwest or northern Washoe County. So, just sort of anecdotally, probably about 30 to 40% of the statewide range is overlap between these three species. Antelope tend to live down tend to occupy lower valleys and foothills of our mountain ranges, while elk and mule deer would probably have more overlap between the three species. But again, it's only a portion of the overall mule deer range in the state.
When did we, just from a historical perspective, start to bring in elk into the state of Nevada? I know you were saying historically they were here, but maybe a little bit depleted, then we decided to introduce them. When did we start that effort?
Sorry, I think I'm having some of the same technical issues that everyone else is. So the first documented introduction of elk was in the 1930s. We brought Yellowstone elk and we put them in the Spring Mountains. Since that time, that population received another augmentation, and I believe the 1980s. I could have some of my dates wrong, but it wasn't until the 1980s where we really increased our emphasis on transplanting elk into the state, and then in the 90s. Late 90s and early 2000s is really when our program ramped up and we were augmenting and transplanting a lot of elk.
Has the department ever wondered or questioned whether potentially the transplantation of the elk may have hindered or harmed the mule deer numbers, since there is overlap in those species?
So Commissioner Hubbs, Cody McKee for the record, that's a question that researchers from all across the West have been trying to answer. And unfortunately, it's not straightforward. I can say that in Nevada, as I pointed out, we have overlap of mule deer and elk range in roughly 40% of suitable habitat. But our mule deer populations are declining range wide regardless statewide, regardless of whether they overlap with elk or not. A lot of, especially the densities that we carry for our elk populations in Nevada, again, as outlined in those management objectives, are so much lower than what I think the resource conditions and the resource limitations might be, that I don't think that we are supporting enough elk to be the sole explanation for mule deer declines where those two species overlap. Elk tend to be more plastic. They're a generalist species, and they're able to capitalize on things like landscape disturbance, versus mule deer tend to be more specialist. They have specialized diets, and they require particular native species to help sustain themselves. So when we experience large scale disturbance in some of those native habitats that mule deer are unable to really make use of, elk, on the other hand, are able to move into those habitats and set up residence. So really, I think, if you look at the trends of Nevada elk populations, where they've been, where they're headed, and kind of what our expectations are for the fire frequency and intensity, as well as the scale of those fires, I think over time we're going to see more and more Nevada elk habitat being created in Nevada just because of those changes. And we have introduced the mule deer management or mule deer enhancement program, where we're hoping to address some of those things. But unfortunately, at least for elk, they just tend to be a lot better at handling changing environments than our mule deer populations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McKee. Any other, Commissioner Olmberg?
Yeah, I just like to share with everybody. I did get some correspondence, and I was waiting for this, I guess, this section of where we're at. Southern Nevada Water Authority did reach out to me after our season settings, particularly in regards to the depredation hunt in 115. It was a very good conversation, and I'm very optimistic that depredation hunt is going to be a short-term solution, and the Southern Nevada Water Authority and the department will come to terms on a longer-term, better solution. So I wanted to share that with everybody.
Thank you, Commissioner Olmberg. Okay, any other questions for Mr. McKee? Commissioner McNinch?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So are we talking some numbers here? I had a question about some of White Pine's proposals.
We are talking numbers,
Okay.
yes.
All right. So so they're proposing to take Cody 30 tags from the an illegal weapon hunt and transferring those over into the respective muzzleloader hunt areas. I know that doesn't equate to the same number of elk on the ground, hitting the ground, but what are your thoughts on that?
Madam Chair, Commissioner McNinch, I actually really appreciate what White Pine County is doing here. They recognize, that there is opportunity out there, but they're also taking into consideration their understanding of the area and some of the social implications of having those hunters on the landscape. And by shifting those tags into the muzzleloader, we're probably still going to have a similar total harvest. I certainly think that swapping tags is a better solution than cutting tags, especially given where our elk populations are right now, what our harvest metrics look like, and also just this uncertainty about what the future is going to hold in Nevada. We don't know if there's going to be an end to this drought anytime soon. We could potentially go through next winter, and if we're stockpiling bulls potentially going into the winter in poor condition, they may not make it anyways. And so, just considering where we're at in the state, drought conditions, I'm advocating that we try and keep the total harvest at the levels that the department's recommending, and that's based on the biology and expected ongoing drought conditions.
And the take in both of those weapon types is similar enough that we're going to be able to accomplish that, sounds like.
Yeah, Commissioner McNinch, Cody McKee for the record. My only recommendation was that I think in 111 we were going to go to 19 tags for the muzzleloader. I was going to suggest we just round that up to 20, and that does kind of accommodate a little bit of that difference in success rates. Muzzleloader tends to be a little bit lower. And then for 221 to 223, I was going to recommend that instead of going to 14, we just go to 15. I'm also very OCD. I do like even numbers, but this is rooted in the demand success process and our predicted harvest for those populations.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McKee. Any other questions for Mr. McKee? Okay, I'm scrolling through everybody. I don't see any. So with that, we'll take it out for CAB comment first. So Cody, could I have you not share your screen so I can see? Thank you. Okay, bear with me a minute. I'm trying to, there we go. Okay, do we have any CAB comment? Mr. Cooney?
Yes, Jim Cooney, Elko Cab. With regards to the increase in tags from 15 to 16 in 07, 8, 105 through 107 and 109 early, the discussion went around with biologists, also the cabs. And you'll notice as we look at a couple of these other hunts, specifically the archery hunt and the muzzleloader hunt, we were trading tags, limited water in that particular area, and a large number of wild horses were some of the topics that we went through and considered in making those recommendations. So you'll see that we added a couple of tags on the all legal weapons, and we reduced a tag or two in the muzzleloader, and then we took a significant number out of the archery tags based just solely upon the water sources in that particular unit.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Cooney. I noticed that as well. Any other CAB comment on elk or any legal weapon antlered elk? Okay, I don't see any. How about any public comment? Please raise your hand if you have public comment on the elk. Okay, I don't see any public comment or CAB comment. Okay, so we'll bring it back to the commission for discussion or a motion on any legal weapon. Commissioner Allenberg?
Yeah, just I wanted to ask Cody's thoughts on Lincoln's recommendation on reducing the tags in 23.
Oh, yeah.
Commissioner Holmberg, Cody McKee for the record. I guess, I tried to, subtly hint at it indirectly that the department really stands by our recommendations this year. If you look at the harvest metrics that came out of 231, it was a banner year. We had a higher 6-point or greater than the last 3 years. The 50-inch main beam was on the upper end of our objective. We estimate the population to be unchanged at 500 animals. We really felt like no change to the quotas was a suitable recommendation to make for this unit, given what we know about the population, notwithstanding the drought conditions and challenges that are likely to continue in Lincoln County and southern White Pine County.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? A motion? Commissioner Keel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, with that, I'll move to adopt Commission Regulation 21-14 in respect to the resident elk, antlered, any legal weapon depredation hunt 4102 as presented. the resident elk, antlered, any legal weapon hunt 4151 as presented, with the following changes to unit group 078, 105 through 107, and 109 early to increase to 16. The same for that same unit group on the late hunt with the tag increase to 16. For unit group 104, 108, 121, a decrease to 70 tags. For unit group 111 through 115 late, a decrease to 80 tags. 221 through 223 early, a decrease to 60, and 221 through 223 late to 60. And the non-resident elk, antlered, any legal weapon hunt 4251 as presented. And that does leave off the Lincoln County CAB recommendation, as we didn't hear a dissenting viewpoint on that. And I think Cody's points are relevant with respect to the hunt statistics from last year.
Thank you. We have a motion by Commissioner Keel. Do I have a second? I have a second by Commissioner Almberg. All in favor of the motion, raise your hand. Oh,
I have a
I'm sorry.
question.
Okay, wait.
Before
Okay.
you guys, before this becomes official, I do have some adjustments on the non-resident quotas that I think will need to be made with
Okay.
with the recommended changes that are being carried forward on the resident
Got it.
antlered elk, any legal weapon hunts.
Okay,
And those would be, I think, for 078, 105 to 107, and 109 for the any legal weapon early hunt.
yes,
We should add one non-resident tag.
okay,
For 104, 108, 121, any legal weapon, we should go from 10 non-resident tags down to 9. And these are all tags that are either going to be taken away or added in later weapon classes.
Cody, can you say that again? I have 104, 108, 121. I have 9. You said 10 to 9?
Yeah, so I believe our recommendations this year were for, hold on, let me pull this up.
Confused.
My apologies. I'm sorry. So it would go from 9 tags. It would go from 8 tags or 9 tags to 8 tags. I apologize. I was looking in the wrong spot.
Okay. Okay, so 3, 3, and 8 would be the changes.
3, 3, and 8.
Okay.
Wait, what's 3, 3, and 8?
078 would go up to 3 for each, the early and late. And 104, 108 would drop to 8.
No, so you would only need to add one tag to 078.
Got it.
And I had just suggested the early season.
Okay. So.
And then I have the other adjustments for 111 to 115 and 221 to 223.
Okay, go ahead.
So for 111 to 115 late for the non-resident antlered elk, any legal weapon, we would go from 10 to 9 tags.
Okay.
For 221 to 223 non-resident, any legal weapon early, we would go from 7 tags to 6 tags.
Okay.
And I believe that these suggestions, once we shift them to the other weapon classes, will have no net change of non-resident tags, or it'll be similar to the changes that we made for our residents.
Okay. Okay, so now I had questions. Mr. Cavilla, Commissioner Cavilla.
Yeah, I just, on the motion, I believe White Pine on 111 through 115 early, they wanted to go from 80 to 70, and I don't believe Casey had included that in his motion. That was White Pine's request on that hunt.
Oh, I missed that one. 111 through 115 early was down to 70. Okay.
That one was 90 to 80.
It was late 90 to 80, but was there an early?
There was
and you
no
know,
suggestion on early.
Maybe I screwed that up. Maybe I was reading report material wrong.
You might have to start over.
Yeah.
oh no. Okay. You know what? I apologize. I left my White Pine notes at home. So I believe. Does anybody?
Actually, no, you know, looking at it again, I
Oh.
think I misread it. I'm wrong on that.
Okay,
misread
I
it.
do have them. Okay, all right. Any other questions on the motion? I saw there were two people that had their hand up. Commissioner McNinch?
Madam Chair, so I'm supportive of the motion. If the changes to 4251 are incorporated in your motion, and the second, Commissioner Keel and Commissioner Allenberg, you just haven't had a chance to get there, I think.
Right. Commissioner Keel, are you good with the changes?
Yes, I'd like to amend the motion and maybe ask the DAG, is it appropriate to just state that for the changes we make to the resident hunts, that the appropriate changes would be made to the non-resident portions based on the allocation percentage?
Do that with the assumption that Cody understands what your motion is and that the department does as well.
Okay, well, for this one, I'll clarify to amend the motion for non-resident elk, antlered, any illegal weapon hunt 4251 be adopted as presented with following changes to, actually I wrote those, unit group 078, 105 through 107 and 109 early. And I think those should go to 3. And I think, Cody, this is might be where I was mistaken earlier. I think you were referencing unit group 076, 077, those going from 8 to 9. And I think we want to take unit group 078 from 2 to 3, both in the early and late. Unit group.
No.
Commissioner Keel, I think just based on the way that we're redistributing tags and the expected change for non-resident and resident archery tags based on the Elko cab recommendation, just for swapping things around, we would only need to add one tag to that, either the early or late in 078. And I apologize for referencing the wrong unit group. One of these days, we're going to come up with geographic areas to reference these unit groups instead of the unit groups themselves.
Great.
Okay, so it's one tag in either the early or the late in the 078. So one of those would be 3 and one of those would be 2.
Right.
Unit group 104, 108, and 121 would go from as presented 9 to 8. Unit group 111 through 115 late would decrease by 1 from 10 to 9. And unit group 221 through 223 early would decrease by 1 from 7 to 6.
Yes.
I
And
hope
is
the
this,
second
is
understands.
the second good with that?
I'm good with that.
Okay. Everybody good? Okay. We have a motion by Commissioner Keel, a second by Commissioner Allenberg to approve the resident elk hunts 4102, 4151, and 4251 with the noted changes. All in favor, raise your hand. Opposed? Motion carries 9-0. Thank you. Okay, moving on. We'll go to the rest of the antlered. Well, actually, let's just go through the rest of these because I think the changes will be reflected, correct? Is that too much for us, Mr. McKee? Should we break it down?
Madam Chair, I think just because of the nuances of shifting tags, my preference to keep track of where we're at is to go through muzzleloader and then archery. And I think once we get done with these weapon classes, we could do one large motion for antlerless if the commission so chooses.
Okay, let's do that. Let's go through muzzleloader then.
Madam Chair, if I might just
Yes.
try to answer Commissioner Keel's question to the DAG. It has been customary in the past to simply include in the motion that provide the department the direction to adjust the non-resident quotas commensurate with the changes made to the resident. And we understand we have commission policy directing the distribution of that opportunity. If we need to seek clarification, we can do that, but we certainly understand if that's the intent of the commission and you provide that direction to the department, we can make those changes and maintain the consistency that the direction the commission policy provides.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Okay, Mr. McKee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we're in muzzleloader hunt for antlered elk, resident and non-resident.
Yes.
Most of the I guess alternative changes would come from making those commiserate adjustments that we had discussed earlier, as well as the sort of slight deviation that I had suggested to Commissioner McNinch. There are two muzzleloader recommendations, alternative recommendations that came from the Elko cab.
Correct.
That I was hoping that they could provide some clarification. One of those recommendations was for 076, 077, 079, 081, where they were suggesting a decrease to decreasing the recommendation by 4. And the other suggested reduction was in 078, 105 to 107, 109. And both of those suggestions are outside of the tag swap that we've been discussing for any legal weapon. These are kind of standalone recommendations to reduce tags.
Correct. Okay. And then did you have any concerns with the white pine? And you might have addressed this and I missed it in the 104, 108, increasing that to 20. That was based on what we did over here, right?
Right. Madam Chair, Cody McKee for the record again. I support it's a deviation from demand, but we're still providing a good opportunity. And then also, as I had suggested to Commissioner McNinch, going to 20 tags for 111 to 115 for residents and 15 tags and 221 to 223 for residents, just to offset some of that the reduced success that we'll experience in the muzzleloader hunts from rifle.
Okay, super. Thank you very much. Any other questions for Mr. McKee? Okay, we'll open it up to cab comment and hopefully we can get an answer from our Elko cab. Mr. Cooney.
There we go.
Hi.
Jim Cooney, Elko Cab. With regards to the muzzleloader hunt 4156, in the area 076 through 081, we'd increased the tag by 2 over what it was a year ago. The discussion and the reasoning was congestion that we were getting in that northeastern corner and possible conflicts with hunters during that time of year. With regards to 078, 105, 107, the Spruce Mountain area, at that time of the year, the water was an issue, as I'd mentioned during the last unit, and the fact that the conflict with the horses, we were raising the tag by 1 and by 2 in those different areas. Those specific reasons were brought up by both sportsmen, and the discussion went with the biologists as well. So.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cooney. Any other cab comment on our muzzle loader resident antlered elk? Any public comment? No public comment on resident antlered elk muzzle loader. Okay, we'll bring it back to the commission for discussion or a motion.
Madam Chair, Cody
Yes.
McKee, for the record, if I might, I'd like to address the comments made by the Elko cab.
Of course.
So there's a couple things, couple of takeaways that I was hoping to convey before you guys make a decision on your motion. So for unit group 076, where cab chair Cooney had indicated a slight decrease in the muzzleloader hunt from the department's recommendation of 15 to 11. So as I had indicated in my presentation earlier, primitive weapon success rates were a lot lower this year than what we've experienced. And so just that increase in tags in part is due to the effect of lower success last year on overall demand success. So that's one takeaway there. The other point that I wanted to make was that 076 this last hunting season performed exceptionally well. And, you know, I don't want to bore the commission with harvest statistics, but that area had an 80% and 58% rifle success rates early and late. The main beam or greater was outside of our objectives for a standard unit group, and 6-point or greater was well above the statewide average. We're recommending increases in all of our other unit groups. And however, the muzzleloader hunt, for whatever reason, is the only unit or weapon class that's been identified by the Elko cab for a reduction. From the department standpoint, there's no biological effect to the population by having that recommendation stay at 15 tags. I think it's up to the commission. I believe that this reduction is more of a social recommendation by the Elko cab. But again, I believe that the resource itself can support it, and I have no reason to believe that there would be an issue with congestion among 15 hunters when during the rifle seasons we're offering over 60 tags.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McKee, for that comment.
And then for 078, 105 to 107, I did sit in on the Elko cab meeting, and I had discussed this with Scott Roberts, our game biologist. I don't recall them making a motion to reduce the muzzleloader quota in 078, 105 to 107 and 109. And I may have to go back and review that, but regardless of not hearing that in their motion, I don't think that reduction is necessary here. And this is a population that is above our population objectives, the only one in the state right now. And it also continues to perform exceptionally well in all of our harvest metrics. That 2 tag reduction is only going to mean 1 less bull. And I personally don't think that congestion is going to be an issue for those 2 additional hunters in the field.
I think it was less about congestion in that particular unit, and it was more a water issue on horses.
Right, and that was a discussion during the archery motion. But as I pointed out, I don't recall that being part of the muzzleloader discussion. And regardless, the area biologist nor myself feel that is necessary. In this instance.
Okay. Any discussion or thoughts Yes, Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Cody, I appreciate your comments. You know, the concern with water and the horse conflict to me would probably better justify in my mind the removal of the what the department's recommendations have been. Again, you know, if we're concerned about competition from horses and or water resource, then the more animals that you have out there as you move through these seasons, the more they're going to compete for that resource. So, so in my mind, I'm comfortable with the 12, and I'm certainly comfortable with the 15 based on the areas performing well, and I understand those thoughts. So that's
Okay.
where I stand on those in particular.
Okay, any other discussion? Motion?
Oh, I'm sorry, Madam Chair. So Cody, do you have numbers for us for the hunt for 4256 for the non-resident?
Yes, I do. It would just be an increase of one tag for in each of the 104, 108, 121, 111 to 115, and 221 to 223 for the non-resident muzzleloader quota.
Okay. Great.
Okay.
Anyone else?
So Madam Chair, I'll take a stab at a motion for CR 2114 that we approve that portion of CR 21-14 specific to resident elk antlered muzzleloader hunt 4156 as presented, with the exception that 104, 108, 121 be moved from 10 to 20, that 111 through 115 be moved from 9 to 20, that 221, 223 be adjusted from 4 to 15, and non-resident elk antlered muzzleloader hunt 4256 as presented, with the exception that 104, 108, 121 be adjusted from 1 to 2, 111 through 115 be adjusted from 1 to 2, and that 221 through 223 be adjusted from 1 to 2. And my reasoning behind not supporting the ELCO recommendations in the hunt 4156 are that these areas are performing well, that 107, 105 through 107, and I'm sorry, 078, 105 through 107, and 109 is actually still above its population objective and can support that hunt. That would be my recommendation.
Okay, and I'll second that. So we have a motion by Commissioner McNinch and a second by Chairwoman East to support the resident elk antlered muzzleloader hunt 4156 and 40 non-resident elk antlered muzzleloader hunt 4256 as noted. All in favor, raise your hand. Motion carries 9-0. Thank you. Okay, Mr. McKee, we'll move on to the archery.
We're almost done, I promise. Madam Chair, Wildlife Staff Specialist Cody McKee for the record. I believe that the only remaining alternative recommendations were for the archery hunt in 078, 105, 107, 109 for resident and non-resident antlered elk hunters. And, you know, I understand Elko Cab's position on that. I think that given the fact that we shifted tags out of this or two other weapon classes, it makes sense to make a reduction there. My only suggestion, and this is from my perspective, they're actually going lower than what the 2020 recommendation was for this hunt. Our 2020 recommendation for this archery hunt was 11 tags, and I would advocate that we go back to 11 instead of 10, considering this population relative to the management objective and all of our harvest metrics there. And again, that's only because I don't think that we need to reduce overall or reduce quotas for these weapon classes, especially when we're above our population objectives.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Mr. McKee from the commission? Yes, Vice Chair Barnes.
Maybe not a question, just a comment, but I did speak with someone else about this recommendation, and the reasoning behind it was that this time of year there's going to be very few water sources, and a lot of the archery hunters are going to be all around the same water, and so they were really concerned about hunter congestion around these waters, and of course everything competing, the elk, the horses, everything. So that was the reasoning behind it, and I don't know if the 5 was a good number that they picked. So I don't know if there's much difference between whether they dropped it, 5 or 4, like Mr. McKee was saying. So I'd be interested to hear from the Elko Cab Chairman Cooney, kind of what his thoughts are on that.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments from the commission before we go out for cab comment? Okay, seeing none, we'll go out for cab comment. Mr. Cooney, he was ready.
Jim Cooney, Elko Cab again. With the information that Vice Chairman Barnes just had, the discussion, as Cody can remember if he was watching right there, actually Caleb McAdoo, as a citizen, not representing the department, brought up the fact that there were 7 water sources in that particular unit. And the whole discussion revolved around having the conflicts with that archery. It also drove the conversation when we looked at increasing those tags into the general all legal weapons hunts. So that was a primary driving factor that we had during our conversations. So that was where we came down.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cooney. Any other cab comment on the archery resident elk antlered hunts? Okay, I don't see any cab. Any public comment on our resident elk antlered archery? Okay, I don't see any general public comment, so I'll bring it back to the commission. Mr. McKee, does Mr. Cooney's explanation make any difference for your recommendation?
Madam Chair, Cody McKee for the record. We're talking about one tag. It doesn't matter. My perspective was let's just keep it at the 2020 recommendation, considering this population being above objective, but certainly there are real social issues with congestion at water sources. But I don't recall that being a complaint from last year's hunt when we had 11 hunters in the field.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, discussion? Commissioner Cavilla?
Yeah, I just Cody, if we drop that tag number and the 078, 105 to 107, 109 down to either 10 or 11, should we drop one tag out of the non-resident then to match that?
Yeah.
Commissioner Cavilla, yeah, that would be the one tag that we added to the early one non-resident hunt tag that we added to the early rifle hunt.
Yes.
To make a motion then.
Thank you.
In regards to CR 21-14, resident elk antlered archery hunt 4161, we'll go with the quotas as recommended with the following exception: 078, 105 to 107, and 109 will go from 15 to 10 to match the Elko Cabs request. And then in the non-resident antlered archery hunt, 4261 will go with the quotas as recommended, with the following exception: in unit 107, 105 through, or yeah, 1078, 105 through 107, and 109 will go from 2 to 1.
I'll second
Okay.
that.
Okay, so I've got a motion by Commissioner Caviglia and a second by Vice Chair Barnes for the resident elk antlered archery hunts 4161 and 4261 as noted. All in favor, raise your hand. Motion carries 9-0. Thank you. Okay, Cody, let's wrap up elk.
Madam Chair, as I suggested earlier, we did not receive any public comment on our antlerless elk recommendation. So I would suggest just taking comment on all of our weapon classes and as well as our antlerless depredation hunt.
Got it. Okay, so do we have any commission discussion on any of these weapon classes and remaining hunts under elk? Commissioner Keel?
Are we grouping the spike hunt in this discussion as well?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll go out for cab comment first. Although our cabs didn't comment on any of these, but we do need to take cab comment on these first. So any cab comment on the remaining elk hunts? Okay, seeing none, how about public comment? Do we have any public comment on the remaining elk hunts? Please raise your hand if you have any public comment on the remaining elk hunts. Okay, I don't see any, so I'll come back to the commission for discussion or a motion. Anybody brave enough to attempt this? Vice Chair Barnes?
Okay, I'll attempt a motion here. This may be the simplest one of the whole day, as long as I don't miss a hunt. Okay, I would move to approve Regulation CR 21-14, those portions of elk, resident elk spike, any legal weapon hunt 4651, resident elk antlerless, any legal weapon hunt 4181, resident elk antlerless wilderness only, any legal weapon hunt 4181, non-resident elk antlerless, any legal weapon hunt 4281, resident elk antlerless muzzleloader hunt 4176, non-resident elk antlerless muzzleloader 4276, resident elk antlerless archery 4111, non-resident elk antlerless archery hunt 4211, resident elk antlerless any legal weapon depredation hunt 4107, as presented.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Did I get them all?
You did. I have a second by Commissioner Almberg. Okay, so we have a motion by Vice Chair Barnes and a second by Commissioner Almberg to approve that portion of CR 21-14 with respect to the resident elk spike, antlerless, resident, non-resident, any legal weapon hunt, muzzleloader hunt, non-resident muzzleloader hunt, antlerless, resident elk antlerless archery hunt, non-resident elk antlerless archery hunt 4211, and resident elk antlerless, any legal weapon depredation hunt 4107. All in favor, raise your hand. Motion carries 9-0. Okay. Thank you so much, everyone, for your work on elk. I think we'll take, yes.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to thank the commission as well as the CABs for all their thoughtful conversation and input. Ultimately, we're all just here trying to do what's best for our big game populations. And so thank you. And then also one thought, I don't know if this is like a something that has to be voted on or what, but I do think it would be of benefit to come up with some common naming nomenclatures for some of these unit groups. And if the commission would appreciate that, that's something is game division and the elk program we could work on, so that when we're trying to reference these units, we're not getting unit numbers mixed up because the numbers don't follow the standard mule deer groupings that we're accustomed to.
I think that would be fantastic because it is tough to follow. So I think that would be really helpful. Mr. McKee.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And thank you for all your work, Cody. Okay, so it's 1:05. We're going to take 30-minute break for lunch. We'll come back at 1:35 and we'll start with our bighorn sheep quotas at that time. All right, thanks, everybody. Okay, if we can have everyone come back, it's 1:30 something, 1:37. Okay, I think I've got everyone. So we're moving on to CR 21-14 resident bighorn sheep. And I believe I see Mr. Cox with us.
Thank you, Madam Chair, commissioners, cab members, Mike Cox, Bighorn Sheep, Mountain Goat Program Coordinator for NDOW. So as with my other colleagues, I've got a slideshow that kind of provides an overview of the statewide Bighorn Sheep and Mountain Goat status. So I'll go ahead and start that and share my screen.
Great, thank you.
Can everyone see the slide?
Yes, I can.
Great. All right, this is our highest elevation population on Mount Jefferson in the Tequima Range. Pretty cool place. This slide talks about our aerial surveys. The green area is the sample size. And you can see it has stepped down over the last couple of years. And most of that is not just reduction in the herds, but just reduced survey effort. Again, this is just desert bighorn. The blue line is the ram ratio, and the red line and the dots are the lamb ratios. And the big takeaway message from this slide is the slowly declining lamb ratio since the mid-2000s. And this past year, 2020, was the lowest ever recorded lamb ratio for our desert bighorn sheep surveys. And a lot of things happening on the landscape with that. We've got obviously drought that's been impacting our herds. A big one that we've talked about, but it's an insidious effect, is the pneumonia and disease events that are persisting in some of our herds with single-digit low teen lamb ratios due to chronic lamb mortality and competition with free roaming horses and burros. So this has resulted in a decline in our desert bighorn populations, which is the light orange pink. We were above 10,000 up until 2 years ago, and we've notched down to 9,900, and then this year's estimate is 9,500. For the other subspecies, we're pretty static at 2,100 California bighorn sheep. Whoops. And 320, which is that blue band of Rocky Mountain bighorn sheep in the state. the demand, much like many of our other species, for tags for bighorn hunting has been increasing steadily. The yellow bars, columns are resident applicant numbers, and the blue are non-residents. So I was just showing by decade, 1990, 2000, we went from a little over 2,000 residents to pushing 4,000, commensurate increase in non-residents. But as you can see, I guess one of the other take homes on this is the non-residents starting in about 2015 surpassed total resident desert bighorn applicants. So that was happening even before we entertained Kelkami for our draw consultant contractor. And then certainly the last few years with some of the added benefits of Kelkami's approach and our own approach of reaching out to sportsmen, we've seen a huge increase to the point where, you know, we've got 12,000 applicants for non-residents looking for about 30 tags. So the demand is high. People are wanting to hunt in Nevada for sure. This gives an overview of hunt success, hunt metrics. Really want to focus on this bottom rows. And last year, we had the second highest number of tags, 315 that we've ever had for desert bighorn. And I think a lot of these metrics indicate that our quota recommendations and our tags that were approved was in line with what's out there. We continue to see, even under some dry, hot conditions this last year, 95% success statewide. Pretty low days hunted, 4.6, and continued strong average age, along with BC scores. And I started sharing some of our horn length, base length, over the last couple of years. So pretty consistent with what it's been. So even though there's been challenges out there, we're still seeing some rams being harvested and plenty of mature rams. California bighorn, a little bit different story. We did have a bump up from 2019 to 2020 on total tags. We did see a reduction in hunter success, one of the lowest we've seen for a while. And I'll talk a little bit about that. Days hunted definitely jumped up. It was the highest ever recorded in over 9 days average. Those hunters that were successful continue to harvest mature rams at 7.0, strong average age, and nothing really particular to talk about in terms of BC score. But looking through the hunt statistics and trying to figure out what happened with the 83%, we did have some challenges in the Black Rock range, unit 034, and a couple other units. And when you actually looked at the hunter surveys that were provided, almost all of those hunters that were unsuccessful did tell us they had the opportunity to harvest, but chose not to. So were they looking for a larger ram score, older ram? I don't know, but so I think we are, there is a commensurate concern there a little bit, but not quite sure. Again, there are reasons for not harvesting. Talk about desert bighorn ewe hunts. Last year, we just had 2 hunts, one in the Monte Cristo Range and one in the Muddy Mountains. In the Muddies, we had 80 tags, 70% success. The Monte Cristo Range, 31 tags for 81% success. I'm going to speak to that last point here quickly. Like ram applicants, we were seeing a pretty strong interest and demand for our ewe hunts. Last year we had 1,200. Just 4 years ago, it was half that. The next few slides, including my point about Utah's request, is to talk about we are certainly considering other management tools in our toolbox other than ewe harvest to manage our bighorn herds within their carrying capacity. And you've heard a lot about that the last couple of days with our other species. And certainly you've heard about the water hauls we did last year. And so for bighorn sheep, it truly is a water and forage concern, but a lot of it is water. So just a couple weeks ago, and we've been fostering this relationship with Utah for many years, and we've reached out to them recently, knowing that our quotas were coming up. So we had a meeting with our Southern Region staff and our colleagues in Utah to discuss their request for desert bighorn sheep this fall. They were looking to develop a nursery herd in Utah to support their own in-state translocations. And I had heard about this a couple years ago. They continue to pursue a mountain range or 2 for that nursery herd, and we would be providing them desert bighorn for that initiation of that nursery herd. But they ran into a few snags in securing that nursery herd site. So for right now, they don't have a solid place where we feel comfortable that giving them bighorn sheep would be a good decision, both from the standpoint of habitat and having a reasonable distance away from some of their domestic sheep herds as we have. So we're going to continue to pursue this opportunity, which would probably not be until November of this year. And we are targeting the Muddy Mountains. But it is predicated on Utah securing that site, us going and pre-sampling as we have commitment to do for testing and ensuring that we haven't had any new pathogen spill over into the Muddy Mountains. So that certainly is a consideration, but not any guarantee for this fall as a tool to help us reduce that Muddy Mountain population. Got a couple slides that I want to help give everyone appreciation for the disease landscape on our bighorn sheep herds, primarily with our desert bighorn. So this map shows color-coded for herds that have been sampled and tested, and those that have come back positive for the primary, what I call trigger pathogen for pneumonia events, which is Mycoplasma over pneumoniae. So that's in red, those herds that have either had an active infection or we've gotten titers where the animals have told us they had previous exposure to Mycoplasma. The green, within the last 5 years, we have not tested any positive animals. Not that that hasn't changed, but at least that's where we're at with the data. And then just a couple herds that we haven't technically tested any animals, but likely They're probably negative, or they haven't been exposed to mycoplasma yet, but we can't say that for certain. So you can see that a big majority of the desert populations have been exposed, but it doesn't mean that every place it's bad news or it's a train wreck. So the next slide talks about the strain typing that we've done of the mycoplasma. And it's been documented not only in Nevada, but in other Western states. The strain type does matter. Just because they got mycoplasma, it doesn't give you the whole picture. We have to drill down deeper. And the virulency of the strain types has clearly been shown statewide to vary from wherever the origin happened to be. So each color is a different strain type. And you can see it makes sense that you've got these meta populations that have had interaction in bighorn movement that has spread that strain type to their adjacent herds. You can see some of the polygons have a border color, which means they've actually been exposed to 2 or more strains. And we've talked about these herds down here in southern Clark County. They were initially exposed to the Southern Nevada strain, which is red, and then most recently the green strain outline is the Mojave strain that came across from our California herd, herds down in California in the Mojave Desert. So, for example, we have not seen major impacts to our herds in this metapopulation, which is the White Mountain strain. Initially, it was Lone Mountain, Monte Cristos, which were performing quite well. As we know, we've had U-hunts. So even though they were positive for mycoplasma, it wasn't affecting the lamb recruitment. Now, that strain type has potentially caused issues in the Gabbs Valley range recently, but we have not been able to detect a different strain there, but our guess is that it has been a different strain that got into the Gabbs Valley range. So then we talk about where could that have come from? Well, this blue strain is the Fairview Slate Mountain strain that's been on the landscape since 2007. And most of you know the Fairview range bounced back very well, very quickly, doing quite well, but it hasn't always played out elsewhere in that same effect. So 3 years ago, we had the Clan Alpines fall prey to that Fairview strain, likely from interaction, forays from bighorn, then into the Stillwater East Range, and then just last fall into the Tobins. And unfortunately, we saw potentially over half the herd in the Tobins die of that pneumonia event. So there is some challenges when we think about, can we move herds, even though they're doing well, they may have mycoplasma still being circulated in the herd. It may not affect where we put them, but it could have a deleterious effect. So we put a pause button on our translocations primarily because of this issue. Is we're trying to sort out where can we move sheep that we're not going to create a bigger problem. We have done one translocation 4 years ago from Lone Mountain to the Garfield Hills with the same strain type. So we didn't move a different strain into a different metapopulation, and we didn't see an impact. We didn't see anything bad happen. So that's certainly something that we consider. So I also want to go over a couple other opportunities we may have to move sheep in lieu of U-hunts, where we've got carrying capacity issues for, again, forage or water. So we're looking at several other options, again, being mindful and cognizant of the strain of the mycoplasma. And we're going to be really seriously looking at more of those this fall with all of our staff. And we'll provide you an update on some potential options that we may consider. Another thing that we're collaborating with a few wool growers out there. They have interest in modifying their current operations, which may provide less risk to some of our bighorn herds. But there's still a few years out in having some finalization on those. Just a couple nights ago, I spoke about a project where we're collaborating with a couple wool growers in testing their domestic sheep. Based on past management of those flocks, they've got fairly high biosecurity. They're not bringing in ewes from other sources, which could lead to lower prevalence rates of mycoplasma in those domestic sheep herds. And keeping an open mind, we're continuing from our initial testing to look at prevalence rates on these two herds, and with support of both the owners, that possibly could we do some antibiotics, separation, even culling of these chronic shedders, in hopes of that maybe one day we can have domestic sheep flocks out there that pose little risk to disease transmission to our bighorn. But we're a long ways from that opportunity. And then lastly, we are considering reinstituting drop nets, summer drop nets, in some of our Southern Nevada populations that have high numbers and again have water limitations, where we feel comfortable that if we can capture the ewes in the summertime, that gives us more options to move them more north, in more northern latitudes, where they'll have the chance to acclimate to their environment before winter sets in. Just one slide, talk about mountain goats. The blue is the number of billies harvested each year since 1985, and the red is the number of nannies. Mountain goats are very unique, unlike any other ungulate we have in the state, where they're almost similar to black bears, where they're not reproductively active until an older age, typically 3 to 4 years of age. They put a lot of investment into their young of the year. And so sometimes they may still be with yearlings, and they may not be cycling and being pregnant until they have success in rearing that yearling even to 2 years of age. And something I'm going to want to talk about in future meetings is, even though we have a mandatory mountain goat seminar and we're trying to get the message across of identifying the sexes on hunters' hunts, we're still seeing 20 to 30% of our goats harvested as nannies. And especially with the East Humboldt range, it's struggling. We've actually been doing a test and remove project similar to what we've been doing in bighorn herds, try to recover that herd. But we've got a very aging adult population in there. And right now, every nanny counts that is reproductively fit in there. And those hunters that are taking the nannies are going to slow us from recovering that herd. So something that we need to consider in the future. So here's a summary of our quota recommendations compared to last year. The desert ram hunt is just a 1% change from last year that we're recommending. The ewe hunt is a 16% increase, primarily due to a slight increase in the muddies and the new hunt on top of Mount Jefferson. We have a limited number of archery tags that we're recommending with the new archery season that you approved. And then we are recommending a decline in California bighorn ram hunts. 8 tags there, and no change in Rocky Mountain bighorn or mountain goats. I do want to talk to real briefly, though you supported last summer our implementation of a mandatory bighorn ram seminar, due to limitations of implementing it with Calcami, with online viewing, we just ran out of time, and Calcami ran out of capacity to implement the things we need to do on the behind the scenes to track those people who attend and get some sideboards. And so we actually met with a key group of biologists and some hunting guides earlier this year in March, and we came up with some sideboards so that this summer we will we'll come back to you and ask you to consider and with the legislative session being closed, to consider a new NAC that would accommodate this mandatory seminar. And I'm going to take this opportunity, this is my last slide, to show some metrics, some numbers on horses and burros in the state. It's been a topic that I've kind of taken heart to, in realizing we need more champions out there to be involved, to get involved, to bring more awareness, educate our folks out there, and lend support to agencies like the BLM in proper management of horses and burros, to allow for, as the Act states, thriving natural ecological balance with other resources like our big game. I made this graph last fall and shared it with our biologists, and I was shocked, and many of our biologists were shocked. Whoops. So the blue bars are the equivalent of all of our native big game ungulates to the biomass of all the horses and burros in the state. So right now, it's estimated that there's approximately 60,000 horses and burros in the state, public land, BLM forest, private, and First Nation lands. So trying to compare apples to apples, there's approximately 5 native ungulate animals that would equal the weight of one horse burro. So average of about 155 pounds, including all of our cow, bull elk, mule deer, pronghorn, and bighorn sheep, all subspecies. They average about 155 pounds, male and female. Horses and burros average 800. So you can see in 2008, the equivalent number of all of our big game species was about 24,000. And at the time we had about 17,000 horses in the state. But by 2014, horses biomass wise exceeded all of our big game species combined. And you can see this exponential growth, which is now 2.5 times more biomass of horses and burros than all of our big game ungulates in the state. The green line is really, it's our carrying capacity. It's what BLM estimated to be the reasonable carrying capacity of the number of horses and burros in the state at 12,800. And that's the appropriate management level. And so I just encourage all of us to continue to support actions to address and to properly manage our horses and burros in the state for the benefit of all of our wildlife. And that's all I have for that initial presentation. If you have any questions, please share those. If not, we'll jump into the quota recommendations.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Cox on his introduction? Not seeing any. Did we lose Vice Chair Barnes? Nope, there he is. I couldn't see him. Okay. Okay, I don't see any questions. So Mr. Cox, would it be best to go through the any legal weapon first and then jump into the other categories for Desert Bighorn?
Madam Chair, I did see Commissioner Keel.
Oh, okay.
Hand up.
Okay, I can't see everybody. So Commissioner Keel, go ahead.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks, Mr. Cox. Just one question regarding the water hauls and the carrying capacity, especially down south with the bighorn sheep, and more specifically in regard to the U quotas. And what happens if we're not able to take the sheep that you've got planned to go to Utah? How close does these quotas keep us at that carrying capacity level? I guess the question is, do these quotas give us enough buffer to where if we have additional water restrictions or a disease event, are we in danger of, bursting that sheep bubble down there and having something extremely dramatic happen?
That is the $64,000 question for sure. We know we're going to be doing water hauls probably in the next week or two, and continuing. And it's not just the muddies, of course, as you know, we were doing them from the Gaza Valley Range and throughout the South. We feel currently that if we can, knowing that we're not going to get much of a reprieve, knowing that the moisture is likely not going to happen, we're likely not going to have a monsoonal rain. If we can get those waters supplied enough, we think the current Muddy Mountain U quota will get us by. Certainly, we talked about what if we're successful in sharing 20, 30 or more bighorn with Utah this fall. Would that change our opinion on the UTAG quota? And there's no guarantee. As I stated earlier, Utah is not, they're not committed. They don't have a committed site. So, but even that, would we want to increase if we can't give them to Utah? I think, along with our Southern region staff, that if we can get the harvest that we typically have had with the recommended tag quotas for the muddy ewe hunt, I think we can get by, but we're going to have to continue to put the pedal to that population, whether it's moving sheep or continuing to harvest until we see a reprieve in the conditions.
Sure, appreciate that. Yeah, I just think it would be devastating on multiple fronts if, we aren't able to sustain some buffer and something goes, traumatically wrong down there. It's a bad use of the resource, and, all the dollars that NGOs have spent, volunteers have spent, along with all the, work that you all put into it as well. So if you're comfortable that we've got a buffer there, I think I am as well.
Well, I'll be honest, I'm not comfortable. As we've talked and my colleagues have talked, Southern Nevada, Eastern Nevada, certainly ground zero for the extreme drought conditions. But I think what we've got is about as reasonable approach to trying to get us through this gauntlet. But it's going to change how we look at, I think, sheep management forever. And we really need to place a lot of emphasis on considering carrying capacity, recharge, the forage in each of our herds, and being very cognizant of these population levels. So we'll just leave it at that. And any other questions?
Not for me. Thank you, Mr. Cox.
Anyone else have questions for Mr. Cox? Vice Chair Barnes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just probably not a question, just probably more along the lines of what Casey was saying as a comment to Mr. Cox, is that was talking to he's a retired veterinarian, one of my college professors, that was Don Hanks, who enjoys sheep hunting, and he brought to my attention what's going on down there. And he says, I know you have a commission meeting coming up. He says, so you better be paying attention to what's going on. He says, because I don't want to have a wreck down there. So I guess I'd be a little remiss if I didn't mention it. But Mike, I think you answered my question. So I guess as words from Don Hanks is that we better be paying attention so we don't have a wreck.
Yeah, it's all hands on deck this summer for sure. Madam Chair, yes. Mike Cox, with limited alternative recommendations, I would even consider maybe a single motion on an all bighorn.
Okay, that's fine with me. We did have some cab comment on Humboldt, I think had a comment, Pershing had a comment. Those were the only two that I see. So, yes, Commissioner Cavilla.
I guess if I had a couple of comment or questions.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I didn't see.
If we're gonna open it up to everything before we get to the cap.
Okay.
And Mike would probably anticipate it, but on the Mariah hunt, we're proposing 3 tags. I spent a lot of time up there this year, and you even look back at the population model. We haven't seen any 6-year-old rams for quite a while. I know the model says they should be there. Mike knows my thoughts on that. The White Pine County CAB has the same concerns. So
Okay.
I would hope to take that to 2 tags. We do have the big longer season this year. I'll give the hunters every opportunity to try to find the older H class rams, but my only concern is nobody's seen them. Nobody's seen them for a few years now. And I talked to a lot of people. I talked to Mike about it, and that's my concern up with that particular hunt. And then,
Commissioner Caviglia, I'm sorry, can you give us which hunt unit that is?
oh, I'm sorry, that's unit 114 on the Rockies.
Oh, on the Rockies. Okay. Got it.
And the White Pine cab had the same
Yes.
recommendation for 2 as well. So
Yep.
I just wanted to say that I agreed with them on that.
Okay.
And
Yes,
then-
and Commissioner
another
Caviglia,
question.
I would say that, and we met, obviously, you and I met with our wildlife biologist, Cody Mangini, about both the units 114, 115 earlier this year. And we just lack data. You know, as much as I want to stand behind our information, we don't have a lot of information. And in fact, right after our discussion, we put our heads together and we found some money and found some collars, and we made a concerted effort to put some collars out on sheep in both units. Unfortunately, we found the ewes in 114. We couldn't find any mature rams. So I would support the reduction.
Okay.
And I would throw out, as we had the discussion earlier with you, is that I would love to bring forth this summer some alternative management seasons to consider with hunts like this that are a huge challenge. It's a wilderness, heavily tree covered. And I think we need to think out of the box so that people who apply for a hunt like this truly know what they're getting into.
Yeah, I agree. It's a big mountain. It's a lot bigger mountain, I think, than most people give it credit. And then I had 2 other questions. One was regarding the Nelson, the archery hunt. How did you guys determine? I know we don't have the demand formula there, right? Because this is a first hunt. How did you guys get to giving them 9 tags total? I was just curious where you guys pulled that number from.
I think we considered 1 tag for some of the smaller units in terms of population size. And then some of the biologists felt comfortable with the larger units in putting 2 tags out. We're probably assuming like a 70% hunter success. I think the tag holders are going to be pretty committed, but that was just a general philosophy we had. We didn't have, as you said, any sideboards necessarily. So it was just our thoughts in getting it initiated.
Okay, I was just kind of curious how you guys came up with it. My last question is, this year, obviously in the muddies, the ram tags are going up quite a bit. And it's just kind of another curiosity question I had is, are ram to ewe ratios, are they higher? Are they higher in the muddies kind of than across the state, or is it about average?
Mike Cox, yes, Commissioner Caviglia, they actually are. We're pushing a 1-to-1 ratio. So even though, and a lot of it is the ewe harvest that we've had and the long-term translocations out of the muddies. So that we typically see probably more like a 70, mid-70s ram ratio to 100 ewes in many of our hunted populations that don't have ewe removal of any kind. But in the muddies, yes, that ram ratio is 95 to 100 rams per 100 ewe.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Caviglia. Anybody else have questions for Mr. Cox? Commissioner Almberg?
Yeah, I don't know if the intent was to do just the sheep, or did you want to finish up your whole section and discuss mountain goat? I had a question on the mountain goats.
Commissioner Allenberg, great idea. If Madam Chair supports it, but go ahead with your mountain goat question.
Yeah, I guess my only question was is the concern about the nanny harvest. We've tried to make efforts to minimize that. Should we be a little bit proactive and reduce the quota at sooner than later to account for the nanny harvest?
I talked to Scott Roberts, the biologist for the East Humboldts and Rubies. I think we're going to reach out to the tag holders prior to them taking the online mandatory class and in reviewing all the material that we have. And I think we're just going to really emphasize with them the need to take those messages and that information of identifying the sexes to heart. And so, but I would like to have a discussion with the commission this summer of other options that other states have taken to minimize the female harvest. But I think this year, I think if we can reach out to the tag holders that are selected to pay particular attention to the information they're collecting and really use that during their hunt, I think we can reduce it. And it would be a test. It would be just another test to say, with a little bit of added effort, can we reduce it without any sort of a regulatory change?
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Cox? Commissioner Hubbs? Uh-oh, where'd she go?
I'm here. I'm sorry. I just.
Oh, there you are.
I just am wondering, at what point would the state ever, would we ever not hunt bighorn sheep if their populations were to, and let them have time to regroup? Is there a threshold in which we would say, let's just wait a while? Because it seems like I've been here 6 years. It's like they've been really, they're struggling from the disease. We've had drought on and off. And is there ever a number in which the department would not hunt? I don't know. I just don't know how, if they're struggling so badly, why we would continue to hunt. I'm having a hard time understanding that at this point.
Commissioner Hub, Mike Cox, I'll just give you an example or put things in perspective. There are states like Nebraska, South Dakota, that have 300 to 400 bighorn sheep, and they're harvesting their surplus rams. We have almost 12,000. So we are making commensurate reductions in ram harvest. And as you can see in the data, our average age of rams has not changed. If not, it's increased over time. And so I really feel, even though you're not going to find a biologist that's more passionate about bighorn than me. I'm just going to lay it out there. I care a great deal about herd first and then hunting. But as long as we have harvestable surplus of rams, we certainly can continue to harvest animals. But once we get there, once we have a population that, can't even support one tag, we're pulling it for sure. But we are monitoring and pretty well our overall populations. And I work hard to find solutions to never have disease. And I can't control Mother Nature and what comes out of the sky, but we're going to do what we can as best we can to give the resources that we need. And if we need to reduce the population as its carrying capacity reduces, then we need to be responsible and do that.
Okay.
It just seems striking. I mean, it's like the lowest number ever, lowest lamb ratio for desert bighorn ever recorded. I don't know. I just wonder where the threshold is. But if you think that hunting is still not additive, is that what I'm hearing, that we need to still hunt them, or would a relief from hunting help them?
You know, as explained to my colleagues, hunting the males is not going to change the trajectory of a population of ungulates that are polygamous. If you start to dip into the females, yes, could have an effect, but harvesting rams won't.
Okay, thank you.
I wish I could sprinkle pixie dust and make everything better out there, but and I have to admit, this summer is going to be tough. We are going to see mortalities due to the drought. Just from that alone, it's just reality, and it's not just going to be bighorn sheep. It's going to be songbirds and small mammals and everything. It's going to be real tough. So I'm hoping for greener pastures, and we're going to see a moisture pattern returning.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cox. Any other questions for Mr. Cox before we go out to comment? No? Okay. All right, then get over here to our participants, our attendees. Do we have any CAB comment on the sheep and goat recommendations? Mr. Dixon?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
I figured it out quick today. Sorry. We have our sheep biologist, Pat Cubbins, always comes to our meeting at this time of the year. And I will say that he echoed very well what Mike presented to you guys today, to our board. I just wanted to reiterate that if at all possible to translocate some of the money used to Utah, if that could be made happen, that would be the best of all worlds for us. But we also realize with the water hauls and the criticality, the fact that between 30 and 40 sheep died of basically lack of water this past summer when they were doing emergency hauls. I really feel strongly that the U-harvest is required if we can't go to Utah with some of our ewes. And I'll leave it with that. But we did have a very healthy discussion, and I appreciate Mike's words on this today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. Any other CAB comments? Okay, any public comment? Mr. Belding? Oh, go ahead, Mr. Belding.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Just, I want to really thank Mike Cox for his presentation, especially the slide today on the feral horses and burros in the state of Nevada. I know I hear it from a lot of field biologists, but I just don't see it at this level. And I want to commend Mike on that. That was great to see that. We do have a problem. It's growing every year, and all of us have to get behind that. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Belding. Mr. Casanelli. Mr. Casanelli, can you unmute yourself? Can't hear Mr. Casanelli.
Is
There we
that,
go.
did that do it?
There. Yes, hi. Go ahead.
Am I out? Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Tom Casanelli representing Humboldt County. We had some concerns with archery hunts, and we recommended one tag per unit. And our reasoning was we have a new hunt that's been put out there in front of all the general hunters, which include archery hunters, any legal weapon. And most sheep hunters are pretty specific to units, and the archers will be hunting on water, and I feel it gives them an unfair advantage over the general public. But that's our reasoning for going with the one tag per unit. And if we're going to have new seasons in front of general hunters, which includes archery hunters, we feel it should be behind them. So when a season comes, every sheep hunter knows the sheep in their units they're putting in for, and that would give any legal weapon first chance at those sheep instead of putting somebody out there in front of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Casanelli. Kathy, all I see is Kathy.
Hi, this is Kathy Smith, Washoe County, for the record.
Hi.
Hey, I know I usually don't comment on sheep things. I just wanted to tell Mr. Cox how much I also appreciated the presentation he did and the comments he made. But I do have a couple of questions that I would love for the department to present, because I'm just not sure where the wild horses, or the, however you want to call it, feral wild horses, fit in with the overall ecology of the state with respect to cattle. I guess I would like to figure out, I know there's some differences in the way that cattle and horses affect the environment, but when the numbers are so large for cattle, I would just like to see that comparison between the horses and the cattle, because the weight I know is similar. Just curiosity for my own learning, because I've kind of stayed out of this this arena because it is a very complex issue. But given the fact that cattle can make climate change a lot worse, which is obviously a problem that's affecting all these droughts, I think it would be helpful to add that into the conversation as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else wishing to provide public comment on our sheep and goat classes? Okay, seeing that, I'll bring it back to the commission. Oops. Mr. Cox, can you comment on Humboldt County's archery recommendation?
Yes, Madam Chair, Mike Cox. We actually, with these tag quotas, attempted to, especially with the 2 tags, assuming we're going to get at least 1 ram harvest, we took that into account in meeting our harvest objectives of 8% of the total rams, not to exceed 50% of the mature rams. You know, and just like the muzzleloader hunts in antelope. We have all 3 weapon class hunts in deer. We wanted to see if there was interest in the archery hunt for bighorn sheep, and we'll certainly we'll let the tag application numbers, I guess, speak to that demand. But you know, it's 9 tags statewide, and we're likely going to see, you know, maybe 6 rams harvested. So I appreciate baby steps into new hunts, but we feel that this 9 tags it's not going to be any impact on the any legal weapon hunts, and that we did use the same approach as we do on our other hunts to have archery hunters out there before the other more advanced weapons. And we also stayed away from identifying units that were predominantly water development supported. And most of these have natural water sources that the hunters would have to hunt on, whether it's a creek or a spring. But so, you know, I think we think 9 tags is reasonable, but I respect Tom's thoughts on reducing them.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Motion? I can't see everyone, so. Okay, I'll take a stab at this. I move to approve that portion of CR 21-14 for resident Nelson Desert Bighorn Sheep, any ram, any legal weapon hunt 3151. Non-resident Nelson Desert Bighorn Sheep, any ram, any legal weapon hunt 3251. Resident Nelson Desert Bighorn Sheep, any ram, archery hunt 3161. Resident Nelson Desert Bighorn Sheep, any U, any legal weapon hunt 3181. Non-resident, where am I? Nelson Desert Bighorn Sheep, any U, any legal weapon hunt 3281. Resident California Bighorn Sheep, any ram, any legal weapon hunt 8151. Non-resident California Bighorn Sheep, any ram, any legal weapon hunt 8251. Resident Rocky Mountain Bighorn Sheep, any ram, any legal weapon hunt 9151, with the exception of unit 114, dropping that to 2. Resident Mountain Goat, any legal weapon hunt 7151. And the reason for the as presented in the 3161 is because it's a new hunt. I'm going to take the department's recommendations. Do I have a second? I have a second by Commissioner Rogers. Thank you. I have a motion by the chairwoman and a second by Commissioner Rogers. All those in, Mike, can you drop your screen, please, so I can see everyone? Thank you. All those in favor, raise your hand. Motion carries 9-0. Thank you very much, Mr. Cox. And as you know, I have not been a fan of the U-hunts, but I feel like we're at the place right now where they're warranted. And I look forward to hearing more from you as we move down the road with some translocations. The nursery just sounds really fun to me. Maybe it's just because I have such a fascination with them, but I would love to see that someday. So thank you very much for your hard work. Okay, let's see, where are we at time-wise? It's 2:42. This is going to be a long one. Let's take a 10-minute break before we jump into mule deer. So we'll be back at 2:52. Okay, everyone, if we could come back, it's 2:52. Okay, so we're moving on to our resident junior mule deer hunt. And there's Mr. Schroeder.
Yep, I'm here. So yeah,
We're on the mule deer.
yes, for the record, Coach Schroeder, staff specialist. I do have just a brief presentation I can share with you. So just kind of a general overview. Can everybody see that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I'll try to keep this one pretty short. I've already covered a lot of the stuff for deer in the previous 2 days. So I'm just going to give a little bit of a broad overview on deer trends. Here we're looking at our historical harvest of deer with the tag sold in the gray bars and the total number of deer harvested in the blue. So as we've discussed previously, our deer herds have declined. We've been dropping tags pretty much commensurate with those since about 2012. Last year we did have a little bit of an increase, but it pretty much status quo. Harvest tracks sold, tags sold obviously fairly well. Did want to talk about this a little bit. So again, when developing our quotas, we're looking at a 3-year average on success for each weapon. Last year, this is resident antlered mule deer, resident and non-resident combined. We were lower on overall hunt success of about 40 last year for any legal weapon. We were a little bit higher on muzzleloader and pretty much status quo at 19% on archery. But that does play into the quotas that we're talking about, the reductions that we're looking at a little bit here with that success rate being a little bit short than what it was on a 3-year average. We do track 4-point or greater in the harvest, as we've discussed before. That is actually looking pretty well. I think it's due to this, things we've talked about, maybe a little bit of conservatism, more pressure on older bucks, more scouting, more technology, things like that. But overall, last year we were at about 43% on 4-point or greater. This is statewide, which is above the year average. And you can see there the last 5 years in a row, we've been above the 10-year average on 4-point or greater in the harvest. So we are harvesting a little bit older age class males, even though our quotas have been decreasing. Already showed you this once, but just to kind of reiterate, our sideboards when we're developing these quotas, our standard hunt units, which are most of our units, we're shooting for the top center of range there at $30 per 100 does. Some of our alternative units, we are looking at a little bit more conservative. Buck to doe ratio at 35 with a range of 30 to 40. We also have hunt success and 4-point or greater that we use as kind of criteria. Those are the units that are our alternative units. And then finally, we have non-standard hunts where we're just pretty much looking at hunt success, driving our quotas there. 2 different categories, 45% or greater hunt success and 35 to 45. So overall, this is kind of just the summary, similar to what I showed for antelope, looking at the total number of tags for each weapon class and category, including juniors. We are looking at a overall decrease in mule deer tags. Last year we were about 17,500. And this year we're looking, what our recommendation is just shy of 17,000 at 16,911. You can see the resident, non-resident percentage breakdown there. Again, only calculated on hunts where we have both resident and non-resident hunts, so not including the juniors or the antlerless tags. And that is all I have for my presentation.
Okay. Thank you. Do we have any questions for Mr. Schroeder? We've spent a lot of time talking about these things the last few days. Commissioner Keel?
Sorry, wrong button. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks, Mr. Schroeder. During the antelope, you had a great presentation on justifying some of the doe hunts and the comparisons of, you know, the harvest take and then the following increase. Do we have any sort of comparisons on that for the does with the mule deer?
So Commissioner Keel, for the record, Cody Schroeder. I don't have any slides to show you, you know, particular ones. I can tell you that we have been managing a little bit more aggressively in some of our larger herds for deer, particularly, you know, management area 6, where we've had some challenges there with wildfires. Management area 7, where we've been trying to keep that herd, you know, within a reasonable level. And even area 10, and historically we've had fairly aggressive doe harvest, but I don't have any, in terms of a particular, you know, slide, I can't speak exactly to what you're getting at. I don't know. Were you looking for, I'm not sure what comparison you're looking for, I guess.
I guess there was that, you know, you had the 2 or 3 units, and I think it went back 3 years in each of the 2 units, showing the population and the harvest of antelope does, and it really had no effect on the overall population. In fact, it really stood out that the population was slightly increasing, but you're getting much better fawn ratios with the doe antelope. And I was wondering if we had something similar to justify some of these doe hunts in the mule deer population.
Yeah, I don't have a particular, you know, slide to demonstrate that. You could certainly flip through the commission material and look at that in the areas where we have had doe harvest. Probably the most comparable, the ones I just mentioned, you know, 061, 062, where we've had a fairly high harvest of does. I think we're, you know, just looking at the recommendation form, we've been over 250 the last 3 years in that unit. Fawn ratios are pretty high. Observed fawn ratios are higher than regional, so that'd be kind of similar. We're showing a population decrease there. However, if you kind of read the description below, we really went into our model and, you know, made some adjustments just to make sure everything was tracked and include the buck ratio. So that decline that we're seeing from, you know, 9,200 to 7,300 is mostly a factor of adjustments to the model, but everything else looks pretty good. When you're talking about, you know, recruitment anyway, with our observed spring ratio and even our buck ratio was above our objective for that unit. And I think similar to area 7, we've had, you know, not as many. We've been close to about 200 does harvested there the last 2 years, and fawn ratio is not quite as high, but higher than they were the years prior to that. And those were, you know, those were largely intended to try to keep these populations in check.
Sure. Thanks for the additional detail.
Okay, Commissioner Cavilla.
I guess just to kind of piggyback on Casey there. So, and I know we've kind of beat it to death a little bit this weekend, but on these doe hunts, so I mean, is it logically that we just think the habitat there, we need to keep it in check? There's not the population is at its limit there. We're at the peak of that kind of the bell curve you showed us earlier today, if that makes sense. Or we believe that we need to have these additional, there's not additional habitat on there to support these does. We need to take them down so these other does might produce better. Is that kind of what we're saying there in those units?
Yeah, Commissioner Cavilla, for the record, Cody Schroeder. So I think in large part, these doe harvest recommendations are fairly light. They're not really where we're at right now with our recommendations are just kind of designed to keep it at maintenance. So we're not really looking to aggressively lower the population or anything like that. There's some just providing opportunity there because we have a sustainable harvest. So getting into a little bit of that, compensatory mortality conversation I had earlier. But they're really, I think on the end of our guidelines, they were on the lower end in terms of a percentage of the does harvests that they're targeting. So I feel like they're fairly light in general. But certainly some of the recommendations, the alternative recommendations would, shave quite a bit off of that.
Right. Okay. Vice Chair Barnes, did you have a question or comment?
Well, I guess I do. I don't know if I was wanting to get into it right now or not, but
but
I guess since you called me out on it, I was kind of thinking about these, looking at the doe hunts. Commissioner Cavilla brought it up, and I'm very familiar with Area 10, somewhat with Area 6. We've got our mule deer enhancement program going on, and as I looked at all the quota recommendations, everything, there weren't a lot of alternative recommendations till you get the mule deer, and it seems like really in the last 6-7 months, I hear a lot about mule deer and sportsmen's concern, and even livestock producers' concern over the the lack of deer and our deer herds decreasing. And so I guess as I look, I kind of question that. I know where the department's coming from with their doe hunts, because then this is really a moderate, as we look at previous years, this is really a moderate or a lighter doe hunt than what we've looked at for quite a while. But I really wonder, are we at the point that that maybe we should consider some of these recommendations and even lower these a little bit more for a while until we can kind of see these herds starting to increase a little bit. We're looking, last night we were talking about, some of the fawns and how we're seeing some increase there. And so maybe we should just consider look at these recommendations that have been recommended to us from the cabs and lower, maybe even lower these doe hunts a little bit more, get these herds turned around, get them increasing a little bit, and then come back to harvesting a few more does and giving these guys a little more opportunity. So I guess that was kind of what was on my mind, and we'll probably talk about it more as we go.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Commissioner Cavilla?
I guess I'm going to be a pain to Cody, but I'm like, I know you guys give us these spreadsheets and they're awesome. I like digging into them. One unit that has come up, and I don't think anybody's complaining about it, but I'm just curious how we got there is unit 121. There's a massive jump in tags this year. And I don't believe NDOW every year we want to see a jump like that, right? If I would imagine if our model is correct and we're predicting the herd correct, we shouldn't see a big jump like that. So I guess what happened? What do you guys think happened in 121? Because I mean, we're cutting tags almost in half in there. And like I said, I think everybody I've talked to is happy about that. But I guess in my opinion, I don't believe, and maybe I'm wrong, we should see jumps that drastic year to year. unless we're missing something. Hopefully that makes sense what I'm asking there.
So if I may, Commissioner Caviglia, you're speaking now towards the buck harvest, I'm assuming in area 121, why we're decreasing so drastically?
Yeah, I mean, did we miss the mark on years prior? And then that's a massive decrease, right? We usually don't see that. Is it something where we were modeling that wrong the last couple of years, or was there a catastrophic event? Was there something that happened there that caused that this drastic? I mean, it's almost half the tags, right? I'm just curious how. Year over year, I don't believe we want to see big jumps like that, do we? In our harvest like that, usually the jumps are minor, not nothing like this. I'm just curious why we saw that in this one unit. If you guys had any explanation for that.
Yeah, so I think a few things on that one in particular. So we did see some decreases, some indicators. We've had the year prior, we had a pretty low fawn ratio, so that's going to contribute to the population. And I think probably responding to that observed buck ratio. If you look on the quota recommendation form, it was really low. Well below our objective. And we did see a little worse success rate in the any legal weapon season, and so I think we may have made some adjustments there and try to been maybe even more conservative than we should have been. But I agree, we don't typically want to see big jumps like that. However, if it's warranted, we're certainly amenable to going there. I don't know particularly on this one, why it's so drastic, other than we did bring the model down a little bit, and I'm looking at ratios, previous spring ratios, that's what's driving that recruitment value being low. And so just available bucks and trying to meet our buck ratio objective. Looks like in our model ratio, we were, post-season, we were still below our objective for a standard unit at 24 and observing only 15. So I think that's primarily the reason for that big drop that you're seeing there.
Are you good, Commissioner Caviglia?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else? Commissioner McNitch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, I'm sitting here trying to process, and I like I said before, I appreciate, we've got a lot of people we're going to hear from, I'm sure. But I'm really interested in the justifications for the proposed reductions in the quotas. And I'm having a hard time reconciling some of the ones that I've already seen that I've gotten here. For example, there's a justification that's the conversation basically is that there's continued drought and low recruitment, but they want to maintain high buck to doe ratios in age class. It's hard to reconcile. We want to drop numbers because of drought, but they want to maintain a higher buck to doe ratio, meaning that we're putting more competition on the ground. So this is what I think, that's why these dynamics, that's why I appreciate the department's effort to try to walk us through this stuff. It's the doe hunts. I know they're unpopular, but you leave too many on the ground and you start pushing over the top of that curve too far, and pretty soon you end up with lots of animals but no reproduction, with low reproduction. And I think obviously it's a balancing act. So I'm really trying to understand, are these philosophical issues, value conflicts that are really truly out there? Or is there something else that we need to understand? Because the doe hunts, it can't be a concept issue, because we have cow hunts and we have sow hunts, and we have horns shorter than ear hunts, and we have so is it just because they're mule deer that this is of concern, or what's really driving it? And that's I can't help but feel that we really need to stick as close to these recommendations from the department as possible. That's what it's going to take to continue to keep these herds productive, and by being healthy and balanced with what's available to them out in the wild. So that's just my thoughts for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay. So, Mr. Schroeder, would it be your preference to start with the junior hunts and move from there, do those first and then move to the others?
Yeah, we can certainly do that. Madam Chairwoman East, we can start with juniors, and I have the PR up so we can kind of go through that if you'd like. I think some of the conversation is probably going to be definitely linked with some of the other.
They will.
But yeah, we can start with juniors, and we've already started talking a little bit about the doe hunt too. So
okay,
we can certainly go through them one by one. It's up to you, really.
Let's get the juniors out of the way, and then I think we can address the others. We can do any legal weapons, and then we'll move on to the others. So I have written down under the Hunt 1107, I have 015, Washoe County's recommending 10 instead of 7. I have 043 through 046, Pershing County's recommending 70 rather than 40. And I have Hunt Unit 241 through 245, Lincoln County's recommending 30 rather than 45. Does anyone have any other cab recommendations that I've missed? Okay, I don't see anybody. If you do, just yell. Okay. So, Mr. Schroeder, do you have any issues with any of these?
Commissioner or Chairwoman East, for the record, Schroeder. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, I think most of these are, fairly minor. The Washoe cab is certainly have no problems with that one.
Okay.
Pershing County really is, I think if you read their full recommendation, they're really looking to shift tags from any legal weapon into the junior.
Right.
The last two, if I caught them, 051 and 241, those, I don't really see any need for that, especially that drastic 051. We're definitely meeting our objectives there. I think we came down a little bit on the any legal weapon, the adult any legal weapon tag. So this is kind of just a little bit, this is commensurate with that. I don't see the need to take that drastic of a cut.
Do you mean 241? I'm sorry, I'm looking at the sheets.
Yeah.
The 241 to 245.
Right. Again, that one, and then this will ring true when we get to the any legal weapon section. Well, that's a very conservative, already conservatively managed hunt. And it's an alternative unit that we are, by all means, or by all metrics that we track, way above in terms of our buck to doe ratio, harvest success, percentage of 4 points in the harvest are way above. So again, I really don't see a need to.
Okay, so only the 3 recommendations on the juniors, right? I thought I heard you talking about 051. on the juniors. I didn't see a change to 051.
I believe there was one from the
Oh,
Humboldt cab.
did I miss it?
Maybe off on my.
Oh, you know what? Adjust quotas with the recommendation from any legal weapon. Oh, you know what? I didn't correlate that. Okay, so what would that be for juniors? I'm sorry, on 051. They're asking us to drop it to 150. So we'd add the 20 there.
Yeah, I might have misspoken on that. Honestly,
Okay,
the material we got in, I couldn't quite follow it 100%. So
okay, maybe they can clarify that when we bring them up for cap comment. Okay. Anybody have any other on the juniors? Commissioner Alberg, are you wishing to speak? No, okay. Okay, I don't see anybody else. All right, so we're good on juniors. All right, I'll go out to cab comment. We're taking cab comment first. And I've been asked if your name is not complete on the Zoom link, that you state your name, your full name for the record. So I see Kay Lee, and I don't know which cab you're from, but please, oh, gone. Okay, Mr. Robinson, Washoe Cab.
Madam Chair and Commission, Steve Robinson, Washoe Cab. We're recommending to keep the quota in 015 the same as last year. The recommendation is 7 this year, and we'd like to keep it at 10. Just for the fact that none of the other hunts in 015 are recommended to have a reduction. And with the 30% success, that should make a difference in the herd at all, but give a few more kids a chance to hunt. So that's our recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. Mr. Burnside.
Hi, good afternoon. So I've been a member of the Douglas Cab for a dozen or more years. And I would say if you look at historically, our cab supports the staff recommendations almost every year. On the other side, our cab always supports trying to maintain the opportunity for youth. And, you know,
Chairwoman East, can you hear this gentleman, or is it?
I can't. Mr. Burnside, could you turn up your mic, please?
Well, I'm on my phone, so I'm not sure how I can turn up the mic.
We're having a hard time hearing you. You're it's just very low. It's not muted, it's just very low.
If I talk louder, does that help?
A little bit.
Okay, I apologize. So I guess getting to the crux of it, we're always talking about trying to recruit more kids to become hunters, because nationally the art or the recreational opportunities of hunting and hunters involved is going down. And Cody's numbers show that we're reducing the number of all the weapons classes by 0.7%, but the number of tags being proposed for youth is going down 7%. And that there's only so many years that any of these individuals can qualify for youth tags. And I understand that they're basically viewed as a separate class, and demand success plays into it. But it just seems to me that just because the youth were successful last year, there's going to be a whole new group of kids that are going to be entering that arena. And I don't think we should be taking the opportunity away from those new kids to be able to go out and hunt and be successful and become lifelong hunters. So we didn't have any specific recommendations, However, I think if there's, I mean, we're in a drought, and I understand tag numbers need to decrease, but I think that the number of tags available to youth shouldn't be cut more than the number of tags available to all the other weapons classes. That's all I had. Thanks, Tiffany.
Thank you. Do I have any other cab comment on the junior hunt? Is anyone from Lincoln County on with us? Mr. Rowe? Mr. Burnside, can you put your phone on mute, please? Thank you. Mr. Rowe?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, George Rao with Lincoln County Cab. In regard to the junior hunt in 241 through 245, we would like to see the numbers stay where they were last year. There's nowhere in Southern Nevada hit harder with the drought than those units for mule deer. And we would like to not see the increase that NDOW proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rao. Any other cab comment? Okay, other public comment on the junior hunt. Jeff, please state your name for the record, your full name. Please go ahead. Hello? Jeff, you're with us. Can you speak, please? Okay, please put yourself on mute. We'll come back to you. Mr. Casanelli.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, Tom.
Hi, Tom Casanelli, Humboldt County. For the record, we just did some changes to the any legal weapon, and we figured that you could correlate the youth hunt off of that. I thought it was always off of the draw. So that's what the clarification for us changing the youth hunt.
Okay, so you want.
Well, if you change any legal weapon and drop the other hunts equally, wouldn't it drop the youth hunt too?
I'll have to double check that with Mr. Schroeder.
If not, we're fine with it as it is, a youth hunt. It's
okay.
The other hunts we have more concern with.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Casanelli. Okay, any other public comment? Jeff, let's try it again. Go ahead and speak. Can you? Yeah.
Madam Chair, is this that YouTube versus online issue again, or I don't?
It shouldn't be, because they can't raise their hand unless they're in Zoom.
Gotcha.
But he's got an issue with his microphone. Okay, Jeff, we can't hear you. So go ahead and mute yourself and maybe try and call in from a different, maybe from your phone. We'll give it another minute. Any other public comment on the junior tags? I'm going to give it a minute just to make sure that if he wants to comment, he can call in a different way. Oh, okay. And Ms. Taylor has posted in the chat box that you can also email the Wildlife Commission at NDOW.org, and your comment can be put into the record. So I can read it into the record if we can't hear you. Okay, Jeff, let's try this one more time. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Okay, I see you're there. Can you try speaking to us? Okay, I can't hear you again, so would you please email your comment to wildlifecommission@ndow.org, and I'll read it into the record, and we're going to go back to the commission, seeing no other public comment. Okay, I'm coming back to the commission for the junior tags. Any comments, thoughts, motions to move?
Chair, this is Ron Perney. If I could ask a question.
Of course.
I could not hear what Douglas County was doing. I'm sorry. Could not hear it at all. Is there just a few sentences did you learn from that, or at least listen from him to tell me what he was saying?
Yeah, he mentioned that the tags across the other hunt classes or hunt weapon classes were being decreased, but it feels like we should give more opportunity to kids who are maybe first timers and haven't had a chance to be out in the field just yet. So he felt like the decreases for the junior side were a little bit higher than some of the others. Did I get that correct?
Yeah, I think I know what you're saying. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Schroeder, with Humboldt County, I don't even know where to start there because they've made some pretty drastic changes on some of these. He said that they were okay to stay with the junior tags where they're at. Is there any recommendation you'd make for them, or should we go ahead and do this junior tag as is?
Madam Chair, for the record, Cody Schroeder. So I guess I'll try to touch on a few things.
Okay.
First on that, I guess my preference would be to leave it as my preference for almost all of these. I think I may have misspoke and misinterpreted how they did their recommendation. You know, they were looking to take 20 off of the adult, so I assume maybe they meant to take 20 off of the 70 commensurate.
Oh.
It's this whole notion that the juniors are commensurate. So I tried to, explain this a little bit yesterday, but I can reiterate. So, and this speaks to CAB member Burnside's question as well of why, the juniors were seeing these big drops and really we're only coming down a small amount on our any legal weapon. And it's primarily because of the demand success formula. Just generally speaking, they're all independent, but junior heart success was fairly high, whereas it wasn't as high. It was actually below average, below the 3-year average for any legal weapon hunts statewide. And then I touched on this a little bit, but the percentage of the doe harvest, because juniors can take does as well, factors in. And we did see we actually saw a drop in that last year. It is based on your average as well to try to smooth things out, but that's generally speaking why you're seeing this. And I mean, I'm certainly all about providing opportunity for juniors. So if it's the purview of the commission to add more tags or, take them from any legal weapon, it's a little bit of a guessing game, without having the quota array up for a particular area to try to calculate exactly what projected harvest would be. But, certainly like what Pershing County did with their recommendation is, a fairly reasonable approach, I think.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And thank you for that reminder, Mr. Schroeder. Any other questions? Do I have a motion? Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll go ahead and make a motion. I'll move to approve that portion of CR 21-14 specific to resident junior mule deer antlered or antlerless archery muzzleloader or any legal weapon hunt 1107 as proposed with the following exceptions: 015 from 7 to 10, 043, 046 from 40 to 70. And the reason I am not including the proposed reduction from Lincoln Cab for 241 through 245, according to the department, metrics are performing above expected. Things are performing well. In my concern with these reductions too, and you'll probably hear a lot of this from me. If the department's proposing I'm sorry. So that's my motion. Now I'll make it quick.
Okay. Do you have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay.
Okay.
So my next comment real quick is, that we've got the department proposing for herd health, an increase in tags. And I think we all have a tendency to look at these numbers as the high water, the high mark, when in fact they're kind of a this is what we need at least type of a thing. And so I look at this number as is if we go below this number, whatever is going to happen, we face having to make that up this year. So next year when it comes along, we'll have to make that difference up. What we don't do this year, we'll have to make that up, plus make adjustments to take it the other way next year. So you're getting double whammied, and that's why the department's been telling us you really have these really big swings, because you're not just making one adjustment, you're accounting for two, the lack of one adjustment, and then you have to make one to go back further. So it makes sense to me, and that's enough out of me for now.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion from Commissioner McNinch and a second by Commissioner Hubbs to approve the junior hunt 1107 as presented with the noted changes to 10 and 015 and 70 and 043 to 046. All those in favor, raise your hand. Okay, motion carries 9-0. Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Schroeder. You want to go through any legal weapons?
Yeah.
Or take everybody. I think we
can
should
try to do it all at once if you would like. So, we do have at least recommendation is the answer.
Okay.
And I'll share my screen once again.
I just say any legal weapons because doesn't that affect everybody else? That should be good. Oh.
Well, in terms of the recommendations, I believe some of them are kind of all linked together, depending on how they came in with their recommendations. And then certainly, if there are changes, we can pass a motion on the non-resident to make them, as Tony suggested earlier, I guess, discretion to make them commensurate with the residents. That I would leave that up to you.
Okay, so antlerless. We have suggested changes from the Humboldt cab in 051 to drop that to 20. And from Elko cab to drop 061 through 062, 64, 66, 68, early season to 60. The late season of that same hunt unit to 60. And then the 071, 079, 091 to 145 and 101, 102, 109 to 80. You want me to keep going? The antlered any legal weapon hunt We have from the Humboldt cab, 032 drops to 75 recommendation, 033 is 20, 034 is 20, and 035 is 25, I'm sorry. I also have a recommendation from the Lion cab in 033 to drop that to 20. And then 043 through 046 early, Pershing suggesting 70, Humboldt County suggesting 60. 043 through 046 late, I have Pershing County suggesting 30 and Humboldt suggesting 20. 051, I have Humboldt suggesting 150, down from 170. 061 through 068 early, Humboldt cab is suggesting 400. The late season, they're suggesting 80. In 071 through 091 early, I've got Humboldt cab suggesting 450. Carson City suggesting 650. In the late season of that same hunt unit, Humboldt cab is suggesting 100. And Carson City, no, I'm sorry, Clark County. These are Clark County, not Carson City, is 150. 081, I have Elko suggesting 50. And then 101 through 109 early. Clark cab is suggesting 600, Elko is suggesting 775. In that same unit mid-season, Clark County is 600, Elko is 775. And then in the late season of that, Clark County is suggesting 150, Elko is suggesting 140. 111 through 114. I'm sorry, 111 through 113 early, White Pine County is suggesting 210. 131 through 134 early, White Pine County suggesting 250. In the late season, they're suggesting 25. 202, 205 through 208, Mineral County suggesting 40. 221 through 223 early, White Pine County is suggesting 205. Clark County is suggesting 200. And Lincoln County is suggesting 200. And then in the mid-season of 221, White Pine is 120. Clark is 100. Lincoln's 100. In the late season, Clark is 15 and Lincoln County is 15. And then in 241 to 245, Lincoln County is 100. Let's take a look at that. That's a lot. Unless you want me to keep going. Oh, we only have one more. Two more. I'll keep going. I'll go through the muzzle loader changes that we have because there's just a few. So in the muzzle loader 1331, 081, Elko suggesting 15. In 111 through 113, White Pine County is at 10. In 202, 205, 208, Mineral County is at 10. And then in the archery hunt 1331, I've got 081, Elko suggesting 6. And in 111 through 113, I've got White Pine at 25. And in 221 to 223, I've got White Pine at 60. And those are the changes that I have recorded from what was shared with us. Does anyone have anything in addition? Did I miss anything? Commissioner McNinch?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had Lander written down a couple of times.
Okay.
They didn't specify an area in their recommendations other than just 15, I think. Is that right, Cody? Is that how I would read that? If they didn't specify, I just make the assumption it's area 15.
I believe so, yes, Commissioner.
Yeah. Yeah, I
So-
put a question mark next to that on our sheets.
So I had on the resident antlered, for 151 through 156, and I put it in early because the reference was drop it down 30. So Lander would be at 130 from 160.
Okay.
This is just my read on it. So, for resident mule deer antlered muzzleloader, and Cody, they also pointed out, should that be hunt 1371?
For the record, Commissioner McNish, Cody Schroeder, I think these numbers are correct. I know we did have different numbers in the past and they were 1371, but honestly, that's the way they were presented, I believe, at the seasons. So
they're good at 1331.
Yeah.
Okay, because there was another one on archery. So under the muzzleloader, resident mule deer antlered, for 151 through 156, Lander is asking for 9 to 8.
Okay.
And then on the archery hunt, they were asking 151 through 156 from 60 to 50.
Okay.
That's what I have in my notes as well.
And pardon?
That's Chairwoman East. That's what I have as well.
That's what you have as well.
What they
Okay.
submitted to the department.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for grabbing those. I just didn't. I was going to ask him to clarify. Anyone else have any other changes or comments on these hunts? I don't know how we reconcile some of these differences, especially with 071, where we've got Humboldt at 450 and Clark at 650, but maybe they can speak to us. And then again, in 101 through 109, we've got Clark at 600 and Elko at 775. So maybe we can have them talk to us.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Keel.
Yeah, sorry, I missed a couple on the.
No worries.
Any legal weapon. Was there an alternative recommendation for 111 through 113 late?
111 through, no, there was not.
Okay, then I missed the 114 and 115. What was that one?
I don't have anything there either.
Okay, so there's nothing between 111 through 113 early and the 151 through 156 early?
Yes, we had 131 through 134 early.
Okay, that's it.
Okay, White Pine suggested 250 for early and 25 for late.
Okay.
Commissioner McNinch?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I hate to, I mean, this is very complex, very complicated. There's no doubt about it. And I can't help but just continue to go back to, the concerns that the cabs are expressing and really getting to the bottom of what's the issue. I'm not feeling compelled to resolve the differences between what they're proposing and trying to find a middle ground of some kind. That implies that that we're moving away from the concept that that the department's in a solid place. And so I really want to rely on these cabs. How did they come up with these recommendations, and what are they based on? What's the management objective? What's the data driving their, and I'm not looking for flight numbers and stuff like that. I'm asking for some tangible information that would prompt a conversation with the department where we're clarifying or we're getting to the bottom of what a real problem might be out there. I mean, if the cabs are seeing something, that's great. We need to know about it. But for me, I prefer to create that conversation with the department so that we can get to what is really the issue, because these are big drops. Without understanding exactly where they're at, my default is with the department, and I'm just trying to be fair to them before they come up and talk. That's just where I'm centered right now. So with that, I'll get out of the way and let the cabs talk.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner McNinch. And I did not, with my comment, I did not intend to state that I'm opposed to what the department's recommending. I'm just stating that we've got some huge swings. And
There's a
so I
lot
would,
going on with it for sure.
yeah. So I would really like for them, when they join us to give us their rationale, I'd like them to share, their thoughts with us. So any other commission comments before we go to CAB comment or public comment? No? You're being quiet. Okay. If I'm not seeing you, please speak up, because I've got a limited number of people I can see. Okay, so with that, I'm going to go out for public comment. We're taking CAB comment first, and I have first up Jean Green. Mr. Green? Mr. Green, we can't hear you again. I'm sorry, Mr. Green, we're going to move on. Maybe try calling us in a different way or sending an email to, let me pull that up again, wildlifecommission@ndow.org. We're going to move on to Mr. Krim, Pershing County.
Joe Krim, Pershing County, the record. All right, our rationale is pretty easy. We were just shifting 30 tags out of the any legal weapon adult hunt in that hunt 1331 to the juniors. So that was our only rationale. We weren't lowering the tags overall in the unit. We were just lowering them in that one hunt to shift them to the juniors to give them a better opportunity. That's all our justification was. So thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Krim. Okay, Mr. Reese.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Right. Verizon does work. Okay. Thank you. Let me start at the top on it. Unit area 10. Most of the hunters from Clark County obviously do not hunt Clark County. They go up into the central part of the state, the southern part. Area 10, as we looked at, that is perceived to be our largest herd in the state. The juniors were the most successful in that area right there at 49%. So you had 450 juniors go in there and they only harvested 199 deer. I say only because when you take the all legal weapon, they issued 1,540 tags. They harvested 326 deer with a 21% decrease. Thought process is one of two things. Hey, it was a very low success rate. There must be some left over for the following year. Or the second part is very low success rate. I wonder if there isn't any deer there to hunt. That's part of the question. And as you look at it across the board in area 10, when you combine the archery and the muzzleloader together, you still were less than 20% success rate. And yet they were jumping it. They had 700 last year. They wanted to go to 850. We were more inclined to say, look, we don't think that the deer are there. We would like to see it go down to 600 from 850. That was the rationale and the thought behind that.
Okay.
Okay, move down to area 22. You look at the early, the middle, and the late, and you look at the success rates. Proportionally, area 22, you had 402 tags. You only had 148 successful in the all legal weapon. Across the board for that hunt area, when you take the muzzleloader and the archery and combine it together, you had a 35%, just under 35%, which according to the stats from last year was par with what the state was experiencing. We know that we are at an all-time low in mule deer. We know that we're around 85,000 this year. 2 years ago, we were at 92,000. We are seeing a decline, and it's our thought and our belief that once you establish a quota, that once the season is done, the next season is going to go to start. You are in hopes for mule deer that we are going to start the next year off with a higher population than the year before. That hasn't been the case for whatever reason. And so when we look at past years of where that trend is going, we are having less and less and less and less deer on the landscape. There's a lot of reasons why, and I commend the commission for starting the mule deer program. But when you look at the areas at 22 that gets hit hard by Las Vegas hunters, it is a fine line between opportunity and quality. We get that, we understand that. But that's where we came up with, in Area 7, it was kind of the same way. Area 7 on the early hunt, you only had a 22% success rate. The later season, you had a 38%. That was kind of par. So that was our reason for taking the early down to 650 and the 150. And the one big question I have is, into the doe hunts, our cab voted 3-2 to take the department's recommendation. However, there was an extensive talk. The motion was to not have a doe hunt, period. So I don't want everybody to think that, okay, we're okay with that, because we didn't even talk about reducing it. We talked about deleting it. So keep that in mind. One of the questions I want to ask about it, 3 years ago when we started doing the big doe hunts in Area 6, Area 7 and stuff, because of the major fires, one of the questions that we don't think has been adequately answered is, we were told we're going to have a big die-off. Did we see a big die-off in mule deer in those areas like we've seen with sheep in, for lack of water down here in the South? I would like to know what the answer to that is. And I'm open to any questions anybody has.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Reese. We're in public comment, so we're not asking questions.
I got you. Okay, thank you.
You bet. I'm moving on now to Mr. Bunch from Mineral County.
Hello there.
Hi.
Glenn Bunch for the record, Mineral County Cab. Again, according to NRS 501.297, in the units 202, 205 through 208, we're asking for an increase from 35 to 40 in all legal weapon, any legal weapon, and in a muzzleloader from 5 to 10. This area covers 5 mountain ranges: the Gillis Range, which is mostly a migrating herd; the Wasatch Range, which is a mix of residential and mainly migrating herd; the Gabbs Valley Range, a few residents; the Excelsior Range is mostly a migrating herd; the Pilot Mountain area has several resident and migrating. The migration usually starts the second week of November and continues all the way through into December. During the hunting season, if we have an early cold in the California neighboring area, the mule deer start moving and migrating, but if there is a late freeze, the mule deer move later. So there's been no surveys in these areas, as it is uncertain when the deer will be in these areas to do the surveys. So also it's been noted that in California, they have been doing a study on the deer that worked this area. The first year, the does were observed wearing pink collars, tracking collars. Then the next year, the does were observed wearing red collars. This past year, the does who have been observed are wearing flame orange collars. I asked different department employees as to what is going on, what's the survey results, and the reply has been, we will ask Cal at Fish and Game and get with about the results, and we'll get back to you. And as of yet, there's been no information to share. So what we're getting at here is, so with the animals that has been observed in these 5 areas, the local cab believe it's not impacting the herd to increase to 40 or to whatever the local recommendations are. So as we've stated earlier, it's 40 in any legal weapon and 10 in the muzzleloader. Thank you for your time and listening.
Thank you, Mr. Bunch. Mr. Robinson?
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commission. Steve Robinson, Washoe Cab. For Washoe, and unlike other years, we're pretty happy with most of the recommendations from the department, with the exception of 033, the Sheldon. We'd like to keep it as last year's number at 20, not the 35 that was proposed. This area has had a dramatic decrease in population and quality over the years, and it's just starting to come back now. And with a lack of survey data, it has not been surveyed since 2018. And I believe the year before that, we didn't see any deer in the survey. We would like to have survey data before we think that the increase of 75% is warranted. In the status book, it does say overall deer numbers remain low on the Sheldon, but are slowly increasing. And we're hoping that with some data next year, we can come back and approve an increase in tags. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. Mr. Cooney? Mr. Cooney, are you joining us? There he is.
Hello there. I was
Hi.
waiting for my mic to come up. Jim Cooney, Elko Cab. What I'd like to address first would be the antlerless tags. If you notice, the areas that are included with the antlerless tags, there's 051 and then 114, 115. All the rest of the areas, the significant numbers are all in the Elko County area, with big area 6, not only early but late, area 7 and area 10. One of the things that we've looked at, without exception, sportsmen have expressed their dislike and disdain about having the doe tags up in our particular area. Commissioner Barnes had mentioned it as well. Any place you go, if you ask, what's your thoughts on the doe hunt? We can't say it here during the meeting. People are really upset about it. A couple of the things that the cab looked at was we have had significant loss of habitat, specifically over in area 6. A couple of years ago, we increased tags. We had emergency hunts, took out a bunch of animals, and we've come to a point that this hunt, specifically if we started with area 6, with 225 was a quota last year, and the department's recommendation is 120. Our cab went to 60, and it's the same for not only 6 but 7 and 10. Something that Commissioner McNinch mentioned, and I think it's a very important thing when we look at this doe hunt. I believe that our cab's objective in presenting these numbers is to start the increase of these deer herds. They've been down. Area 6, we've been figuring there was a little over 9,000 head in that particular herd. After doing the survey, the latest surveys, we're seeing something closer to 7,000. That's a significant discrepancy right there. And I think that we've been in a maintenance mode as far as our herds are concerned. The idea of taking and kicking this herd into an increasing mode for productivity, I think is very, very much, we need to really get our arms around that. One of the things that goes along with that is we did not suggest reducing the buck tags. And that goes back to the biology of the deer herds. If we continue to take those does out of there, our buck ratio goes up, or at least the way I do math, it's going to increase that ratio. By taking those bucks out, we're reducing that down, taking mouths off of that winter range, which are those bucks. And it seems to be an approach that we haven't attempted to do. And I think that this reduction in these tags is the first step in being able to do that particular thing. You know, Einstein defined insanity as doing the same thing over and over and over and expecting a different result. We're at a point, and the sportsmen in Elko County, as well as the CAB, consider this to be a point that we need to try something a little different. So we'd like to see the number of does and fawns left on the landscape to increase the vigor of that herd. And with the reclamation work that the department's done and private landowners, we want to push this herd to something more than what it has been. It's really been declined. One final thing, you know, when we use our statistics and the information, one thing that stuck out, the number of hunt days to harvest a doe was about 4 to 5. The average is somewhere between 4 and 5 days. And if you think about a doe hunt, that either means that people are just totally enjoying the outdoor experience for 4 or 5 days, or there's not very many deer out there on the landscape. So that's our position. And hopefully the commission can go along with that.
Thank you, Mr. Cooney. Mr. Dixon?
Thank you. I just wanted to add something about the doe hunt, since it seems to be a hot topic here. And Tony will remember the Area 10 doe hunt, I want to say 12, 13 years ago, when we harvested, we had a quota of like 900 we were trying to harvest off there. And I remember hunting up in Lamoille Canyon. And one of the things that the department did at the time is they had a heritage study or grant money to have the hunters who harvested does bring in certain information from those does so they could do herd health statistics. And I wanted to know, and I know that we have to, because of carrying capacity or other reasons, we want to remove some of the biomass of deer off the landscape and taking does as part of that. And I'm thinking, why aren't we trying to do double duty and trying to collect some of the biologic information from those does and use it to help better understand the herd health? Because I know that we do some captures each year and test a few deer, but we're talking, you know, handfuls to tens. We're not talking hundreds of deer, you know, factors of 10 more that could be harvested and you could gain information from. And I'm not against doe hunts, but I would like to see us get more from the doe hunts if we're going to be doing them. That's my only point here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. Mr. Casanelli.
Go. Finally come up. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. Tom Casanelli for the record, Humboldt County. Some of the reasonings that we have for our cuts in this is we started in 051, 5, 6 years ago. We were down in the 20s on our 4-pointer better success, and our success rates were in the 30s. We've been working on it for what, 5-6 years now, and we've got this 4-point or better up to 51% and success rate up to 42%. And I think we've got a little more room to go on that one. But in the rest of Humboldt County, our 4-point or betters, or 032 was one of our premium units in the past, and our success rates in the 20s for the last 6 years. And we just figured we tweaked the model a little bit and got 051 on the right track. We cut some tags, and we feel that we could do better with all our units here. And our general public is who we represent. We don't represent the department. We're trying to represent the hunting community. And so that's why we cut tags. We're really low on 4-point or better and success rate too. There was one other point I had to make. Well, we'll let that go right now. Thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you, Mr. Casanelli. Okay, do we have any more CAB comments? If not, I'm going to go to public comment, but I want to read into the record a message from Mr. Jeff Rogers. We couldn't hear him a little bit ago, so he did email a comment. It says, regarding CAB recommendations, I believe they are partly based on quality of hunt. For example, deer hunt units 071 through 079, with the amount of hunters there will be on the early any legal weapon, it seems to me it would be overcrowded with hunters, thus resulting in a low quality experience. Thank you. And I believe Mr. Green is sending in a comment as well. So do we have any public comment on our deer units? Mr. Flowers?
Yes, Rex Flowers for the record. Everyone can hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. On unit 033, I was at that Washoe CAB meeting when that discussion was had. And one of the sportsman's concerns also was that the fawns per 100 adults this past year was at 25, and the 3-year average is at 32. And if you go back 9 years, I think it was 2013, 2012, we were at 35. So we've had a diminishing fawn recruitment in there ongoing. Our population is down 58% since 2013. Now, we just asked if we, as sportsmen, if we could see a little more tangible stuff, such as some survey numbers, since we haven't had any in 3 years. And I think the sportsmen are willing to start moving numbers up when we can get a little more information that's up to date rather than historical data. I thought everybody was in pretty good agreement there. I mean, we did not ask for any reduction in the archery tags. The archers are going to get 5 extra tags. The youth hunters are getting 5 extra tags, but we didn't go after that. We just looked at the any legal weapon, and we had biologists within our audience as part of the commission program. And I know the chairman asked if there was going to be a great heartburn if we recommended 20. And the comment was, we know that down the road we may have to have change, but we need a little more information. And the department didn't seem to have any heartburn. They didn't say anything negative back. So I would hope that you'll support Washoe County on what they're trying to do. If it comes back about the hunter success or the number of 4 points in the harvest, those numbers don't mean a whole heck of a lot when you're only given 20 tags. Plus, and when you couple that with the fact that last year was the second year of a single season in there. In the past, we always had 2 seasons. So we've only had 2 seasons, or we've only had a single season now for 2 years. So next year will give us the ability to see what's going on with a 3-year average. Thank you for allowing me to comment.
Thank you, Mr. Flowers. Mr. Belding.
Ah, there we go. Am I unmuted now?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Mel Belding for the record, Washoe County. 033, yeah, I would like to see some more information in there. The 25 fawns, I would like to say that just so everyone's on the same page, this is 25 fawns per 100 adults. So that number is low. It's certainly not giving us even a stable population, I'd say, and growing. We would just like to take a look at this area for another year, and if it does improve, and we can get some flights in there, and it is flown on its own and not lumped into 011, 12, and 13 like we did a few years ago because it was so abysmal. I think that will give us a lot more confidence to do it. You guys certainly seen we did it with area 011, 12, and 13 this year. We don't have any heartburn raising that 30%. So I would just ask that you leave it at the 20 tags. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Belding. I do want to read, Mr. Green did send in a cab comment from Carson. He said, we would like to see in 1331 archery hunt area 194196 early be at 15 and 194196 late be at 18. So that's archery 194196 early 15, 194196 late at 18. Do we have any other public comment? Mr. Giordano. Go ahead, Mr. Giordano. Hello? I'm sorry, we can't hear you. Mr. Giordano, if you could, you want to try again? Okay. It looks like you're unmuted. Do you want to try again? Okay, we can't hear you. With that, would you please email your comments to wildlifecommission@ndow.org? And the staff has been great at getting them over to me pretty quickly. So if you want to do that, I'll make certain to read it back into the record as soon as we receive it. Okay, do we have any other public comment on the mule deer? Seeing none, I'm going to bring it back to the commission for some discussion. So where are we? Let's see. Any legal weapon hunt, 1181, antlerless. Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You guys will be sick and tired of me by the end of today, so I apologize for that. But so of course I've got a lot of questions, probably like everybody else, and I do hear what the cabs, particularly Mr. Cooney, is the case that they're making with regard to the doe tags, and even having to remedy some of the fawn to doe stuff. So I guess, Cody, rather than asking you, what you think about all the comments that were done. I'm going to try to focus. Can lowering fawn ratios by reducing doe quotas, can it be done? Can we remedy low fawn ratios by reducing doe quotas?
For the record, Cody Schroeder, Commissioner McNinch, I think if I understand, you're asking if we actually lower these quotas as suggested by the recommendations, will we improve the fawn to doe ratio?
That's what I'm asking. Yeah.
Okay. No, is the short answer. I mean, it's the fawn ratio is more driven by the density of animals on the landscape and the amount of and the quality of forage. So reducing them, reducing the amount of harvest is going to have the opposite effect, in my opinion.
That's what's been my understanding, is that by doing so, we could actually exacerbate the problem.
Yeah, and I mean, just speaking that to generally, I'm really worried about the drought, and we've certainly seen indications that some of these animals are in poor condition and reaching carrying capacity. And I know we've thrown this out there before, but we do have to keep it in our minds that if we do face a pretty hard winter, even an average winter, with some of the animals we're carrying, we could be looking at, real significant losses on the landscape. So some of these bucks that people are talking about wanting to carry forward, they might not even be there a year from now. So why not take advantage of them now? That's my opinion. And then to some of the points that were made by at least one of the cabs regarding the popularity of these doe hunts. The data we look at does not support that. There were, I think, close to 3,500 applicants for the few doe seasons that we have. Success rate ranged from 41% to 55%, I believe, across those areas 6, 7, and so they're higher than the average for buck hunts. I don't know about the days hunted, why it takes somebody 4 to 5 days to hunt a deer, but maybe they just want to be out there enjoying nature with their families. Something I didn't touch on, and I wish I would have in my presentation, was that new metric we've been tracking, with hunter satisfaction. And when we looked at that, there again, we're above the average for these doe hunts on hunter satisfaction. They ranged from 3.8, which was the Ruby Mountains 101, to 4.3 for the Area 7 doe hunt. That's, if you remember from Cody's presentation yesterday, that's a little higher than what just the overall average was for deer. And so we certainly don't have any indication that from the general public that these doe hunts are, unpopular or people don't want them. I mean, there's a demand for them there. It's a real demand. And I can almost guarantee it'll be even higher this year with the changes that we made to the draw order because of the way that the selections are picked in the draw. So those are just a few points on the doe hunts. We would really like to keep them where they're at. I'm going to stand by our recommendations, there. And that's where I'm at on the doe hunt.
Thank you, Cody. And Madam Chair, if I could just follow up real quick. The Elko had mentioned that their hopes, their objective is to start increasing the herds, especially those in Elko, regarding where these doe hunts are located. And I very much appreciate that. I get it. I understand. But it goes back to that counterintuitive idea that that we might be more efficient with a smaller population and more successful in getting the numbers out there. There's a ceiling in every one of these areas. There's a ceiling on that's that carrying capacity. There's a ceiling on what the land can handle. Period. And when we increase the herds, we push towards that, and the closer we get to that, the less success we're going to have with health and with recruitment and with fawn survival, the whole 9 yards. So what I'm seeing here from my perspective is that the recommendations that the department's throwing out, and this would hold true with any of the areas, but particularly with the doe, is that we're on that curve, the curve that he showed us, the, what'd you call it, a parabola, the parabolic curve. They're trying to hit that sweet spot with their proposal. And if you go beyond that, then you start losing the opportunity to be in that sweet spot. You get a little bit further away from it just because of the dynamics of the environment and how the population dynamics work. And that's why I always stick to this. I mean, I'm not here to say we should kill every doe. That's not what it is. I mean, I put myself out there because I truly believe that going under these recommendations, it serves to harm the herd way, whereas maintaining these objectives or these recommendations really helps them more than anything.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner McNinch. Commissioner Keel?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And I don't want to speak for the Elko Cab, but I really did appreciate their comments. And I took the discussion on the ratio not as the fawn to adult ratio, it was the buck to doe ratio. And if you weren't decreasing does in that unit, then the divisor would remain higher. And what I appreciated about their comment was they didn't have objection to the antlered harvest. So by reducing that would certainly decrease the buck to doe ratio. And at this point, I'm not advocating one way or the other for the quota. The last 2 or 3 years that I've been on the commission, I think we've reduced from probably somewhere from 600 doe quotas in that unit down to what's proposed at 120 now. I don't know what the right answer was, but like I say, I don't want to speak for the Elko Cab, but I do believe that Mr. Cooney's math was right on the buck to doe ratio.
Okay, thank you. I did get, just 1 second, I did get Mr. Giordano's comment. He said our biologists surveyed less than 100 deer and demand success is driving up all the tags. Example, archery used to be less than a dozen tags and now is at 60 plus. So I just wanted to make sure that we shared that. Oh, apparently there's more. Trying to get our point across. We have hundreds of sportsmen comment how poor these units are and we are trying to get this through. He's from the Humboldt Cab. Okay, Commissioner Cavilla.
I guess I got to beat on the doe hunts again as well, but I just a straight up in these units where we want to have these hunts, are we getting close to that carrying capacity? I went back and looked 051, our spring count, our fawn rep, the ratio is 47, 061, 062, 064, 066, or 068 is 43. Those are pretty high looking across the state. 071 to 079, 091 is 32, 101, 102, and 109 is 35. Those are, I don't know what our targets are, but are we at, and I kind of asked this question a couple of times and I don't feel like I got a straight answer. But are we worried that we're at carrying capacity, or is this just opportunity hunt? That's kind of what it boils down to me. Because I completely understand what Elko, what the concern is and what they're trying to do there. I absolutely understand it.
Okay, Vice Chair Barnes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I want to talk about the doe hunts and I'm going to refer, talk about this area 10 because I live it every day. And I'm kind of, talking to Dave a little bit here too, that, if we were near carrying capacity, would not have an issue with these doe hunts, but we got a long ways to go before we're at carrying capacity. Their numbers are as low as I've ever seen in 50 years. I guess there were a few years that before that I don't remember too much, but these are as low as I remember. And And when I look at these departments' recommendations, in response to kind of Commissioner Cavilla, and I think Cody kind of alluded to it too, they feel they can take these doses as an opportunity. If they were trying to reduce numbers or maintain them, I think these quotas would be a lot more. So I think, I guess the way I look at some of these quotas is it's more of an opportunity hunt, because I know there are a lot of people that like to hunt does, but in response to the carrying capacity, we are below carrying capacity. These numbers are low, and there's room for them to go. And then with the drought, I mean, I understand what they're trying to do with the some of these numbers reductions in the antler, and I'm good with it. But I would rather see a reduction in a doe hunt and leave the antler recommendations where they are. Because if we're going to build numbers, we're going to build them through our does. And if we're wanting to take males off of these winter ranges, then we do it with the bucks. And so that's kind of where I am right now, is that I want to support Elko County with the reductions in the doe hunts. And if we need to get rid of a few bucks, well, let's get rid of a few bucks.
Thank you, Vice Chair Barnes. Anyone else have comments?
Yes, Mrs. Chair, this is Ron Prinny.
Okay, Commissioner.
I have a question in reference to a couple things I want to mention. When I was back in the 1990s, that was one of the things that was started with the buck and doe thing that we're talking about now, and why we have to go forward with that. So I know what Dave was talking about, and I was pretty much on that side. But really what I want to talk about is that the Carson City and also up in Washoe County, their account unit groups are 194 and 196, and that's an early and late. And one of the things that was talked to me a couple of times about that, and that one gentleman was also mentioned that same thing, that for the archery itself, once last year was 20 tags, and they'd cut it down to 10. And that would be August 10 through September 9. On the December 1 to January 1st, it went from 25 last year, and then went back to 10 for this one, is what's listed as that. And I think one of the things I looked at, all those things dealing with the rifle, the muzzle loaders, all those things, what they were doing was taking 50% of what they had done last year away from the tags they were going to have. But on the other hand is when you look at the thing with the archery, 20 versus out of 10, 25 versus out of 10, that's not really fair, because what we should have done is the 25% also on a 194 and 196 early should be 15 tags instead of 10. And on the other side, the 194, 196 late would be 17, not the 10 that they wanted listed here. That's the only way that would actually be fair, and is usually looked at all the different other ones that should have been accurate. So that's what I wanted to mention. That's something I'd like to see it forward on.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Perini. Commissioner Almberg?
Yeah, I guess, the sportsmen, the cabs that I've talked to, all very much, there's a lot of agreement with what was said by Elko Cab, Mr. Cooney. The doe issue for me is, I certainly believe in what we talked about, additive and compensatory and the bell-shaped curve and trying to find that sweet spot. But I think that the sportsmen are wanting to ask the other sportsmen that if we're going to start building the deer herds, and I know it said yesterday, but you build herds with the does. It's just that simple. That's not just theory. That's reality. That's the real world. And so, saving a penny starts to save a dollar. That you worry about the pennies and the dollars take care of themselves. And so once again, I'll ask Cody. He's been asked this. Where are we at in the sweet spot? How much of this is are we at carrying capacity? We hear that we're not.
So where are we at on that curve? Are these does being reduced to because of carrying capacity, or is it more opportunity?
So yeah, I can speak to that if I may, Chairwoman East. For the record, Cody Schroeder. Yeah, those are all great points. I think I'll try to tick off a few if I can. I know I haven't satisfied Mr. Caviglia's questions yet, but the honest answer is it's really hard to know where we're at, but most of these we're kind of viewing them as opportunity hunts right now. Honestly, the one, I guess, that I would say that we are probably closer to carrying capacity, that we have maybe more tangible evidence is area 7. That herd is, doing pretty well. It's over 11,000, I think. It's had some just struggles with fawn ratios in the past. I know it was a little bit, higher this year, but we did have an open winter. We've got some indications from some of our collared animals that, we may have some nutritional issues going on there. We're picking up dead deer. We picked up a bunch of them this last month, and there's indications that they're in pretty poor shape with gelatinous femur marrow, which is something I didn't talk about, but it's another indicator of deer that are not doing well. So that's one that I would pretty stand firm on, that we are trying to use that more as a management tool. I can't say for sure. Most ungulates are pretty much operating at carrying capacity or close. And so, the points about letting these herds expand that I've heard from Commissioner Barnes and Almberg, I think are valid. It's certainly not lost on me that, that is, we've talked about it, the female harvest is that's our one way that we can kind of drive the population. And so by harvesting fewer of them, perhaps we can allow them to expand if the conditions are right. I think where I differ maybe in viewpoints is that we're betting on conditions improving, and all indicators right now that they're not going to improve. So, but certainly these are pretty light overall. So I don't think they are necessarily trying to drive the population on that parabolic curve that I talked about one way or the other. They're, like I said, for area 7, maybe to maintain and not, avoid a disaster. But these other recommendations to reduce probably won't have a huge biological effect. I simply view them more as opportunity. Like, some of these deer might die of starvation. Why not let sportsmen go out there and take them? They're popular.
And Madam Chair, if I might jump in on that as well, I think it's a good question that Commissioner Caviglia asks, and I think it isn't one or the other. It can be both. It can be one in one area and another in another area, but it can be both at the same time in the same area as Cody referenced. But I think that we could go by unit and look at those and try to answer those questions specifically for you. I think the bottom line is that harvest is not limiting our populations. Harvest is not limiting our mule deer populations. Our mule deer populations are not at 85,000 because of the level of harvest on bucks or does. And so Commissioner Keel brought up a question earlier today. Is it about the herd size or the herd health? What do we manage for? And right now, where we are in this weather pattern and this current condition, we cannot simultaneously manage for herd population size, to Commissioner Barnes' observations about the depressed nature of Area 10. We cannot simultaneously manage for herd size and herd quality, meaning the quality of bucks and the fawn ratios. They're mutually exclusive in the overwhelming majority of areas in the state, especially in the drought. Earlier today, Cody referenced work done by Kevin Monteith. A buck born to a malnourished doe will never have the potential to be a 200-inch buck or 30-inch buck, never, throughout its entire life. Doesn't matter how much you supplement it, it will always have a deficit. And its offspring will also suffer from that deficit. It'll take 3 generations to overcome that deficit. So what we're talking about right now is throughput through these populations, and whether it's opportunity because we have a high expressed demand for it, or that it is addressing some of the potential carrying capacity. Either way, it's not limiting our populations. Our populations aren't where they are because of the harvest that we've had, male or female. If in fact we are talking about maximizing the herd number, I've already heard 2 comments from cabs today that are worried about the crowding of hunters, one with respect to limited water sources and Spruce Mountain, and another with respect to mule deer hunters in Area 7. So if it is in fact herd size, how are we ever going to be able to take advantage of it when the social carrying capacity is also limiting our ability to get hunters in the field? Yesterday, I don't know which Cody said it, but one of them said that, carrying capacity is a really difficult concept. We don't have direct measures of it. We have indirect measures, and it's incredibly dynamic. It moves, and it moves throughout the year, and it moves throughout time. But I wanted to just give you one example. In 1961, the governor declared a state of drought in Nevada. The legislature directed the Department of Wildlife to significantly reduce mule deer populations for fear of competition with livestock because of the drought conditions. At the time, the department had some very aggressive doe hunts. Those doe hunts in a couple of the first 5 years of the 1960s exceeded buck harvest. The sportsmen were outraged because the populations were struggling with the drought conditions, and the sportsmen were outraged and demanded that the department stop those doe hunts. The department saw an opportunity to conduct an experiment and stop those doe hunts in half of the areas in which they were occurring. And not only did those populations continue to decline, but they declined at a faster rate than the areas where the doe hunts were maintained. And so I don't disagree with the observations by the counties of the current status of mule deer. I do, in some instances, think that although well-intentioned, the suggested actions to remedy it simply won't achieve the desired outcome or result. So it isn't, at the end of the day, it isn't going to make a difference, as I said yesterday on our budget. It isn't going to make a biological difference to these populations. It's not going to allow these populations to attain the levels that people would like to see them get back to, like they did in the mid-'80s after 1983 and 1984. 1983 was the last time Lake Mead spilled over the dam, and it's been down ever since. Cody showed us the normalized difference vegetative index. Carrying capacity, the surface area hasn't changed, and maybe the proportional abundance of species hasn't changed out there in terms of vegetation. There's bitterbrush, there's sagebrush. We know that it has because of the fires, but the digestibility, the palatability of those forage species we have decadent sagebrush, we have decadent bitterbrush. We're in a catastrophic drought, and we are not going to realize population level increases as a result of reducing these doe quotas. It won't hurt our budget. It'll keep a few people out of the field, but we have to be realistic in terms of our expectations. And we'll be right here at this very same meeting next year, having the same conversations. And so I will certainly respect and take whatever direction the commission provides, but I just want to be really very realistic in terms of expected outcomes, whether we have those doe hunts or whether we don't.
Thank you, Secretary Wosley. Any other questions or comments? What is the appetite of the commission? Are you ready for a motion? Anyone want to try? Commissioner McGinch?
Madam Chair, I'll give it a try. We're going to have to come to some decisions, and I'll make a motion and see where it goes.
Okay.
So I think that I'd prefer to just handle we got our hands full here with compensation and stuff. So I think I'm just going to stick for right now with the antlerless. Okay, the doe hunt. Okay. So I'll make a motion that we approve that portion of CR 21-14 specific to resident mule deer antlerless and illegal weapon hunt 1181 as proposed by the department. And the reason I say that, I hear the counties, I hear the county advisory boards. I respect their input. I respect the conversations. But I am concerned that the proposed reductions will negatively impact fawn production. I think we just have disagreement on how we keep a healthy herd. That's my motion.
Okay, do we have a second? We have a second by Commissioner Hubbs. Okay. All in favor of the motion, raise your hand. Okay, I got to count. So I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so I've got 5 opposed to the motion. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, motion carries 5-4. Do we need to state who was opposed? I think we're probably okay. Okay, moving on to hunt number 1331, resident mule deer antler. Anyone want to take a stab? Okay, I will make a motion to approve resident mule deer antlered any legal weapon hunt 1331 as recommended by the department. Do I have a second? Okay, motion fails for lack of a second. Someone else want to try?
Okay, I just want to clarify, Vice Chairwoman, we are looking at resident mule deer antlered, any legal weapon 1331 right now?
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay, so that failed. Do we have another motion? Commissioner Keel.
Yeah, I'll move to adopt the portion of CR 21-14 resident mule deer antlered any illegal weapon hunt 1331 as presented, with the following changes to unit 043 and 046 early to reflect that reduction that was put into the junior portion of 20 tags. And if the department doesn't have, well, and 202, 205 through 208 to 40. And those are the 2 changes.
You might want to also reflect the 043 through 046 late, the 30 by Pershing County.
Yep, I'll amend my motion to decrease by 10 and take that to 30 as those were allocated to the juniors.
Okay, do I have a second? Commissioner Hubbs?
Not so much that I have a second. I just want to make sure this one was I have this one as, I couldn't even keep up with the changes from the caps on this one. And I just want to slow down because of, have we addressed, as you discussed today, all
Madam
of the...
Chair, I'm sorry, Commissioner Hubbs, I'll second the motion so we can have some conversation.
Thank you, Commissioner McNinch. Okay, we've got a second on Commissioner Keel's motion by Commissioner McNinch. Now, Commissioner Hubbs.
My only concern is, have we addressed all the reasons why for every cab recommendation to vary these numbers today? Have we addressed them all? I felt like it was important this morning, and I know we're getting tired. So I'm like, did we address all the reasons why we decided not to go with this one here? I have like 10 or 15 recommendations for changes.
Right. And we've been sitting here for an hour and some odd minutes talking about them. And so if you've got other comments or questions, please ask them. But we've had this discussion for quite some time.
No, I understand, but have we stated on record for each county as to why we are not accepting
Not yet, because we just had the motion made and seconded. So that would be up to Commissioner Keel.
Okay, very good. I just want to know if we all feel very comfortable with that, because there were a lot of changes, and I know we've discussed them in regard to various areas, but I don't know if we've addressed each one and if how specifically we must do so.
Okay, I see the DAG coming on, Mr. Burkett.
I was just trying, I could see Casey had his hand up, and I was just going to try and make his life easier if I can. There's been a lot of discussion back and forth about the various merits for and against those positions. I think those will be reflected in the minutes and would then be reflective of the decision making as it relates to the motion. So I think that the idea behind the statute is that the CAB's recommendations be considered and discussed by the commission. They certainly have. So at this point, if you make a motion, I think the minutes will reflect that there were reasons for the commission to make their decisions either for or against any particular CAB recommendation.
Okay, this one was, I didn't even go there because there were so many changes. I just wanted to make sure we didn't overlook any CABs, because it sounded to me as if this morning we needed to specifically address why for each and every CAB. And I wanted to just make sure we feel like we've done an adequate job. And if so, then we'll just proceed forward. I don't have any issues with the motion. I just wanted to catch it because it's late in the day and there were many deviations on this specific hunt.
Okay, thank you. And as stated this morning, we can be as specific or as vague or generic, not vague, but generic as it's more consistent with our view of what the quota should be, if that appeases the motion and the second. So Mr. Keel, you had your hand up.
Yeah, sure. And I'm happy to add a bit of context, and then Commissioner Hubbs can decide to vote for or against the motion. But by and large, there was such minor changes to the department recommendations, with the exception, and I did note and kind of struggle with the Sheldon hunt, the 33. I tend to agree that it would be nice to have better, more recent data on that, but I'm comfortable going with the department recommendation.
Okay.
Would you be amenable to changing your recommendation to support Washoe's 033?
I would, if that's the flavor of the commission. I can certainly add that. Like I said, I struggle with that decision a bit. Either way, so I will amend the motion to include unit 033 going from a quota of 35 to 20.
Would the second be opposed to that?
Madam Chair, I'm going to ask Cody to kind of address the no survey or no recent survey comments and concerning fawn to adult deer ratio. If he could, please. We really didn't get into it too much. That particular one, I don't believe. So.
Yeah, Commissioner McNish, for the record, Cody Schroeder, are you speaking now specifically about 033?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I will speak to that because I did participate in the Washoe County CAB meeting, and
excuse me, I have a point of order for the chairwoman. Dave, should we second this amendment before we do some discussion on it?
You know what? So we can keep the formalities of it out, Tom. I'll accept the amended Commissioner Keel's amendment. I may not vote for it depending on what I hear from Cody, but yeah, I'll do that so that we can formalize where we're at. So thank you.
Yeah. I just thought maybe we better be careful. We can amend the amendment if we need to.
It's a good call. It's the right thing to do. Good call.
Thank you. I know we're getting tired, everybody. Okay, let's keep going. So Mr. Schroeder, will you respond to Commissioner McNinch's question about 033?
Yeah, for the record, Cody Schroeder, Wildlife. So as I mentioned, I did participate in the Washoe Cab, and I thought it was a really good meeting. It's the first one I've been to in a while that we were fairly agreeable. There was a lot of discussion about this particular unit, and that we have not flown it recently, and there's some indicators with that low ratio, although that's, I think, maybe based on just not that unit. But I mean, I don't have any issues with that. It's a pretty minimal change, really, in the grand scheme of things, given how many deer we're talking about. So I don't have any issues with that recommendation from the Washoe Cab.
Okay, thank you.
And the reason why that's important to me to hear is, it really is based on, the department's work around, generating those numbers and stuff. So I appreciate the input there, Cody, and we'll see where we go.
And I'll just add, I did explain to them that we're going to try to make that a priority to get a good survey in there and make sure, everything is tracking well. Like I said, I thought it was a great conversation we had, and I thought we came to some type of agreement at the meeting. So.
Okay, any more discussion on the motion? Commissioner Caviglia.
I just might ask for a friendly amendment. The only other one, 221 through 223, early and mid, you had 3 different cabs, all Lincoln, White Pine, and Clark. Ask for some changes there. I don't think they're major changes, but I would just if you'd consider any modifications there, you guys are just going to want to stick with the NDOW's recommendations, but just recognizing that three cabs had concerns in those 2 hunts.
I did, and at this point, I'm not going to amend the motion just because they were so minor, like many of the other adjustments. Was kind of my reasoning for sticking with the department's recommendations.
Okay, any other discussion on the motion? Do we need clarification on the motion? Okay, so there's a motion by Commissioner Keel and a second by Commissioner McNinch to approve any legal weapon hunt 1331 as proposed with the following changes. 033 drops to 20, 0343 through 046 early drops to 70, 043 through 046 late drops to 30, 202, 205 through 208 jumps to 40. And I think that's it. Did I get everything?
Yep.
Is that, yes? Okay. I'm going to call for the vote. All in favor, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let me count again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 supporting and 1 opposed. You're opposed, Commissioner Caviglia?
That's correct. I just want to stick to the cabs a little bit.
Okay, thank you very much. Motion carries 8-1. Okay, we're on to resident hunt 1331 muzzleloader. Do we have any thoughts on this one? I think we could probably do the archery hunt and the muzzleloader hunt together, and then the non-residents will follow. So, any thoughts, questions? Yes, Commissioner Hubbs.
So basically, what I wrote down here, Chairwoman East, is that we have just a couple changes on 011 to 013 from 7 to 10, right?
Which one are you on?
We're on the muzzleloader.
Yes.
Am I a page ahead? Yeah. And then we had, I don't see another change until we get down to 202 to 205 through 208.
I didn't have that change in 011013. The changes that I have, and I'll review them.
Okay.
081, Elko suggested 15, 111 through 115, White Pine suggested 10, 151 through 156, Lander suggested 8. 202, 205 through 208, Mineral County suggested 10. Okay. On the archery hunt, 081, Elko suggested 6. 111 through 115, White Pine suggested 25. 151 through 156, Lander suggested 50. 194, 196, Early, Carson asked for 15. And in that same hunt unit, Late, they asked for 18. And 221 through 223, White Pine County asked for 60. Did I get everything? Yes? Okay, I'm getting nods.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Do we have a motion to approve the muzzle loader and archeries? Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Cody, any concerns with the increases for 194, 196 early and late in the archery? Proposed increases.
For the record, Cody Shorter. So I think I got the archery. I'm not sure on the muzzleloader. I followed it.
You know what? I need to make sure.
I think the archery, to me, it's fine. I mean, it's
Gene.
very minimal, really, and we had 45 tags between those last year there.
Yeah, they only had the archery, not the muzzle loader.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so no other questions? How about a motion?
We've taken it all out to the public, I guess. I've lost track.
We did.
Okay.
We've come back now for
Okay, for doing
decisions.
our business. All right.
Yes.
So Madam Chair, with that, I'll make a motion to approve that portion of CR 21-14 specific to resident mule deer antlered muzzleloader hunt 1331 and resident mule deer antlered archery hunt 1331 as proposed with the following changes. I'm sorry, for the muzzleloader hunt, 202, 205 through 208 from 5 to 10. And for the archery hunt, 194, 196 early from 10 to 15, and 194, 196 late from 10 to 18.
Okay.
And may I second, please?
After the second, I need a second. Are you seconding, Commissioner Perini?
Yes, please.
Okay, so I have a motion by Commissioner McNinch and a second by Commissioner Perini. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, seeing none, I'll raise your hand in favor. Opposed, motion carries 9-0. Thank you, everyone. So now, Cody, what do we need to do on the non-resident? Do you just need to go back and figure out what those numbers will be?
Yeah, Chairwoman East, I can probably give you those here just quickly. Or you could.
Do you want to take 5 minutes and we'll come right back?
Sure.
That would be fantastic.
Tiffany, can I make a suggestion?
Yes.
I think Director Wasley made a great suggestion, and that is you could certainly make a motion to request that the department calculate the non-resident tags consistent with the 90-10 split, and you could leave that up to the department if you so desire.
Okay.
To make your life easier.
Okay. I'd still like a 5-minute break. But that's fine. We can do that. I will move to ask the department to with the non-resident mule deer hunt antlered hunt unit 1331, 1332 for muzzleloader and archery 1332 commensurate with the decisions made by the commission in the 90-10 split. Do I have a second? I have a second by Commissioner Alberg. Please, all in favor, raise your hand. Oh, do we have discussion? I'm sorry.
Yeah, there's just my only discussion. Commissioner, Chairman Isis, did we get all? We've got 1, 2, 3 groups in there.
Yes, we have 3
Okay.
groups. All right.
I just
Everyone-
wanted to make sure.
Okay, thank you. Everyone raise your hand. Okay, motion carries 9-0. Yeah, they all have the same hunt number, so it's a little bit confusing.
Yes, okay.
All right. Okay, before we move on to the next agenda item, I'm going to ask for a 5-minute break. So we'll come back at 5:07.
And Madam Chair, if I could, we still have the resident and non-resident mule deer and antelope landowner compensation tags. I don't want to lose track of that.
Oh, shoot. We sure do.
Maybe, Cody, do you need to recalculate those numbers? Or is that just a motion, you know, in accord, based on the approvals that we've already made?
Yeah, Commissioner McNish, for the record, the total number of tags, it will change. I would have to recalculate those, but I believe what we're actually passing is just the percentage of 2020, 2.5%. I don't know. I guess maybe I'd look to the DAG briquette on that, but I can quickly calculate them in a 5-minute break and bring them back to you if you'd like.
We vote on the percentage, not the total tags, is what I'm being told.
Okay.
For landowner.
So there's likely not going to be much of a change. I mean, maybe, yeah, I doubt if there's even 1 or maybe 2 tags.
Okay, so Madam Chair, if we could real quick, I'll make a motion to approve that portion of CR 21-14 specific to resident and non-resident mule deer and antelope landowner compensation tags at the 2.5% of the tags issued as calculated by the department.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner McNinch and a second by Commissioner Hubbs to support the 2.5% of CR 21-14 for the resident non-resident mule deer and antelope landowner compensation tags. Ooh, that's a mouthful. All in favor, raise your hand. And opposed, motion carries 9-0. Okay, now we're going to take a 5-minute break. We'll be back at 5:10. Okay, let's have everybody come back, please, and we'll finish up our agenda. We've got a couple more things. Okay. We are moving on to 16B, Commission Regulation 21-04, Amendment Number 1, 2021 Black Bear Quotas, Wildlife Staff Specialist Pat Jackson for possible action. The Commission will consider adopting the 2021 hunting season dates, open management units, hunting hours, quotas, harvest limits, special regulations, animal sex, legal requirements, hunt boundary restrictions, and dates and times for indoctrination courses for black bear. Mr. Jackson.
Pat Jackson, Staff Specialist for the record. I have a brief presentation prepared for the department's recommendations for harvest limits. We recommend no change from hunt year 2020. So we have overall harvest limits for the different unit groups, and then unique female harvest limits for the same groups. And again, this is no change from what we've done for the past several years. Excuse me. We have 2 indoctrination courses, one August 21st, both September 11th, both on a Saturday, and both will be held on Zoom. To briefly go over the harvest, this is the 10th year of the hunt. In the 2020 season, we saw 13 bears harvested, 7 females and 6 males. The mean age of males was 9.3, mean age of females was 5.1, and female harvest was almost 54% of the overall harvest. Looking at 3-year averages, 30% female harvest puts us at stable. Mean female age of 5.2 puts us at stable, and mean age of males puts us at a light harvest. So we don't have any concern based on these metrics or any number of other things that we look at to think that we do not have a anything other than a stable or increasing bear population. And with that, I'll entertain questions.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Jackson on the bear hunt? Commissioner McNitch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe next year, maybe we'll do the bear on Friday or something, so that we, these days are long, and there's a lot to talk about here too, in my mind. And I'm going to try to be real focused on it, but I'm probably as tired as anybody. So, Pat, I guess I'm trying not to be too critical, but there was a time on the chart, on the matrix, where it was listed as light, moderate, and heavy. And the moderate kind of implying that it's not light harvest anymore, that we're moving towards that heavy area. And I understand that this is really just a guide to to help understand where we're at with the harvest dynamics. But the last couple of years we've had, last year we had a heavy harvest on the female take. This is on an annual basis, not the 3-year average like you're presenting here. So we had a heavy harvest of % females that were in the take, and that was that included and that considered that one of the areas had to be closed due to high female take. And the last 3 years, with respect to the mean average of the female taken, we had a moderate, a heavy, and a moderate. Okay. And both of those moderates were very close to being heavy, right on the edge of being heavy for those. So I guess where does that leave us? I guess I'm just concerned. I remain concerned about being able to measure through our metrics, which I understand is our best available way of doing things, a significant or damaging change to the bear population, in particular to the females in the population. So I guess I don't know if I have a question. I'm trying to wrap my arms around it. What other dynamics or things out there are you seeing that give you the level of confidence that as relayed in your recommendations?
Pat Jackson, staff specialist for the record. We use these three metrics to make a recommendation off of, but I do have a few other slides prepared with anticipation of a heightened concern. So if you'll bear with me.
We'll call them the Dave slides. I appreciate you spending the time to put them together, Pat.
I came loaded for bear. So I'd like to point out that black bears are the most monitored and studied big game species in the state. So just to put that out there. You use the word moderate. I'd like to point out that it's the word stable. So I don't have a slide on small sample size, but one of the reasons that we use a 3-year average is because our bear harvest is so small. And so this isn't indicative of a problem. It's indicative of a light or stable harvest. UNR's program mark population indicates a growing population the last time that they ran that, Dr. Sedinger in 2018. The spreadsheet model that Carl Lackey maintains indicates stable or increasing. We have a growing number of additional bear sightings, both urban and rural. These white dots across this map indicate confirmed sightings, particularly in Northwest Nevada. So that's a great sign of a growing, expanding, recolonizing population. We have a manuscript from, I can't recall if this was published in 2018 or 19, that looks at the gene flow of California bears and Nevada bears. And I'm not going to read that word for word, but you can if you like. But it basically says that we have a metapopulation. And so there are bears in Nevada and there are bears in California, but by the definition of a population, they are the same population. And this is an example of a Nevada marked bear going well into California. And I don't have GPS data from California marked bears, but I'm sure that bears are very much coming from California into Nevada. In fact, we know that they are based on this manuscript. So Nevada black bears, most studied species in the state. The table doesn't indicate any sort of concern. Both models indicate that we have a stable or increasing population. We have increased sightings. We have a manuscript saying that our populations we share with California are one and the same. In conversations with other bear researchers, Dr. John Beckman and Dr. Jim Sedinger, they've both said, hey, this population, this is an in-passing conversation, but it's indicating that it's stable and it's reaching carrying capacity and certainly growing, not necessarily in the historical population, but by expanding its range to Northwest Nevada. And then in conversations with Dr. Bob Montgomery of Oxford, who's running our project 45 and 46, the newest bear estimate, whose numbers I'll have at the end of this fiscal year, I asked him the question, if all of the bears in Nevada disappeared, how long would it take for the California portion of the population to infill? And his response was almost immediately. And the best way to describe the difference in the two populations is that the California population is really functioning like a waterfall, to where more and more bears will come from California into Nevada. And looking forward, as a reminder from yesterday from the predator plan, these are the camera grids to monitor both the bear population as well as deer, lions, and horses throughout the state. So we're going to have a really robust and solid third population estimate for bears. And so none of these metrics that I've talked about or people that I've talked to, I can't find any point of concern about our bears.
Okay. So I appreciate the additional information. And as you might expect, I was kind of had some notes of my own, thinking that we might go down a couple of those paths. So my comment with respect to the stable on the chart was simply that it used to be moderate at one point. I didn't know what prompted the change to stable. I believe early on that it was even kind of coded as a green, yellow, red system with those terminologies. And the reason I bring it up is because I think, it was kind of a guiding light to, as you know, if we were progressing towards potential problems with the bear population. And I didn't want to get away from that concept. So I throw that out there just as food for thought. So at what point does the model, the program MARC model was last run in 2018? At what point does that data become more irrelevant for decisions or thoughts that we're making today? It's been 3 years, and the cabs expressed concern with the deer stuff for lack of surveys just for 1 year, and I'm trying to blend the two together a little bit.
So that's a great question. So we have not trapped and collared or marked wildland bears in recent years as much as we did in the past. That program MARC model requires that physical capture and mark. And so we do have plans for summer bear trapping wildland season this year. But I would say I could really answer your question after we have the camera grid estimate sometime this June to say, okay, this is the model, this is the number, and this is our confidence in this, and what do we want to proceed with. It would be my preference to proceed with the cameras, all other things being equal, just because it's less of a time commitment and expense to the agency to monitor our bear population, and then anything you get a picture of with regularity, you can make inference on. So I think that the department can learn more about more wildlife with maintaining cameras than we can with just trapping bears. But I can't fully answer that question until I have the report.
Yeah, and I will be the first to admit that trying to pin down a population on an animal like a bear is, very difficult. So I do recognize that. I want you to know that. So so I appreciate the efforts that you're going through to try to find good and productive and methods that will help with that particular dynamic. The bear question about bear density. So I believe that this was Beckman, but I'd have to look for sure. The wildland bear density was estimated at 20 to 40 or 41 bears per square kilometer, but in 2003 it was listed at 3.2. Do we have an estimate indicating a substantial drop in bear densities with regard to bears in Nevada? What are we seeing now? Do you know? Do you have an indication?
I'm not familiar with those two different density estimates. I would have to see that. That's such a drastic difference. I would not be surprised if those were two different models. I would say anecdotally, based on the number of just bear observations in Northwest Nevada, that we have a stable or growing population, and that would carry over to the density of bears. Bears will not enjoy this drought, just like all other species, but that doesn't necessarily mean we'll have fewer bears. We'll have probably the same number of bears behaving differently.
Okay, which kind of was moving in, that moves into another question I had. So the increased bear sightings that we're seeing in these areas outside of the where we would expect to find them up in the mountains around the Tahoe Basin or in the pine nuts, for these areas where we're seeing them in higher numbers. it's not necessarily an indication of an increase in the population, but it could be other factors like bear mobility, or for whatever reason they're searching for food, they're checking things out, that kind of stuff. Is that?
Let me go back to a map. So, and we have the current black bear range indicative of the darker stripes, and then the historic black bear range. We all know that we have a very arid desert to the east of where bears are established. And so, in my opinion, the increased observations of bears north of Reno is indicative of a growing population.
Okay, and those bears, so do we have an indication of whether or not that's movement from populations in California or Oregon or something like that? Over the years, I've asked questions about the immigration and emigration. And this is kind of why, trying to understand the corridors and how they move around and stuff. So do you think that's the case, or?
I don't know that I understand your question, Commissioner McNish.
I for good reason, because it wasn't a very good one. So there's 40,000 bears in California. That's kind of an estimate. But the population isn't contiguous. So without understanding the movement in the corridors, how do we really know where they're going? So if these bears, I guess what I'm asking is that are these just are these bears that are repopulating historic areas, or are they bears just coming and going from other areas where where the other population is, their core, the population core, the waterfall concept?
Well, I would say that the waterfall concept, pun intended, would spill over to recolonization. So bears are certainly traveling back and forth from California to Nevada and vice versa. But I would expect that there is substantially more movement out of California and into Nevada. Now, the bears that are being seen in Northwest Nevada, I could only make an educated guess as to where they came from and how long they are or not staying there. But based on the growing number of sightings through our personnel, the public, and wildlife services who spend a lot of time up there, I would again, an educated guess, say that we are having more and more resident bears in Northwest Nevada.
Okay, and your study will help with that a little bit, I think.
Absolutely, it'll help a lot.
Yeah. Okay. So the last couple of things real quick. I appreciate you humoring my questions. I know it's been a long day. So along those lines, I guess a question for the commission at some point, maybe somewhat rhetorical today, but what are our long-term management objectives for bear distribution in Nevada? And Tom, I can't see Tom on the thing right now. I know that he probably just shuddered in his seat, but I guess I'm asking, are we just going to continue with these opportunities, or are we serious about moving bears back into their historical areas? And what does that look like? What would that look like? It's something that I think is worth having a conversation about someday. And I'm still uncomfortable with the hunt and the quota. Pat, I appreciate you answering my questions. I do have one more thing I'm going to ask of you, though. I know that we've had disease events. There's some disease issues. Do you mind touching on that very briefly?
I haven't had the opportunity to discuss that with our vet. I know that that's a phenomenon that's obviously been observed. But to date, I don't believe that is expected to have a population-level impact. But I wouldn't consider myself well educated on the matter.
Okay. Is there somebody else with the department that would be willing to just kind of hit on that briefly? Not from a numbers standpoint, more as an FYI. I'm concerned that it could impact, but it's very, very early in the whole thing. So.
Yeah, Commissioner McNish, Madam Chair, if I might, I can maybe add a little bit. So it's been probably, I'm going to guess 4 or 5 years ago that we first had some reports of some interesting behavior in some bears. And we took some samples. We had some bears that were euthanized that exhibited those behavioral symptoms. It was kind of a general lethargy and some meandering, and they just were abnormal. So we took some samples, and we've been working with UC Davis, and some of the samples came back, and there were some neurologic abnormalities with the brains or the brain stems, and there was some mystery for quite some time as to what it was or where they were getting it. Very low incidence, rate of occurrence at the time. I think, again, speculating, we've had maybe 4 or 5 bears, and I'll ask Deputy Director Rob to correct me if he has any clarifications to make, but I think it's been maybe 4 or 5 bears, and I don't think it's been observed or detected in Nevada in the last year or so. But more recently, it's been detected in a few bears in California that showed the same kinds of behavioral anomalies. And so there's been some media on it just recently about this strange neurologic issue in bears in both Nevada and California. And I think that some of the speculation had been that it was a equine herpes virus, something that maybe was transmitted in litter boxes, and that bears could have been getting out of dumpsters, trash bears picking up toxo. Again, I'm not a veterinarian, and we've had a new vet on staff for, I don't know, a year and a half or so, and I haven't had any opportunity to visit with him about it. This is old information and working with our previous vet, and some of what I picked up in some of the articles. But if you're curious, and you can Google some articles that have come out just recently. But I'll ask Jack if he has any clarifications there on what I shared.
Thanks, John.
Record. Tony is very accurate. It's been a few years since we had one of those incidents. There was quite a bit of press on it in California lately, and California did cite that Nevada was someone that did discover this. One of the bears that really brought this to everyone's attention was a bear at a beach up in Tahoe that was photographed by an umbrella, basically enjoying a picnic with a bunch of people. And that led to some discoveries, and we continue to monitor and watch out for it, but we haven't seen it lately.
And so to Commissioner McNich's original question about population level impacts, at this point, we haven't even documented it for a couple of years. So at current rate of occurrence or rates of observation, it's unlikely that it would be having any kind of a population level effect presently.
Thank you. I appreciate the quick update.
Okay. Does anyone else have questions for Mr. Jackson? Any comments? Commissioner Hubbs?
Yes, thank you. I think I just wanted to put out there that my term will be ending shortly for the commission, but I did want to spend some time prior to June, where I think it might be my last commission meeting, about the bear and about apex predators in general. And I always thought I thought this article was interesting. It was printed in 2017 in the Journal of Mammalogy, and it was written by Bradley J. Bergstrom. And I'm certain our biologists are familiar with it. But I just want to point out to the general public out there and to the commission itself about the detriment that happens when we remove apex predators, which are, consistently large predators. We know we've removed the wolf. That was the first one. We have mountain lions, and grizzly bears. And now we have the black bear. And ironically, in this article itself that I was reading, it flat out states that the American black bear is the world's only largest terrestrial carnivore species that has a global population of more than 200,000. And is one of the very few whose population's trend is not decreasing. That's lovely, because all the others have been somewhat extirpated from their natural environments. But the detriment of removing apex predators really impacts the ecosystems. There's been profound studies done, and I'm sure all of our biologists at the department know, considering the reintroduction of wolves and how that actually helps biodiversity over time, and what happens when you remove an apex predator. One of the main things that happens is that we have mesopredators coming in below, causing problems. And we have a lot of biological systems that are impacted because obviously all ecosystems work with all species together, and it's somewhat complex. But I guess my only concern has always been with the black bear is that we don't really know how many there are. We're getting there. I feel really uncomfortable with how the general public perceives this hunt. And this article here provides, it was written in 2017, 5 factors that happen when we take out an apex predator. So that's what we're doing when we do our black bear hunt. So there's always a potential disruption of top-down forcing and consequent loss of ecosystem resilience and biodiversity. There's some others, issues, bycatch or unnecessary killing. That's not happening with the black bear because we're not just like the coyote where we can just go out and kill as many coyotes as we want. We don't do that with the black bear, right? But that does happen with other predators. So that's something to be considered. One of the issues is population reduction of certain species of native wildlife valued by many parts of society for the benefit of a few favored interest groups. That's the third prong on here. And that sticks out to me because that's what's happening, I believe, when we see the tension with the black bear hunt. When I came on the commission, I was told that the social input was not to be considered, that we were only to consider scientific input. But then we later learned that these values, wildlife values that we went out into the community to monitor was actually scientific in nature and should be considered. So what we're having done right now, I've had over 30 plus people again, and they're exhausted, tell me how much they don't want this bear hunt to continue. I'm sure there are many more, but they just don't have the time or energy anymore to write in. And it just makes me wonder how many few favored interest groups are getting the benefit as to the detriment of the entire Nevada population. And that is important for me to note. I think that there is going to be a large group of individuals who don't support this hunt. Some don't even, like I stated before, know about this hunt. And there are just a very few favored interest groups that are participating here with a little known data on how many bears we actually have and the detriment it's causing to ecosystems overall. And then there's another one about ineffectiveness of lethal control of predators, concerns livestock and stuff. We're not talking about that with bears. As far as I know, our bears aren't really harming livestock. There's not a lot of depredation from bears, but they are, having their habitat infringed upon. We know that as we see the issues with the urban interface in the Tahoe area. But the last one was important to me too, and I wanted to report that was ethical considerations about both the intrinsic value of carnivores and the humane methods of killing them. So I think, and this is done, I mean, this was a scientific journal, Journal of Mammalogy. Most of these biologists in the department should have read this if they work for the department, written in 2017. And it talks a little bit about how government lags behind science and how most scientists don't support the killing of apex predators. And there's a slew of reasons why. And this is, I just want to go and leave this note for you to please read up on that. I think it's important. If you want to know this article, I can send it. I'm sure there's been more studies. This has been 4 years ago written, but not too far off. And I feel like until we have a good handle as to what our bear populations are, we should be very careful with our apex predators. And I don't feel like we are careful enough. And that includes the mountain lions. That includes all of our apex predators in the state of Nevada. And I know our biologists know this intrinsically at the bottom of their hearts, and they're working and trying to do their best every day. But we should be very careful when we set quotas on an apex predator like the black bear without knowing sufficient information. And as Commissioner McNinch posted or talked about, brought forward today, is that even the guidelines we have put in place are questionable at this point in time. So obviously, I don't support the bear hunt at this time, but I wanted to go on record and report that journal because I think it's important for individuals who are interested in it to look at it and understand that it takes time for change and it takes time to learn. But, you know, we have a lot going on in our state. We have a lot of red flags right now. We have bird populations that are declining. I'm not talking about wetland birds, I'm talking about basic birds in our ecosystem. And I'm telling you right now that apex predators, they drive that ecosystem. And if we refuse to look at that and understand it and respect them for what they do, I think that we're going to lose out. So I could go on and on about it, but today I'm just going to tell you again, I don't really support it. The general public doesn't support it. If we wanted to lower our quota for this next year, I would be very supportive of that, just for simply lowering the quota in and of itself. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hubbs. Do we have any other questions from the department or the commission on the black bear hunt? Okay, I don't see any. Okay, so Mr. Jackson, can you remove your shared screen, please? And I'll go out for tab comment. Okay, so do we have any cab comment on the black bear hunt? Mr. Crawford?
Hi, this is Joe Crawford from the Lyon County Cab. We voted on the proposal from the department for the black bear quota, and we agree with it. It passed unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Crawford. Mr. Robinson?
Steve Robinson, Washoe Cab. Also at Washoe Cab, we unanimously supported the recommendations from the department for the bear hunt, and we hope they continue to research this species and do such a good job. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Dixon?
Good afternoon, all of you. It's been a long day. The Clark County Cab had a good, healthy discussion on this, and being in the largest population county and going for the values report, I would say that we had a 5-1 vote with our cab to support the black bear hunt. And that was really based on the science that Pat put forward. I appreciate all the work that Pat put into putting together that presentation and other stuff that he gave out to the cabs, because it's very helpful to see what's actually happening with stuff. And I guess what I would want to add to this thing with the black bears and other things is that as black bears come in and take over, we looked at the presentation from Mike Cox earlier today where biomass of horses could be impacting the amount of vegetation. As the biomass of bears becomes greater on our western border there, is that going to have impacts on other mesopredators or other things because they're taking away food source because they are a very large herbivore and carnivore. So it's something for us to think about. It hasn't been talked about and maybe something we can look into as Pat goes forward in the future. But as we add more biomass of big animals, they do impact other animals. So bears are coming in. And so why I feel hunting bears is important in Nevada is that if we need to maintain a biomass, it does do that impact. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. Mr. Cooney.
Jim Cooney, Elko Cab. Our cab agrees with the department's recommendations and would like to follow that. We're seeing occasional bear sightings in our country. In fact, right alongside Interstate 80. Here just, excuse me, just in the last couple of months. So we agree with the department's recommendations.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cooney. Mr. McVickers.
Yeah, Mitch McVickers, White Pine Cab. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I apologize for not being on here all day. I had a busy day, but our cab did agree with the department on this hunt, and we all think it's a great hunt to have in the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Burnside. There you go.
Sorry, I didn't unmute. So
that's okay.
I wasn't gonna say anything, but since most of the bears in the state actually reside in Douglas County and all the other cabs were chiming in, I thought I'd better. So at our meeting, we also voted unanimously to support the department's recommendations.
Okay, thank you. Any other cab comments? Okay, I'll open it up now to public comment. Toby Tyler.
Good afternoon. My name is Toby Tyler. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm speaking today on behalf of the Sierra Club's Toyabe chapter and its 40,000 members and supporters to recommend a zero quota for Nevada's black bear hunt. The vast majority of our members oppose what essentially amounts to trophy hunting. Nevada Department of Wildlife's mission is to protect, conserve, manage, and restore wildlife and its habitat. NDOW's own 2015 study stated there is no management rationale for hunting bears as it is not needed for population control or to reduce human-bear conflict. The only rationale provided is hunter opportunity. Most hunters will, albeit reluctantly, admit that a bear hunt is a trophy hunt and not for consumption. Nothing in NDOW's mission statement suggests trophy hunting or hunter opportunity is an appropriate means of protecting, conserving, managing, or restoring wildlife in its habitat. The bear population in Nevada is increasingly threatened by the forces of habitat destruction, human encroachment, climate change, and drought. With an estimated population size of between 300 and 400 black bears in the mountains of western Nevada, these numbers do not indicate a population size large enough to allow any hunting of this species, particularly with other threats they are under. As commissioners, you are trustees of wildlife held in the public trust. As such, you are charged with managing Nevada's precious wildlife resources for everyone. We expect you to act accordingly and recommend that you pass policy based on science and the ecological health of species, not hunter opportunity. Most Nevadans love their wildlife resources, and in a world where wildlife is increasingly threatened, we ought to be taking a very careful look at all hunting practices and their impacts on the species. We ask the commissioners to start listening to the majority of the public who oppose this hunt and manage wildlife resources with the professionalism and respect the public expects. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Tyler. David Ricker.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman East and members of the commission. My name is David Ricker, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Nevada chapter of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. We support the quota as presented by the department for the bear hunt and the continued harvest of black bears as a renewable resource in the state of Nevada. It provides hundreds of pounds of meat, of incredibly delicious meat, for those who are lucky few who are able to harvest a black bear each year. We also frown upon excessive sentimentalism toward any particular big game species and instead favor the fully science-based, complete ecosystem, population level view of management, which we feel the department continues to offer the sportsmen and women of Nevada and those non-residents that choose to hunt and fish here. That's all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Ricker. Ms. Myers?
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, there you are. Yes.
Thank you. This is Stephanie Myers from Las Vegas. Just because Pat Jackson reports that the bear population may be growing in Nevada does not mean that we should kill more or any bears. There is no science upon which the quotas for the bear hunt are based. The 2015 NDOW Bear Committee findings admitted as much. No management reason exists for hunting bears. This has not been updated in more recent years to include any management reason for hunting bears in Nevada. The problem of excluding pregnant or lactating female bears or by age has not been solved. Since the bear hunt exists solely for hunter opportunity and success, by continuing this unnecessary hunt, the commission demonstrates that the only thing they are capable of protecting is not our wildlife, but the interests of hunters who enjoy killing for sport. This easily reveals the regulatory capture of a government agency. The regulators and the regulated are exactly the same, and the general public once again is excluded from any decision-making. The 2018 Nevada Wildlife Values Report presents the fact that only 13% of Nevadans support the bear hunt. What better reason is there for discontinuing this hunt? The public is showing an increasing and vocal interest in wildlife and animal welfare, which makes the commission appear archaic and unresponsive unless changes are made. As a commission, you are already being derided in the national media, and I quote, "The Nevada Wildlife Commission recently declined to ban the chasing of black bears with packs of radio-collared hounds so they can be cornered and shot at point blank range. Please set the quota at 0. Thank you."
Thank you, Ms. Myers. Mr. Graham?
Yeah, Jason Graham, Nevada Sporting Dog Alliance. We sent you guys a letter today. I'm sure you guys all got it. I was going to read that, but I believe you guys know we've been in contact with you guys and informed you of what we see in the field all the time. So Nevada Sporting Dog Alliance would like to follow NDOW's recommendations for the quota. On a personal note, I'm listening to everybody talk about there's no reason to hunt bears, things like that. I was in the mountains until 2 o'clock this afternoon and joined this meeting late. And in the short time I was up there just cruising through the mountains in a range here close to Carson City and Gardnerville, I ran over 32 different bear tracks in a very small area. And it actually surprised me to see so many bear tracks, from mature boars to sows with cubs. I didn't see anybody that's speaking today, and I've never run into anybody else that's opposed to this in the mountains, not once. You guys don't see what's going on in the mountains. You don't see what our population is. You don't see what the bears are doing. I don't see how you can even speak on this without any real hands-on information. And that's my own personal feelings on this. I spend a lot of time in the mountains. I love the bears. I enjoy the bears. I see what they do year round. And I'm watching our population grow. And I personally believe that we could offer more opportunity for bears in this state because they are expanding, they are growing. And hearing people oppose this without knowing what they're talking about or speaking on is frustrating. Well, there's a couple commissioners that bring up opposition towards it, but they have no clue. They've been invited to come out with us and they don't. And so I don't see how they can speak on these things without really seeing what's going on. And that's just my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Graham. Oops. Next up is Ms. Smith.
Hello, for the record, this is Kathy Smith, Washoe County. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay. Okay, thanks. I understand it's been a long day for everyone, so thanks for hanging in there. I live next to the Mount Rose Wilderness and near the Tahoe Basin, which I go to frequently. Arguably the best bear habitat in the state. I would also like to point out that in the specific case of the bear hunt, the department is not suggesting anything about what is best for the species, but only that they feel the hunt is sustainable for the overall population and it provides opportunity for hunters. I'm requesting that the bear quota be decreased to 1. The maps on Nevada's drought have recently been released, and it's not pretty. As the department and many hunters have already pointed out, the wildlife will suffer. The difference is that deer and other ungulates can degrade the environment further in times of drought, unlike our predators. Bears enhance their environment by seed dispersal and scavenging dead animals. There's a ton of information out there regarding the benefits of bears to the environment, and it sounds like maybe it would be helpful for some of you. If you're interested, I can send it. Unfortunately, bears are more susceptible to hunters in times of drought and when they have to search farther for food. They're also more likely to be killed by the department for human-wildlife conflict and more likely to be hit by cars. This bear season will be bad. And before anyone even thinks about it, there have been several studies on hunting to decrease human-wildlife conflict. The department agrees this does not work, and it doesn't happen without depleting the population substantially. One of the wildlife biologists in Pennsylvania actually calculated they would have to kill greater than 50% of their population to make a dent in human-wildlife conflict. In Nevada, we add insult to injury by allowing dogs to chase bears for several hours, condoning a hardship these animals don't need or deserve. At minimum, decrease the female quota to 1 statewide. Clearly, most believe hounds add the specificity required to make these judgments in the field. I mean, that's what we've heard. So put your money where your mouth is and make the call. If a female bear is killed, the season ends. If you don't kill a female bear, go to the quota. Put your money where your mouth is if you really mean what you say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Mr. Volz, I see your hand popping up and down. Are you wishing to speak today? Mr. Volz? Oh, is that him?
Go ahead, Mr. Volz.
Yes, the unmute takes a while to happen.
Okay,
once you're
there you
released.
go.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Record Fred Volz. After yesterday's presentation about quota setting and the memorandum prepared by staff advocating for up to another 20 bear deaths in the 2021 killing season, the statistical and scientific methods are highly suspect. We've been told widely varying numbers over many years of Nevada's guesstimated bear populations, ranging from 400 to 800, with no express justification for the enormous statistical chasm of this species population with an exceedingly low birth rate. Trail cameras cannot distinguish individual bears who make multiple passes at a camera. We have seen no 2021 management plan to protect bears from excessive deaths. Maintaining a quality hunt, as was said earlier today, contradicts your primary responsibility to protect bear populations, not destroy them. The narrative from department biologists makes zero mention of bear deaths beyond those inflicted by recreational killers. What has been excluded regarding bear deaths is significant from a statistical standpoint. NDOW kills bears it deems a threat. There are unreported drownings and cub deaths. There are vehicle deaths when bears attempt to cross highways as they are drawn out of the wilderness because of uncontained human trash in urbanized areas. NDOW has failed to use its influence or the governor's with the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency and request TRPA mandate wildlife-proof human trash containment throughout the Tahoe Basin. Douglas and Washoe counties outside of the basin need to take similar action for areas with bears. This obvious step would cut down on NDOW-created bear deaths or speeding motorists by habituating bears away from urbanized areas with zero NDOW financial commitment and a savings in law enforcement. Adding sport killing to the existing omitted mortalities arguably exceeds the 10% mortality threshold for decline of the species. Sound stewardship of our wild bears by those responsible for wildlife's welfare suggests modifying the Commission's regulation to reflect a minimal 21 resident quota of no more than 2 tags in each of the 3 unit groups, a non-resident quota of no more than 1 tag in each of the 3 unit groups, with a female killing limit of 1 in each of the 3 unit groups. Application revenue to the department or hunter convenience, opportunity, and success should not be the drivers of creating or perpetuating a bear hunt lacking sufficient statistical justification. I want to ask that these comments be added verbatim to the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Volz. Mr. Lesperance.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Commission. Jonathan Lesperance, Washoe County, and I'll just be speaking on behalf of myself with these comments. But black bears are repatriating their historic homeland throughout the Great Basin, and that's a thing that we all can celebrate. And I come to these conversations with a bit of dismay that there's this disparity or apparent disparity as an us versus them approach. And we just like to point out that there's a lot of avenues for a person to become a conservationist. There's a lot of avenues for people to adopt a sense of biophilia. Hunting isn't the only one, but it's absolutely an effective way to create a conservationist. And I would just point out that the founder of the National Park Service, one of the founders of the United States Forest Service, and the founder of the Boone and Crockett Club was an avid hunter, an avid bear hunter, and a houndsman as well, Theodore Roosevelt. So I just offer those for your consideration that we celebrate bears. We love bears. I have a house full of family members that are intrigued by bears, and none of them are bear hunters. Perhaps they will be, I don't know. But the reality is bears have captured our imaginations. They've informed our legends for as long as we've coexisted with them over the millennia. And simultaneously, for as long as we've coexisted with bears, we've also hunted them as a species. We were built on a hunting platform as a species. And it's a bit of an aberration to try and divorce that reality now in a modern sense and say human beings shouldn't be an active participant in nature. So thank you for your time. I know it's been a long day. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Lesperance. Mr. Belding.
Mel Belding, Washington County. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Oh, are you there? Where'd he go?
Am I there?
You are now.
Okay.
Thank you.
I just want to say that it's a real thrill for me to come around the corner many years back, and Shovel Springs, west side of Buckhorn, and be right in the middle of a herd of bison, buffalo. They weren't wild. They got loose from Rogers Ranch, but it was still kind of cool to see them. But when I observed my first bear in northern Washoe County in Bahia, I don't think I've ever had a feeling like that before. It was really neat to see these bears there. The first one I got to see on a trail camera. Then I got to see two more on a trail camera at the spring the same time. But when I seen my first bear, pretty good one, from my brother-in-law's place, it was really neat. And this has just been the past 3 or 4 years. So I really honestly believe that the department spends an excessive amount of money on these bears. We have one full-time biologist. I believe that's about all he does. And we have a specialist now. So I commend the department. These bears are moving. I've seen bear scat in area 16. So I think it's just fair to say that, yes, the bears are repopulating the state. And my challenge is still out there, guys. You want to start a Nevada big Black Bear Unlimited program, I'll get it on with you. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Belding. Do we have any additional public comment on the black bear hunt? Ms. Carrick.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, Elaine Carrick from Washoe County. I was glad to hear that quite a few people brought up the drought that we are having in Nevada. Director Wosley's called it a catastrophic drought. Mr. Cox said the summer will be tough. Everything will suffer. There was talk about lowering quotas for sheep or goats or deer that might be affected. What about the bears? The bears are going to be extremely affected by this drought, like all the other animals. It's becoming increasingly drier. It is causing the wildlife and the habitat to find more challenges to find food and water. If we continue doing this, what we're doing now and with the bear hunts, our lives and the lives of these animals will continue to be negatively impacted. The black bears help the environment with seed dispersal, soil building. They're a keystone species and contribute to our biodiversity in Nevada. It's predicted that more and more species will face extinction as the climate crisis continues. So is hunting bears now a good thing to be doing? There's no management at all. It's simply hunting them for the sake of hunting them. You've been told today that there are enough bears to continue having this hunt, but the changes in our environment are happening so fast. Now would be the best time to stop this bear hunt before it becomes a reality that the hunt is really hurting our small population. This is going to affect the balance of our ecosystem, and it in time will be more and more difficult to reverse. So today, as you set the quota for bears in Nevada, please consider my comments, consider the drought. It's affecting the bears like every other animal, and they are very slow producers. They need to be protected. So put the quota at 0, or if the requirement is at 1 in order to pass this, that's fine. But let's keep our bear population healthy for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carrick. Do we have any other public comment? Mr. McVickers, are you coming back? Mr. McVickers?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commission. I'm speaking on behalf of myself. Is you look at the dispersal of the bears across our state, and you look at the bears that are hunted in our neighboring states, I would hope that our commission continues this hunt, because I do think in time we will see an increase in a population in our state and a desire to hunt the animals. So it's not a killing, it's a harvest, and it's definitely a sought after hunt. So I would hope we continue to have it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McVickers. We have Janelle Richards up next. I said that right?
I'm not sure if I've turned it on.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so anyway,
will you please state your name for the record?
Yes, Janelle Richards in Reno. And I'm talking today, obviously, to try to save the bears. I have said in written comments, but I come to this discussion today quite actually depressed about it all, because I know that many of us have talked in favor of reducing the hunt to 0, the quota to 0 or 1. And we all know that it will not happen. We know that your decisions have already been made. I've been watching the body language of many of you as you've been reading and turning the newspaper and checking your cell phones. And it's so disheartening to see that the politics of this is so much in play as it is in everything we do nowadays. Only 13% of the population, as you all know, support this hunt. And we have said, many times that the wildlife belongs to everybody in the state, and it does. And then hunters will say, well, it belongs to us too. And that's true. But they've had 10 years to do this bear hunt that was never even necessary to begin with. And I wonder why the rest of us can't also have our desires met, especially when we're the overwhelming majority of people in the state that don't want the bear hunt to continue. So it's troubling to me to see us, such a small minority of the population controls such a huge, devastating event, an event that affects everybody that lives here. I have lived here for many years. I have watched the Department of Wildlife over those many years, and it's until I got involved in caring about bears and the other wildlife, I actually thought the Department of Wildlife was here to protect the wildlife. And I've noticed over watching these commission meetings that that's not at all the purpose. It's to protect what is a trophy hunt for the hunters, and so they can put their rug on the floor or their head on the wall. And there's no harvesting that needs to be done. There's no management that's out of control, population that's out of control. There's no science that supports the decision of having the bear hunt.
Ms. Richards, you've reached your time limit, and I apologize. We were having a really hard time hearing you. Your mic may have had some issues, so thank you for your comment. I'm sorry, Ms. Richards, you reached your time limit.
I know, I heard you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other public comment? Going once, twice, 3 times. Okay, we'll bring it back to the commission for discussion or a motion. Commissioner Rogers?
Be better if I get off. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
I'd just like to make a motion regarding Commission Regulation 21-04. Amendment number. This is a 2021 black bear quota regarding the resident and non-resident black bear, either sex, any legal weapon hunt 6151 and 6251 as presented by staff.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Rogers and a second by Commissioner Keel. Any discussion? Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to make this statement that it's been mentioned a little bit, and I have enough concern this go around. It's been 10 years, and I've probably more concerned than I've ever been. So for whatever it's worth, I would be willing. I'm not able to support the motion as it stands. I would have an appetite to entertain a limited female take, if not 0 or 1 or whatever. Things do happen, or a reduced quota, but I'm just not comfortable supporting where we're at right now. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Hubbs.
I obviously won't be supporting the motion. I never do. But I just hope that we're all considering the ramifications of not listening to the general public. I feel that this will come back. I don't feel like this problem is going away. And I hope we do the right thing. We've had many issues with wildlife where governing entities have done the wrong thing. We all know that, I think. And we have extinct species, we have irritated public, and one day we may sit around and wonder why we can't do some of the things we wanted to do in the past, or we were able to do in the past. And it's because nobody's listening. They're beating on your door right now. They're telling you what they want. And like I stated, I believe we have a very minor portion of the population who wants this. And as we learned yesterday, when you hold wildlife in public trust, it's an equitable interest across the population. So you can look out the window or look down at your keyboard and you can support this motion today, but it's not going to go away. And I feel like I just really would like to tell everybody that as a commissioner today, that folks are asking for change and nobody's listening right now. So it's disheartening, and I won't support the bear hunt. I can't in good faith support the bear hunt. As a biologist, and I just want to say for individuals who think that I don't go out, I've backpacked in wildlife areas. I have a master's of science in biology. I'm not an idiot, and I have seen bears face to face. So it's not that I don't understand. It's a very complex issue. But there comes a time when, we are where we are. This is the, 2021. And we have some issues, wildlife issues on our plate, and we need to think about them in a futuristic fashion. That's all.
Thank you, Commissioner Hubbs. I do need to ask, because Commissioner McNinch asked for the proposed amendment is the.
Well, Madam Chair, I wasn't
Okay.
indicating an amendment.
Oh, okay.
I was throwing it out there that if others share concern, that I'm certainly open to coming off of where I've been for a very, very long time to have that conversation, because my concern's more elevated than it has been. So I'm willing to talk about coming off of my comfort spot if others are in the mind to do the same. So
Okay.
that's up to you, though.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any other discussion? Okay, I'll call for the vote. All in favor of the motion by Commissioner Rogers, second by Commissioner Keel for the CR 21-04 2021 black bear quota hunt. All in favor, raise your hand. And opposed. Motion carries 7-2. All right, thank you.
We're going to get a ruling on you. You're delayed just enough. It could work to somebody's advantage.
I saw his hand stay up there. Okay, we are moving on to agenda item number 17. Future commission meetings and commission committee assignments, Secretary Wasley and Chairwoman East for possible action. The next commission meeting is scheduled for June 25 and 26, 2021 in Winnemucca, and the commission will review and discuss potential agenda items for that meeting. The location of the meeting is subject to change due to direction of the governor during the COVID-19 pandemic. The commission may change the time and meeting location at this time. The chairwoman may designate and adjust committee assignments and add or dissolve committees as necessary at this time. Any anticipated committee meetings that may occur prior to the next commission meeting may be discussed. So Secretary Wasley, I have a few things on my list for the next meeting, but I think you do as well. So would you like to start or you want me to?
Why don't you go ahead, Madam Chair, and if I hear anything that you mentioned that's on my list, I'll just cross it off my list.
Okay. I wrote down a RAWA deep dive. I don't know if we can do that in June, but I wrote that down. I also wrote down the sagebrush. Now I wrote this down yesterday, fowl representation. Does that make sense? And then I also want to begin the discussions about our wildlife killing contest. We've had some conversations, and I'd like to have that discussion and where we might head with it starting in June. And those were the three things that I'd written down for our June meeting.
All right. I think your sagebrush item, we talked about maybe sagebrush status, and we had some open file reports. So we had 2 open file reports issued by the USGS. And we talked about just kind of getting a handle on what's going on with the sagebrush, sage grouse, and some of the recent research, especially as it pertains to sage hen seasons that'll be discussed at that meeting. So I have the Recovering America's Wildlife Act. We'd be more than happy to put that on the June agenda if as we're developing that agenda, it's determined that there's adequate time and space. So I've got the Recovering America's Wildlife Act, the wildlife contest, potential update on sagebrush and the sagebrush related efforts. We also have the County Advisory Board budget requests. And as mentioned yesterday, we will have an email going out to all the cabs to get that in. Please just, if you're a cab member listening, ignore it if you've already submitted that. We'll have the duck stamp and upland game stamp projects for the commission's review. We'll have the upland game and fur bearer seasons and limits. We'll have the wildlife heritage tag vendors. We'll have the heritage proposals. We'll have the upland game release plan. There were a couple items that were brought forward in the past couple commission meetings that I've got on a list that I can just keep mentioning, and the commission can provide us direction. But there was a request for wildlife health issues, and then we brought up the rabbit hemorrhagic disease this time, and that could be included in a broader discussion. We also had a request to maybe provide the Living with Wildlife presentation, some of the urban wildlife program status. I think there were a few requests by some of the cabs that I also have on my list. One is an update on the shed antler reg, which should be a fairly quick and easy update. Another one to hear about some of the incredible raven research and what we found and how that's affecting our implementation on the ground. That might actually be something that we could task the USGS with if we can bring some of our partners in to speak about sagebrush. They could also simultaneously address some of the Raven research issues. We also, I think it may have been Lyon County CAB that brought up an update or some information on the Fernley Wildlife Management Area, but then also with the recent transfer to the state of the Carson Lake and Pasture, we could at some future point, whether it's June or not, talk about the status of the wildlife management areas. We will need to seek some guidance and approval to add Carson Lake and Pasture to the existing wildlife management area system. Then we have a few reports, Wildlife Heritage Committee report, legislative update report, that'll presumably be post-session, and we have a final report there, and then Finance Committee report. And then I think I already mentioned a Wildlife Heritage Committee. Yes, and a committee meeting. So Wildlife Heritage Committee meeting and a Finance Committee meeting. One other item that I'd like to put on your radar sooner than later is that in preparing for the possible in-person meetings that could occur in Winnemucca in June and possibly Tonopah in August as they were originally scheduled, we've reached out to Tonopah just to check venue availability and room availability, only to learn there's a large event scheduled for Tonopah the weekend of Friday the 13th, August 13th and 14th, that would make it very difficult not only to find a suitable venue, but also lodging. Would like to offer the possibility of maybe moving that meeting up a week and looking at possibility of the 6th and 7th of August. But I put that on your radar for consideration, and that concludes the list of future agenda items that I have, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, I think we're good. Everybody's got August 8th and 7th, or 6th and 7th on their agenda, I hope. Okay, we're down to public comment. Agenda item number 18. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. No action can be taken by the commission at this time. Any item requiring commission action may be scheduled on a future commission agenda. Persons wishing to comment are invited to raise their hand in the virtual meeting forum and will be individually called upon until all wishing to comment have had a chance to do so. So at this time, I will take public comment, starting with the cabs. Mr. Bunch.
Thank you. For the record, Glenn Bunch, Mineral County Cab. NRS 501.297 says the board shall solicit and evaluate local opinion and advise the Wildlife Commission on matters relating to the management of wildlife within their respective counties. So with that, the survey sheets that were mailed out that we had to fill out and return back, the boards had to fill them out, should have had an area for no comment. The ones we received that we just completed, there was only 2 copies or two choices, agree or disagree. You couldn't skip it. It wouldn't let you move by, it wouldn't let you send it. You had to mark it, agreed or disagreed. So we disagreed with a couple of the hunts. If we didn't have the disagreement, it was just, we couldn't move on without putting in an input. We would have checked no recommendation. So the thing about it is, we'd have liked to have been able to have checked no recommendation. And so as Mineral County, we're still trying to get elk. So Mineral County would have had able to have input on the elk instead of we disagree. So thank you for your input. Thank you very much for your time, you guys. We've all endured a long day. You deserve a big thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bunch. Mr. Gildone.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Hello, Tony Gildone, Humboldt Cab. For the record, I'll be brief. I know it's been a long day. I want to circle back. I was having some technical issues earlier. I wanted to express one more opinion about the archery desert sheep hunt. one of the kind of conversations we had in our meeting was, what is the statistical or mathematical advantage for odds for the archers that apply for this hunt just coming up here? I know nobody can answer that until, for a couple weeks until we see the numbers, but that would be a concern. I think it would be a disservice to somebody that has 25, plus years bonus points waiting for a sheep tag. And then archers can, with the addition of this new weapons class, essentially, or potentially kind of cut to the front of the line. So I would ask that if the numbers play out, that they do have an advantage after this draw, that the commission may look at that and potentially reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gildone. Mr. McVickers?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commission. I do apologize for our recommendations coming in late and the confusion we had there. I do appreciate all the discussion on what you did address on our recommendations. I was hoping with the mule deer enhancement that maybe we could have all erred on side of caution with the quotas, and for 2 years now, obviously wasn't a concern. And that's a concern of the community and the sportsmen of our county and that we talk to. So trying to put light on where to go from here, because we've expressed our concerns and here we are. But thank you for your time and enjoy your evening.
Thank you, Mr. McVickers. Any other CAB comments? Okay, we'll move on to general public. Ms. Smith.
Hi, this is Catherine Smith for the record, Washoe County. I just really wanted to make a quick comment regarding the CAB experience. The CAB seemed to come up a lot in the commission meetings, and I do understand that we want input from around the state. So I understand the role. I do want to say that when I have been to the Washoe CABs in the past, Mr. Shea and Mr. Flowers, prior Washoe County CAB chairs, were always respectful. And the board members were respectful when I served on the CAB, although this was not always the case with the sportsmen. Having said that, the last few times I attended a CAB, the atmosphere was not nearly as inviting. In fact, it was bordering on hostile. And although I haven't had this experience, I've had 2 friends now say that they felt their safety was actually threatened when they attended their respective CABs. So I guess my question is, we keep hearing about how the votes are unanimous, but what incentive does the public have to attend these meetings when they're run only by traditionalists? Many of the CABs do not keep any or even have sporadic minutes online, and I'm not even sure if some have met for years. So given this history, what incentive does the non-hunting public have to participate with the CABs? And why should they have so much power when they represent such a small percentage of people in the state? They only represent the hunters. That's all who goes to those meetings. And we have less than 10 people who attend these meetings anyway, for the most part. So I guess I just don't understand why there's so much input put, so much, why we put so much emphasis on the input from the CABs when this is the fact that they just don't represent that many of us. And we really don't have an avenue as a member of the non-hunting public. And I would love to hear anybody else's thoughts on how we could change that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Any other public comment? Okay, seeing none, we are adjourned. I will see you all in June, if not before, on a committee meeting. Good night.